And oh no, it's not this one that I wanted. It's another one. Let's see. Yes, this one. Right. I'm not sure if there's anybody there or not. I see I'm already being told off in the comment section. I did put up the show not to turn up. My internet shut down. That's what happened. So I'm actually using my phone to tether it now. So it may not last for as long as we um, it may not last for as long as we traditionally historically. Oh, let me do that. Uh-huh. So yes, like I said, apologies for the somewhat latish start. The internet just shut down. It's still shut down, so I'm tethering from my phone. So I'm essentially using my phone data to do this. So I'm waiting for the internet to come back on. So it may not last for as long as we, unless of course somebody turns up to take it over. It may not last for as long as we historically have it, but nevertheless, we will have a session. So, good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. And the wonder of the day continues, of course, for spending time in the company of your favorite or your laughing man, woman went to know. So there's no opening music, there's nothing, we go straight into it. Because of course, like I said, I have no internet connection. Hopefully you can hear me okay. And hopefully the data doesn't run out on my phone. I should have sufficient enough on there. But good day to you. Nevertheless, I see. Who's telling me off already? Speed video is already telling me of saying don't put it up if you're not going to turn up. You didn't even ask. Yes, you didn't even ask what the problem is. It's already giving me Jeep over there. But good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. So a lot still going on. A lot of the storyline still wraps around the Oyo incident, the school kids. Seyi Makinde has come out and is made the right royal fool of himself. So actually, let's start it off and kick it off with this song because of course I want to try and speed through it. If anybody wants to come in and conversate, if you want to come and have a conversation, just turn up now because it's not going to be long and winding unless my internet just pops back up. Then that gives me the window for a longer session. But like I said, at the moment I'm tethering from my phone, so we'll see how long that lasts. But as I said, Seyi Makinde has come out and made a right royal fool of himself. So we'll be having a look at that certainly, and then we'll be having a look at all manners of things going on. So what did we have lined up? The ADC. We still don't know if Atiku is going to be on the ballot because the latest installment coming out of the court system tells us that Atiku's political party is held somewhat still in abeyance. So the Court of Appeal has invited INEC not to recognize David Mark's faction of the ADC. So if INEC doesn't recognize the David Mark faction of the ADC, then that automatically then precludes, it exempts Atiku from the ballot. So what does that mean? So we'll be having a look at that to see what that means. Dangote and the Naira for crude something, it looks as though that has fallen apart. And Dangote is now inviting that the people, the marketers, we call them marketeers in Nigeria for whatever reason, they are actually called marketers. So Dangote is now inviting that the marketers have to pay, they have to pay dollars for petroleum products. So that's where it is now. So what does that mean for the market? That's the thing. And what does that even mean for the Naira? Because the biggest pressure that the Naira, let me bring this one up actually. Because the biggest pressure that the Naira suffers, historically has always been from that demand for petroleum importation. No, that's not what, is that what I wanted there? So the biggest problem that the naira has suffered historically is from that petroleum importation, and that crude for a naira for crude deal. It seems to somewhat move that pressure away from the foreign currency that defends the naira. But now with Dangote asking the marketers to buy crude now in dollars, does that then put back pressure on the naira? And are we going to see naira go on a free fall again? So that question, that the question, my friend, is flowing in the wind. And then there was this insurgents, there was this bandit captured somewhere in Borno State, which is fair enough, well done. But the thing is, though, the bandit is a Moroccan, so that gives us then the international dimension of this insurgent banditry space that we're battling in Nigeria. So that's the face of the banditry that we're facing in Nigeria now. It's an international bandit space. Quite what their agenda is, no one knows. Yeah, they're certainly not going to turn Nigeria into an Islamic state. Nigeria is too sophisticated for that. Maybe it's just a bloodlust. Maybe these people just, maybe they're just interested in killing people. Maybe that clearly has to be what their main interest is. Appeal court upholds order barring INEC from recognizing David Mark-led ADC congresses. So then that, as I said, that automatically strikes article off the ballot. So there's that as well. Presidency faults Makinde's UN probe call over Oyo school abduction. So let's actually start it off with this one. So let's start it off with this one. So we're going to be reacting first to this session by Seyi Makinde that speaks to that Makinde space. So let's start it off with this one. I need you to tell me in the comment section if you can hear the volume as from this Seyi Makinde clip. So tell me if you can hear the volume, if you can hear the yes, you can, if you can hear it, if you can hear his utterances, his words. I can't even think of what I'm trying to say, but tell me if you can hear it in the comment section.
And probe on what really happened is seeking a scrutiny of the process. The Governor Makinde's statement from yesterday, which let me remind you, so that when I'm giving you the other reaction, you might remember I'll be able to give perspective to what the reactions look like. This was what Governor Makinde said yesterday, which has now received a lot of reaction. Take a listen to him.
With a full sense of responsibility as the executive governor of Oyo State, call on the appropriate international human rights and accountability mechanisms, including those within the United Nations system, to closely examine the facts surrounding this abduction and the circumstances of its resolution.
That probe.
All right, all right. So I see you can hear it. So we'll be reacting to this to start off with, because what Seyi Makinde is doing here is quite alarming. So if we want to go back to the beginning of this story, Seyi Makinde, let me ask Chat GPT. When did Seyi Makinde declare his intention to run for the presidency? All right. So when did Seyi Makinde declare his intention? Because there's a time sequence to all of these things, and all of these time sequences come into play because there's something in particular that Seyi Makinde is alleging that doesn't quite hold up. Makinde, where is it? Yes, it says, okay, let me put this on the screen actually. It says, Governor Seyi Makinde publicly declared his intention to run for the 2027 Nigerian presidential election on the 14th of May, 2026. So the 14th of May, 2026 was when Seyi Makinde declared his intention to run for the presidency. So now let's now ask ChatGPT a different question. When were the Oyo State school children That's for children abducted. Abducted. All right. So Seyi Makinde, he declared his intention to run May the 14th, 2026. So answer the question now. This thing, it says Governor Seyi Makinde declared his intention to run for the 2027 Nigerian presidential election on May the 14th, 2026 at the PDP-APM Alliance rally held at Makpo Hall in Ibadan, Oyo State. During the rally, he announced, I declare my candidacy. Why is this thing not answering my question? Answer the other question now. Let me just put this on Google. I hate this chat GPT. You know, I pay a lot of money for this nonsense. Hold on. I pay a lot of money for this nonsense. I pay a lot of money for this nonsense chat GPT. I say I pay a lot of nonsense. I pay £7, which is not a lot of money if we are being honest. Oh, all right, yeah. So Seyi Makinde declared his intention to run on May the 14th, and then the school children were abducted. It says in the case of the victims kidnapped by gunmen on May the 15th. So immediately after, the day after Seyi Makinde declared his intention to run for the presidency, the day after, that was when those school kids were kidnapped. So Seyi Makinde is now forming a correlation between his declaration on the 14th of May to run for the presidency and then the students being kidnapped on the 15th of May. So what Seyi Makinde is alleging is that the children were not actually kidnapped, that it's a contrived something by the Nigerian state. It's a contrived. What is the conjugation for contrived? Anyway, it is an orchestration. It is Machiavellian maneuverings by the Nigerian state that they orchestrated that kidnap in order to undermine his declaration of his intention to run for the presidency. I hope you are following it. So he declared his intention to run for the presidency on the 14th of May, and then he's alleging then that because the very next day after, those Oyo State students, Orire local government area students, they were kidnapped the very next day. He's forming a correlation between that, and he's always alleged all the way through that it is the government that actually orchestrated the kidnap. So that is his allegation. And then it is off the back of that allegation. That allegation forms the basis of his interaction with that particular incident. That is where he seemed a bit detached from it somewhat and was playing politics. He was going around telling people like Peter Obi that the president did not call him and all of this. And he wasn't making all of the moves that you expect somebody who is essentially the father of that state, being the first citizen. He wasn't making all of the moves that you were expecting somebody like him to make. So now that the children have been rescued, he's now going on a public space to completely put out that allegation to the international space and inviting the United Nations to come and investigate. So that forms the basis of this now press conference that you're about to hear from Seyi Makinde. So let's pick it up from here.
On what really happened is seeking a scrutiny of the process. The agency operated, so stick around with me, what seeking for United Nations, and a lot of the angles and the reactions to it will be given to you tonight on the program. So stick around with me, everyone, as we bring to you all the updates. Yesterday, we told you about Governor Seyi Makinde's reaction and his state address on what seeking for United Nations intervention and probe on what really happened. Is seeking a scrutiny of the process. The Governor Makinde's statement from yesterday, which let me remind you, so that when I'm giving you the other reaction, you might remember I'll be able to give perspective to what the reactions look like. This was what Governor Makinde said yesterday, which has now received a lot of reaction. Take a listen to him.
With a full sense of responsibility as the executive governor of Oyo State, call on the appropriate international human rights and accountability mechanisms, including those within the United Nations system, to closely examine the facts surrounding this abduction and the circumstances of its resolution. Such scrutiny is not intended to undermine our institutions. Rather, it is intended to reinforce public confidence that the truth will be established and that every person found to bear responsibility, regardless of office, influence, or affiliation, will be held accountable.
The call for scrutiny on the matter generated a heated debate on the floor of the Senate today. Let me allow you to listen to one of those who spoke on what Governor Makinde was seeking for.
The governor of Oyo State calling on the United Nations to investigate the overall circumstances surrounding the kidnap and even the rescue. I thought that was the most unstatemanly. He was carrying partisan politics too far, and this Senate should condemn his unguided statement. Nigeria is a sovereign nation where we wake up and call on foreign authorities to investigate. This is one case in which our armed forces have shown that without paying ransom, even if it meant that these children and some of the elders had to be in captivity for almost 2 months, that the armed forces were working quietly to have these rescue operations, which, as well captured in this motion, led to some loss of life. To trivialize it, to suggest, as the governor of Oyo State seems to have done, that there is something that is not open, that the UN needs to unearth the circumstances, is to question the sovereignty of our nation and to downplay the achievement of the commander-in-chief, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and all the service chiefs and in fact all those involved in this process.
More reactions continue to trail what Governor Makinde said. This time around, Nigeria's permanent representative to the United Nations, Ambassador Jima Ibrahim, has faulted what Governor Seyi Makinde has said. The call for United Nations probe scrutiny into the abduction of the school children and teachers in the Orire local government area of the state, insisting that a global body does not interfere or intervene in the internal affairs of sovereign member states. In a statement released by the ambassador's office in New York, Senator Ibrahim says matters relating to internal security fall within the responsibility of national and subnational governments, stressing that the United Nations is not empowered to investigate domestic security incidents such as a recent abduction in Oyo State. We allow you to listen to some of your political roundup stories.
All right. So that was Seyi Makinde right there. But there was one other story that Seyi was covering that I also want to bring up for discussion as well. Do you know that guy, the one that alleged that Gbajabiamila was asking him for a bribe? He has been arrested. So let's just capture that as well.
Adeni Adeyemi, much of the details of that, the perspectives, the questions, the issues around what happened, how it happened, with the way and manner the agency operated, the issues that have arisen from all of this controversy, and a lot of the angles and the reactions to it will be given to you tonight on the program. So stick around with me, everyone, as we bring to you all the updates. Yesterday, we told you about Governor Seyi Makinde's reaction and his state address.
All right. So that's that businessman being arrested somewhat. So that's that businessman being arrested. Let's go from there to another one. NDC breaks silence, backs Makinde's call for UN probe into Oyo school abduction. So as I've said, the NDC, of course, being the vehicle that Peter B is using, as I've said, a lot of people and the bulk of those people are the obedient people, the followership of Peter Obi. A lot of people are not happy that those children were rescued. A lot of people would have wanted those children to have been done away with, especially the Obi camp. There is no doubt about it. If you look at the reactions to this, one of the very few good news stories that we've heard in a long time about the Nigerian security forces. If you look at some of the reactions to this news online, then it tells you without equivocation, there can be no doubt in your mind if you see how the obedience space is reacting to this news of the rescue of those children. There can be no doubt that the obedience space, especially the opposition space by the wider broader stroke, but the obedience space especially did not want those children rescued. They wanted those children gone for good. And this, of course, embedded in the language now that they're using to respond. NDC breaks silence, backs Makinde's call for UN probe into Oyo school abduction. The Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC has thrown its weight behind Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde's call for an independent United Nations investigation into the abduction of students and teachers in the Orire local government area of the state. The party said an impartial and transparent international investigation would help establish the facts surrounding the incident and boost public confidence in the ongoing efforts to unravel the circumstances of the abduction. So what needs unraveling, especially? The children were abducted by is it an Ansaruddin sort of a faction of the myriad of insurgent groups that we have within that country. So they were abducted by a particular sector of the bandit space, which is the Ansaru sort of inflection. So they was the one that carried out the abduction. And then they stated the reasons why they did this. And it's not a new or peculiar thing. It's a sad indictment on the country, by the way, but it's not a new or a peculiar thing that students have been abducted in schools. They have been doing that for decades now in Nigeria. It's very, very commonplace. It happens every 6 months or so. We all know that. So it's not something unusual or peculiar. The only peculiarity there is that it happened in Oyo State. It usually happens routinely in the north. So there's no peculiarity there. So there's also no peculiarity that it is the insurgent space that carried out the abduction. There's no peculiarity there. There's also no peculiarity that the insurgents had demands, and the demands of the insurgents, there is no peculiarity there as well. They said their leaders that have been arrested by the government, their leaders arrested by the government should be released in exchange for the children. So all of the reasons why that thing took place is already detailed, and it's a familiar terrain within the Nigerian, just the potpourri of all sorts of nonsense that goes on in that country. So there is nothing unusual or strange. There's nothing, there's no anomaly in the whole thing. The whole thing is the standardized textbook Nigerian insurgent play. So at this call now, the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC has, and the Nigerian Democratic Congress NDC, you can substitute that for the obedient movement, because that's the vehicle that they are faring at the moment. So the Nigerian Democratic Congress NDC, you can substitute that to mean the obedient movement. The Nigerian Democratic Congress NDC has thrown its weight behind Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde's call for an independent United Nations investigation into the abduction of students and teachers in the Orire local government area of the state. The party said an impartial and transparent international investigation would help establish the facts surrounding the incident and boost public confidence in the ongoing efforts to unravel the circumstances of the abduction. In a statement issued on Tuesday, the NDC National Publicity Secretary, OSA Director, said the party believed a UN-backed inquiry would uncover the truth, ensure accountability, and deliver justice to the victims and their family. According to the party, Governor Makinde's request for a UN investigation was driven by the need for transparency rather than politics, stressing that all questions surrounding the incident should be addressed through a credible and independent process that Nigerians can trust. The NDC also urged the federal government to support every lawful initiative aimed at uncovering the truth, strengthening public confidence in the country's security institutions, and preventing similar incidents in the future. It maintained that the safety and security of Nigerian children should never become a subject of political disagreement or speculation, insisting that the lives of students deserve the highest level of accountability. The party added that an independent investigation would not only clarify the circumstances surrounding the abduction, but also reinforce confidence in Nigeria's security and justice systems. Governor Makinde had earlier called for a UN-led investigation into the school abduction, saying an independent inquiry would lend credibility to the findings and address public concerns over the incident. They kidnapped students and their teachers. So that's the NDC. By unclothing the obedient movement, telling you then that they want. In fact, they are not even telling you, they've already politicized those children's lives. And these people, they did not want those children's return alive. There's no doubt about that. Appeal court upholds order barring INEC from recognizing MARC-led NDC congresses. So there it is right there. Article might still well not end up on the ballot. And the Court of Appeal in Abuja on Monday upheld the federal government judgment restraining the Independent National Electoral Commission from recognizing or participating in state congresses conducted by committees appointed by Senator David Mark, led caretaker leadership of the African Democratic Congress. In a 2-1 majority decision, the appellate court dismissed the appeal marked CA, etc., affirming the April 29 judgment of Justice Joyce Abdul Malik, which barred the caretaker leadership from interfering with the tenure and function of the party's elected state executive committees. Delivering the lead judgment, Justice Okon Abang held that there was no basis to set aside the lower court's decision, stressing that the authority to conduct state congresses rested with elected state executive committees and not a caretaker national leader. Justice Donatus Okorowo concurred with the lead judgment, whilst the presiding justice of the panel, Justice Abba Mohammed, dissented. Justice Mohammed held that the dispute bordered on the internal affairs of a political party and was therefore non-justiciable. So that's a word, isn't it? Non-justiciable. That is the mean it cannot be served up in the court. Justice Mohammed held that the dispute bordered on the internal affairs of a political party and was therefore non-justiciable, adding that the Federal High Court lacked jurisdiction to entertain the suit. The majority, however, held that the matter involves constitutional questions warranting judicial intervention. Justice Abang held that once a complaint is found on alleged constitutional infractions, the defense that the matter is an internal party affairs no longer applies. He said, once a complaint before the court is anchored on a constitutional infraction, the shield of internal affairs drops and the veil is lifted for judicial intervention. The appellate court added that that intervention was necessary to prevent anarchy and ensure the survival of democracy in Nigeria. Relying on a recent Supreme Court judgment arising from the leadership crisis in the People's Democratic Party, the court held that the ADC disputes could not be classified as a mere domestic affairs of a political party. So if there was already precedence at the Supreme Court level, there was no way that the appeal court would have overturned that judgment on the basis that it's just an internal party affairs, which is not justiciable, as they've now termed it. So the Supreme Court has already adjudicated something similar. So you cannot then use that little sliver of of whatever to get away with it. So relying on recent Supreme Court judgment arising from the leadership crisis in the People's Democratic Party, the court held that the ADC dispute could not be classified as a mere domestic affairs of a political party. It also ruled that the congresses and national convention conducted by the MARC-led caretaker committee were nullities. So the national convention was what returned Atiku Abubakar it was the party primary, but the national convention, because even the party primaries was conducted by still this caretaker committee, which the Court of Appeal now tells us is a nullity. So if it's a non-existent entity, then it cannot then produce something that exists. So by just that stroke of pronouncement, Atiku is no longer on the ballot. It also ruled that the congresses and national conventions conducted by the MARC-led caretaker committee were nullities, having been held in defiance of a subsisting order issued by the Federal High Court on April the 14th. The court consequently awarded a 10 million naira cost against the ADC. In his dissenting judgment, however, Justice Mohammed disagreed with the decision that the trial court had jurisdiction to hear the case. So Justice Mohammed's his objection is not to do with the substance itself. It is if it is justiciable, if it is something that can even be presented in the court. That's where his argument hinges. He upheld the appellant's challenge to the jurisdiction of the trial court, noting that the court had no business interfering in political decisions. He further added that the function of the state executive committees were only to prepare the agenda for the state congresses rather than conduct the congresses, adding that the action of the 4th to the 7th respondents were immature. So that's the judgment anyway. So that judgment essentially takes Atiku off the ballot. And now this next one. This one just tells you the multi-dimensional, the international dimension of the insurgency that we're battling in Nigeria. Foreign ISIS Arab terrorists arrested as troops intensify offensive following failed attack in Borno. So there he is right there. I'll only give you our 3 paragraphs on this. Troops have arrested a fleeing foreign suspect believed to be an Arab of Moroccan origin with suspected links to the Islamic State ISIS in Borno State. Security analyst Zagazola Makama, who disclosed this on Tuesday, July the 14th, 2026, said the development comes after troops of Operation Hadinkai successfully repelled a coordinated terrorist attack led by foreign facilitators on Cross Kwawa, some northern space anyway. Military operations across Nigeria's northeast has entered a new phase following the failed attempt by Islamic State West African province to infiltrate the Katawa local government area of Borno State, with troops recording what security sources described as a significant intelligence breakthrough through the arrest of a suspected foreign ISIS operative, the security analyst said. So that's the guy right there. It doesn't even, we all know what all Nigerians look like, and there is nothing about this guy that is like, it's not even a Fulani, it doesn't look like a Shua Fulani. It's a full-blooded Moroccan, heart beaten by the sun. That's why it's so dark. So there it is right there. So that's the international dimension of the insurgency space. So on to this one now. Here is Peter Obi still gaslighting his followers. Reason I may not run for president after 2027. So there is no reason for you. It's going to run in 2027, though, but it's telling you that 2027 will be his last run. There's no reason personal to him that he would not run. The window doesn't open anymore for him. That's just what that is. because of course from 2027 he has to wait another 12 years. So I'm not imagining him turning up in 2031 to tell the Northerners to give up their turn because it's the second coming of whatever second coming he is. Reason I may not run for the president after 2027. Your friend, not mine, Peter Obi. Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress (NDC), has said he is unlikely to contest the presidency after the 2027 general election. Speaking in an interview with media personality Rufai Oseni, the former Anambra State governor said his decision is linked to Nigeria's informal zoning arrangement, which rotates the presidency between the North and the South. For me, it depends on what happens. I don't want to say it because people might think I am saying it because of some people, Obi said. He recalled answering a similar question from a secondary school student, explaining that if he does not become president in 2027, the presidency is expected to shift to the North in 2031. I said, because if I don't run now, by the next time it comes, believing in the zoning formula, it will go to the North. He said, if it goes to the North in 2031, by the time it comes again to the South, I will be 78. And I don't think I will be doing this at that age. He said he could only consider another presidential bid if the presidency remained in the South in 2031, but stressed that such a scenario is unlikely. If it is in the South in the next election, maybe, but the probability is very slim. I don't know until after 2027 election. So that's Peter Obi right there, acknowledging then that he's just chancing his last hand with this goings on here. So this is the Dangote story. Dangote refinery petrol pricing in dollars. What Dangote refineries petrol pricing in dollars mean for Nigerians? So what exactly does it mean? A few paragraphs only from this. Economics analyst Vincent Nwama has provided insight into the broader implication of Dangote Refinery's decision to price petrol, diesel, and aviation fuel in the United States dollar. Speaking with correspondents following the refinery's announcement on Monday, July the 13th, that it had adopted dollar-denominated pricing for refined petroleum products, Nwama said the move was primarily a financial risk management strategy designed to shield the refinery from foreign exchange losses rather than an attempt to compel Nigerians to buy fuel in dollar. It means we are now paying the naira equivalent of the international price of petroleum products. The price could change at any time depending on the exchange rate and the global pricing, he said. He, however, and by the way, Nigeria has exceeded its oil quota for the first time in like about 3 decades, because they've settled what's going on in this is all those times that they captured and dealt with Fubara. This is the result now, us now being able to extract more than our quota in our crude from the South. He, however, warned that the development could expose Nigerians to more frequent changes in fuel prices and deepen the economy's dependency on exchange rate movements. Dangote Refinery on Monday fixed its ex-depot petrol price at 77 cents per liter, whilst diesel was to sell for $1.08 per liter, and aviation fuel for 94 cents per liter, ending the naira-based pricing regime that followed the commencement of the federal government's Naira for Crude initiative in October 2024. According to the refinery, the shift became necessary because a growing share of its crude oil purchases is now denominated. The bulk of Dangote's crude he buys from America. See, it's only a sliver, a small fraction of his crude. Actually, I think maybe about 20%, no more than 20%, if even up to that, no more than 20% of its crude actually comes from Nigeria. So that's why that's the justification is given anyway. According to the refinery, the shift became necessary because a growing share of its crude oil purchases is now denominated in dollars, exposing it to exchange rate risks when refined products are sold in naira. Industry sources said the refinery's decision followed a growing imbalance between the currency used to procure the crude and the currency used to sell refined products. Although the federal government introduced the Naira for Crude arrangement to reduce pressure on foreign exchange demand and stabilize domestic fuel prices, implementation challenges reportedly resulted in a large portion of crude supplies reverting to dollar-denominated transactions. So So even when it was crude for Naira for crude, it was still the pricing was still set in dollars. So the price of crude is set in dollars, but rather than go and find the dollars to buy the crude from Nigeria, they allow him to pay the Naira equivalent of that dollar price for the crude. So that was the Naira for crude arrangement that the government had with Dangote. Although the federal government introduced the Naira for crude arrangement to reduce pressure on foreign exchange demand and stabilize domestic fuel prices, implementation challenges reportedly resulted in a larger portion of crude supplies reverting to dollar-denominated transactions. The refinery said all previously issued Naira-denominated invoices had been withdrawn, with marketers expected to purchase products using new dollar benchmarks. So there it is right there. So that should, of course, result in another spike in our oil prices in Nigeria. So that's that one right there. So this one now, somebody commenting on the ADC INEC saga. Yusuf to Atiku, address ADC crisis, stop blaming INEC. A former member of the House of Representatives, Honorable TJ Yusuf, has urged former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to focus on resolving the internal crisis in the African Democratic Congress ADC rather than blaming the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC for the party's challenges. Yusuf made the call in Abuja on Tuesday, describing Atiku's allegations against INEC chairman Professor Joash Amukwiton as an attempt to shift attention from leadership challenges within the opposition party ahead of the 2027 elections. So let me just give you three more paragraphs. Atiku had alleged that Amukwiton's appointment was aimed at weakening opposition parties by creating divisions within their ranks. Reacting, Yusuf dismissed the claim, saying the political parties must take responsibility for their internal structures, leadership disputes, and decision-making processes. He said, one of Atiku's greatest leadership shortcomings is his inability to recognize the obvious challenges confronting the ADC. Rather than confronting these realities with honesty and taking responsibility, he consistently looks for others to blame. True leadership demands self-reflection, accountability, and the courage to address internal weaknesses before pointing fingers elsewhere. So that's the both grass going on there. Is there anything else? I think that's enough, actually. Let me play you a couple of clips, and then we'll see if anybody turns up for the conversation. Let me play you a couple of clips. Like I said, it's going to be a no frills sort of a session. What's this one? Did you know that Oyo school, Orire local government, the school has resumed back. So here it is the thing. In defiance of the insurgents, the school has resumed back. So that was the first assembly day at the school right there. So you can see them singing songs of praise. What's this one? I've not titled this or what's this one? So sorry, the next one is the head teacher of that school giving account of their experiences in the hands of the insurgents.
The rest of the victim, they will close their mouth, tie it with clothes, and beat them very well. Then the men, they had it worse than us because they were blindfolded, handcuffed, and chained. All of them until they remained.
Was there any form of molestation on anybody?
Sexual molestation? No.
Mrs. Rachel, what next for you? I mean, what is going through your mind? I know your husband can also wait to get you.
I want to see my husband. When I get home, I can think of any other thing. Definitely, it has to be something that will be good for me.
How do you constantly also get the children because they're kids? I mean, how were you able to cope with that?
We set them up. When we started, the first week, they were bringing biscuits for them, maybe to make them comfortable. But along the line, that stopped. Then we had to move from one point to another. That was a major problem we had. When the place is discovered, we have to move. And that starts around 7, 8 in the night. Sometimes we walk for 4 hours. That is most of the bruises you see on our bodies. Yes. They carry the last 3: Salam, Waliyat, and testimony. The girls, the secondary school girls, will carry the girls. The other ones will have to walk. We fall sometimes a lot.
How long did it take you on that day to navigate through that forest?
When we were taken, my car was used to convey us to a point. That was where we met the primary pupils and their teacher. So we had to walk for about 1 hour. They brought bicycle machine and about 10 of them. So we were parked there. And we rode for more than 4 hours on charted paths, but they knew their way.
Madam, when you were released immediately, one of the first things you said was, where is my car, where is my husband? Was there anything that was going on in your mind at that particular time that you wanted an answer to immediately? You don't share with us.
What actually happened? I thought they left the car there. The police would have towed the car to their office, but somebody showed me the car where it was burnt, and that was not the path we took. So I think they drove it to that point before it was touched. That was not the way we took it to.
Will this impact on you negatively in any way as a teacher going forward?
Going to rural area will take the grace of God. You know? With time, I've worked for 28 years. So I have 4 years. With time, maybe I can get over it. But going that far, the distance between that place and the Shore is far already. So I sacrifice a lot when it comes to transportation. Now, coupled with this, I don't know what to happen.
Thank you, ma.
So now it was actually everything that woman said right there struck me, but it was actually the last thing that she said that struck me the most. So they asked her if she was if she still had the confidence to go back to work, and she was saying there that, look, I've worked for 28 years, you know, and I've only got 4 years left to go. So what she's saying there, even with this tragedy, she's still wanting to defend our pension. If the government is able to waive that remaining 4 years and let her go straight to her pension, I think she's happy to take that. And I think she lives in Ogbomoso, and it's only really the zeal for her job that makes her drive all the way from Ogbomoso to a rural area to go and make sure she is educating people. But the other thing that struck me, did you see how well spoken she is? That doesn't even surprise me. Of course, she's an Oyo woman, but that's just a teacher, a head teacher in a rural school. Oh, she will speak to CNN with all of the confidence, Al Jazeera, you know, because she's well spoken, well educated, and very confident in herself. So well done to that teacher. A round of applause for her. A round of applause for the teacher. So now, from that exemplary behavior to one of the most disgusting behaviors you'll ever see. So these are some certain sort of elements in Lagos State. And if you've ever wondered if Lagos will ever survive, wonder no more. Lagos will never survive with people like this. Watch this. When I saw this, I was enraged. I wanted to leap through my screen and give this guy you're about to see. I wanted to leap through my screen and give him a dirty slap. Watch this.
Government. This is the Young Comprehensive College in Okorodu, Select 2 area. You can see what the security is doing, pouring all their debt into the gutter, which leads to the canal. Now they are blaming government for flooding and everything in their area. These are the people that blocked the canal. You can see his face. I want buy on Darcy, you want to care, even with the teachers. The Young Comprehensive College, Ikorodu. I think they still have more.
So there's nothing that classifies that guy as a human being. That guy can only be one thing, and that thing is an animal. So he has been arrested, of course, and I hope he serves a very long time. What sort of brain, what goes on in the head that normalizes that as behavior? What argument will he have that is being badly treated? How can you possibly? So you throw it in the gutter, and then what happens to it? It was a full, bin, a full willy bin of refuse dumped in the gutter right in there in front of the school. That the water will wash it away. The water will wash it away to where? What happens to it? Plastics, all manners of non-biodegradable stuff. Just throw it in the gutter, and that is the thing to do. Just do, and they all have these services that collects the waste, but they just don't want to pay that 5,000 naira. That's a school, by the way, that is teaching our future leaders, etc., etc. The future doctors, lawyers are coming out of that institution, and that is the sort of teaching that goes on there. It's beyond anything I've ever seen. So the last one I'm going to play you now is some very dark man who lives in defense of Femi Gbajabiamila. Watch this.
The chairman, the PCICI something chairman that came to accuse the president chief of staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, of giving him, he said he gave Baja 400 million naira to get him a position, right? At the end of the day, it will interest you people to know that you see all that story, Baja is 100% innocent. 100%. 100%. And that is why you see, I come on myself from the whole thing. I don't even want to talk again. You remember, me and the guy spoke on the phone. And I asked him a lot of questions. That one, when I post, I still get more. But I just come on myself. Do you understand? Go back to the video, the one I posted. Everybody for the country. Bajadwan! 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 I was the only person that asked him a very technical question, because me, I'm somebody that wants to know the truth. I don't do propaganda. I don't do narrative. I want to know the truth because I don't sell lies. I have this influence today because I sell truth and I don't sell lies. And that is why they go up and not they come down. Do you understand? That's why they go up and not they come down. I asked him, we're talking on the call. Then I asked him a question. I said, my brother, you say you gave Baja 400 million. Have you ever met Baja before? Like one-on-one? He said, no, he has never met Baja. I said, okay. Have you ever spoken to Baja on the phone before? He said, no. He said, yes. He said, yes, he has spoken with Baja. I said, on a video call? He said, no. Then I said, anybody could have pretended to be Baja. Then he agreed with me. He said, yes. And that was how a lot of people got to find out that this guy no really talk to Baja. Do you understand? But here's where it gets interesting. The parts where they confuse a lot of people now say, wait, this agency where government talk say it no exist. How come this agency did for our national budget? I was also disturbed by the question, and then I called him again. And then I said, bro, what's up? This thing, how did they find its way for the budget? And then he just told me one or two things. I just said, fuck. Do you understand? It's not in my place to post that one. Do you understand? Even though I understand this same guy, do you understand? This same guy, now him and some corrupt government official. That being said, I'm trying to make a point. Baja, they work for person when I believe say don't spoil the whole country. But in this case, Baja is innocent. A lot of people would have probably just said, yes.
So that's a very dark man right there. I think it's on the redemption journey, giving Gbajabiamila Miller somewhat of a pass. So that's all I have to offer. We've got Yamatanga joining us, known to his friends as Hassan, and the elegance that is Zita. So those are the assembled so far. Anyone else that wants to hop on. Thanks for joining Hassan and Zita. Good to have you here. Let's start it off, kick it off with Hassan because he's joining us from Maiduguri. That's not what I wanted. This was what I wanted. Yes. Hassan, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I don't know if my audio is okay. If it's not, I'll just remove the blue.
No. It's quite decent actually. So carry on. Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. It's been a while.
Yes. What happened? Are you unhappy with us? Are you upset? What did we do?
No. Actually, I've been traveling. I've had a traumatic experience some months back, and I had to disengage with work and all that.
Yes.
And then I did travel a bit around Africa, but I'm back now. So and I've gone back to work. So now everything is okay.
Are you still in Maiduguri?
I just landed in Gombe today. But I'll be in Maiduguri. I have one or two things to do in Southern Borno. Now it's better to come to Gombe to get to Southern Borno than go to Maiduguri and have to travel another 8 hours by road to get to Southern Borno because you have to take a detour. You cannot just travel from within Maiduguri, which is the usual route is an hour 30 minutes. So it's just the situation.
Yeah, but you know my sentiments. I want you out of that Maiduguri. It's just not safe for you anymore. Just get out of that place, man. Go to Lagos or Abuja. Yeah, you have the skill set to be able to live anywhere or come abroad, even. But get out of that Maiduguri, man. Maiduguri is not conducive. It's not conducive for human living. Maiduguri.
I have a plan to. Well, I'm contracted so I need to finish that contract and it will end in 2028 and January 2028. Yes, so when I'm done with that part, I have an opportunity to relocate to Abuja or Port Harcourt. But then that is by the way. Let's get back to the issues at hand. First of all,
all right. Let's do it this way. Let's do 5-7 minutes monologue so everybody gets to speak. So you kick it off. 5-7 minutes.
Okay. Good. First of all, Larry, how are you? It's been a while. I greet you, Madam Zita. I greet you, Bishop. I also greet you, and I hope everybody is doing very, very well. I see that a lot of us obviously are touched by the horrible experiences that these kids have to go through in Oyo, and credits to everybody that did what they can, pressuring the government, you know, um, providing local intelligence, all that. But one set of people who I don't think they get the credit that they deserve is the Nigerian military. I just hope, and as you were speaking about it one man, I was uh, paying attention to see whether you would actually say something or acknowledge the sacrifice and what it took to get to do this. But anyway, well done to them too, and we still pray for them and hope for the best. We know what they are capable of, but we know also the kind of entanglements that our geopolitical realities and the neo-colonial order that we exist under as an African state that puts limitations on us. However, if there is hope for Nigeria, I think our last line of defense, the only institution that represents the possibility for Nigeria surviving is the Nigerian army. And may God bless them, and may God continue to protect them, and may God help them to deliver and reach their true potential.
Amen to
Having
that.
said that, I want to pivot to Bada's case.
No,
You
before
see,
you pivot to, sorry, Hassan, before you pivot to Badabiamila, so we saw this national outcry against what happens to those kids in Oyo State. We saw the government agitated and moved by it. We saw the deployment of the vast accoutrement of the Nigerian security apparatus. We saw the deployment of technology. We saw the best brains within the army. We saw kids, all manners of kids in forest. They were even coming in via the rivers. They cordoned them off, hemmed them in. They went and investigated their family, and within less than 2 months, all these kids were returned mostly unharmed. I think they lost 2 people, but really an unequivocal success. So we saw that. So why don't we see that when it happens in Borno, in Zamfara, in Gombe?
yes, okay.
Is it the case that the presidency only cares about its own kit and kin, its own tribes people?
I wouldn't want to say that is exactly the case. I think it's a multitude of factors that definitely contributes. Okay, but I don't think that is exactly the case. What is happening within the Nigerian army is the fact that we have this capability of special forces who can do this kind of raids. Just as you imagine, say, the SAS in the British Army, or the Delta Force, or the Navy SEALs in the United States Army, a special commando force trained to carry out this kind of. But just look at the theaters that these guys are operating. They are understaffed, and those who possess these peculiar capabilities are actually needed, like in 10 different places at the same time. If you were to be told the real number of people who are in captivity right now, there is no magic like that can be done to as a human being. It is just impractical. The numbers, uh, it, and it cannot cover. They cannot cover. Just the sheer volume of the crisis all over the place. And regarding Borno and Yobe, I think a lot of time when we come and discuss what is happening in Nigeria regarding whether it is Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen, and all that, usually that discussion is tainted by people looking at it through ethnic, religious, regional sentiments, and that is deliberate, because it's either you are consuming Western media and you believe everything hook, line, and sinker, or maybe you are consuming another media that is anti-Western and all that. Whatever it is that is the case within Nigeria's media space, and there doesn't seem to be anything that actually protects the interest of Nigerians and try to tell Nigerians the real situation of the matter and why this insecurity persists. You would have maybe read from on, I don't know, it's been a while that I've been here, that the United States military that were deployed in Borno, they've up and left, you know, and but then there's this media silence. Nothing from the presidency, nothing from the NSA. Uh, Everything came from the United States. During uh, an African meeting that um, it was just so embarrassing and the way everything happened. But then uh, this is the reality around what is happening with Boko Haram. These issues with the economies of war, and because we are not, an island. I've said this several times, but I'm going to divulge something to you now. After the United States Army that is in Borno left, a few people discovered an anomaly using Google Earth. And that anomaly was that there was a particular part of um, place, very just close to the border of Nigeria and Niger, at the extreme end, close to the Lake Chad. And that used to be a settlement, actually. It should be, say, a semi urban, kind of settlement very close to the fishing town of Baga. That the name of the place is Geshigar. Geshigar. So even if you use Google Earth right now, you can uh, just go and look at Geshigar. So what actually happened was that some people noticed that there are some places around that place that were blurred, and that place being blurred, just raised some suspicions. And well, if what the access that you have is only with the United States GPS, then you won't know anything. Then after a few days, somebody from the open source intelligence, it may be from the Russian satellite or the Chinese satellite, who knows? But a clear HD picture of the exact same place and coordinates was exposed, was leaked, and online. And one man, um, I'm saddened to tell you that a very huge pit of mining pits, uranium mining pits, two actually, um, have been dug and seem to be operational. And there is no way, I don't, our government don't know this, but then everything is, it's not what it seems. It's abracadabra. This issue of repentant Boko Haram being rehabilitated, all the time people blame the Borno state government or Buhari's regime, or even Tinubu now that is president, still continues to do it. Why? Because these conditions are placed on them to do this. They don't have a choice, you know. And with what we've seen in Mali, and you were talking about a Moroccan or a foreigner or whatever. If you dig deep into these people, uh, on the surface, because our media space is just managed by uh, people who want to manage narrative and control Nigerians and ways of thinking, you'll think that this
Sorry, Hassan, four more minutes. 4 more minutes. Yeah. So,
oh, sorry, you think that this Moroccan, and they have not provided any evidence apart from to say that he is Moroccan. I will put it to you, one man, just hypothetically, if this man were to be French, or if this man were to be, say, um, an RSF, member. The RSF what they are, right? So they are affiliated with the United Arab Emirates, who are affiliated with Israel, who are doing their bidding. I will tell you that if hypothetically this man was that, there is no way our government can come out and say that yes, he is this. But in Mali, 18 Ukrainian dead bodies, six French dead bodies amongst Boko Haram. Now, what would be the link between Ukrainians and French intelligence and Boko Haram? That is that. We already know how our Ministry of Solid Minerals does everything off the book. I don't know if you've noticed, there was some form of scandal around the government paying this man that I was telling you some months back, who was a former governor and a sitting senator, who is now the richest politician in Nigeria that has never been president. He is the richest politician because when he wanted to challenge Akpabio for the Senate presidency, the seat of the Senate presidency, Akpabio actually didn't have the confidence to go dollar to dollar with him. Tinubu had to intervene and calm him down. Now, this is the man that, without any explanation, the government pays at the minimum 150 billion naira to him every month. And also, our we lived in this echo chamber of Arise channels, NTA, and all that, which from my own understanding, these are just media houses that, from the manner of their, they never get to the root of our problems in the first instance. And it seems to me that a lot of people are just brainwashed to look at the West as if that is the all and be all of what must happen and what we must do and all that. Let me not just take too much time. I think uh, uh, I've said quite enough for now, and there are a lot of people.
Did you
Guys,
want to take a minute to touch on Gbadia? I think you wanted to pivot to Gbadia before
yes. The thing with Badami and Miller, one man is okay. I look at it this way, right? What detectives do actually when they investigate people around when there is suspicion or of the person committing a crime is, first is that they look at history, and they, what do they, why is it important to look at your history if you've had a record of criminality? Because the human being is a creature of habits, and you fall into traits that becomes, something that is quite routine, then it becomes habit. And it goes so deep into your subconscious that when you even commit the crime, you may not know it because it's now a personality trait. So you may think you are smart and all that, but uh, it's going to show because when they look at your history, uh, even if they go to your community, there's that guy, that one a big parao. You don't see person for one time, they don't catch another time in do this. Now, Baja has case already in the United States. Okay, let's even forget about that. Ever since and I don't even want to talk about his rodeo in the House of Assembly. But ever since he got into the Aso Rock, one man, I think this is like the third or fourth time of similar, um, you know, um, stuff coming out about Baja, somehow manipulating candidates who are not supposed to get the. And I know there are cases. There was one time a Borno boy was given some ministry that the president had to, revoke. And there was another time too that a ministerial position also influenced by Baja raised concerns, and then something was done about it. Um, like, if there is smoke, there must be fire. I'm not saying that there is perfect evidence, but from my vantage point and of what I know and I've seen, my hunch is that Bada is not a good person, and he's a liability to the president, because the presidency doesn't need. What is he looking for? Just being that close to power is enough for you to be set for life. If not that you have, criminals, apart from just being criminals, can be also greedy. There's a level of greed that is criminal. I think Bada has that pathology. So let me just leave it at that. But it's just a hunch. Let's leave it at that. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Good to have you back. By the way, I hope you enjoyed your travels and all that. So thank you, Hassan. Stay with us for as long as you can. We go from Baja to Zita, who's also with us. So Zita, apologies there. You came in first, but we've not heard from Hassan in a while. So we wanted to give him that window. Yeah.
One man, there is
Yes.
a lot of things you have to apologize for.
Right.
I need to address something in your platform.
Okay.
I've been coming to your platform for 3 years now, if my calculation is accurate.
Yes. Yeah, one of the pillars of the platform.
And don't give me that anyway. I happen to be the only woman standing so far. I am somebody who gives my submission. I don't attack people. I can chip in into something you said, but not attacking you. I don't like what happened the other day. I was giving a submission. Somebody asked for interjection. I gave him interjection. He interjected the first time. I continued. He asked for a second interjection. I gave him. He interjected. He was still repeating himself. Why I was still repeating myself? And I said, that's enough. Can I have my time back? And it turned out to be a warning to me. Woman, let me say this. I know that we don't actually do study people. It is actually ridiculous for anybody to be in one-man platform and the person think he can shove his opinion or his fact or his submission down my throat. I am the last person anybody will do that to. I don't even know where the person will get that guts to shove down his opinion down my throat. You give your submission, I give my submission. One man, I have had enough of men in your platform attacking me because I am not in line with what they believe in. I have my own opinion. You have yours. As I said before, what is happening in Nigeria when it comes to massive kidnapping is a shenanigan. It has been happening for so many years now. The same pattern. People were running to schools, pick children, pick humans in large quantity. And I begin to think with my little head, so they call it, the logistics of moving those people from the place they pick them to another place. And I said, if our military and our government have not been able to find a way to stop that thing at the logistic, then it is a shenanigan. Perfect, wonderful rescue, blah, blah, blah. I conclude by saying, they should please leave children out of that their shenanigan. I stand by it. And I double and triple and quadruple on it. They should leave small children out of that their shenanigan. Next time, they should go to the market, go to the military, pick them as they used to. But those children, nobody. They should not take their shenanigan to nursery and primary schools. I beg them in the name of whatever they worship. And one man, let me repeat myself again. Anybody in your platform that think they can shut me up, I begin to think, where did that person get that gut from to shut me up on my own opinion? One man, talk to them more. I'm not going to tolerate that next time. And I mean it. I'm not going to tolerate that next time.
I wasn't even here. I think you are talking about today.
One man, I'm not done yet. It's my time. If I use my time to finish this, I will be fine.
Oh, hold on, Zeta. Let me just
Everybody in this platform knows me. I am not a stranger in this platform. And they know how I do my submission. At a point, because of insult and abuse, I stop people from interjecting me. I say, give your opinion, I give my opinions. Do your submission, I do my submission, I walk away. But you people say that's wrong. Somebody need to push me. And then somebody is telling me, let him warn me. Zeta, warn me on my own opinion. The person they grace, you are warning me on my own opinion. What is going on now? What is this, one man?
All right, Zeta.
I will no longer speak in your platform. Somebody will want to shut me up to the extent of telling me, let him warn me on my opinion, on my own submission at my time.
All right, Zeta.
Talk to them, I know go take a next time. I don't talk finish.
Yeah, let me just come in for a moment. You know, the day you stop speaking on this platform is the day that we just shut the platform down, because we only really open up to hear your voice. So that's one thing. And also, the one thing we defend passionately on this platform is the right to free speech. You know, you can say whatever it is that you like now. The only thing that I don't especially like is panelists insulting each other. That's not acceptable, because these are people giving up their time to come and educate and inform and hang out with us. So because every panelist is a treasure to the platform. So that's that as well. And I don't especially disagree with you, because I've asked that question too. That especially all those right from the Chibok girls have been asking that question. That how, in fact, the headmistress of that school in Oyo State, she was speaking to some of the logistics. How is it possible for about 10, 20 people to herd, HERD to herd about 300 people of mixed gender and age, all the way through a community deep into the forest, and nobody is triggered, nothing is alarmed? So that has always puzzled me more than anything else. So even in this instance, you say there are about 40, 50 people, maybe this is manageable, but usually when they go and do all these things, they will corral about 200-300 people and herd them through whichever community they are abducting them from, deep into the forest. So these people are agitated, they are crying, they are wailing, they are gnashing, all of these things. And the logistics just doesn't make any sense. It does. It's either yes. There's a space in between all of these things that is not being properly explained, and that space really lies within that logistics. So I can see why you call it a shenanigans, because there's some untowardness. There's some. There's no consistency in it. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, you know. And I also agree with you, by the way, that if it is a shenanigan, then please leave the children out of it. In fact, leave everybody out of it, but leave especially the children out of it. So I don't disagree with you on that as well. But you know, people push opinions on this platform. This is what we are known for. This is our unique selling point. This is our USP. But what we always try to insist on is there are two things we insist on. So maybe it's been a long time since we spoke about the rules. So maybe we should reaffirm the rules again. So whoever has the floor has the coordination of that floor. So if anybody wants to interject with whoever has the floor, it's not the host that gives the permission for you to interject, it's the speaker. And when you are interjecting, please don't go on some long, elaborate essay. An interjection is just a short little insertion into somebody's thought patterns, so that they can take your short little insertion and then carry on. So don't speak for longer than the person that you are interjecting now. Just short and sharp and to the point, so that they can bring it home and then the next person speaks. So that's one. And then the speaker has the right to interject as well. And if the interject can even push against your opinion, but the one thing that we have to insist over and above everything else is just respect. You know, there has to be. And another thing we insist on is free language, is free speech. So we have to insist on free speech, however offensive it is. So long as the free speech is not to the abuse of a panelist, then we have to insist on free speech. People can say whatever it is that they like, especially about politicians and political situations, because this is why I always laugh when people say, don't say this about Obi, don't say that about Obi. If Obi doesn't want to be spoken bad about, then it will go back to Anambra and go and farm. If you bring yourself into the public space, then you're opening yourself up for opinions that might well not be palatable to your senses. So, but we insist on that free speech. Politicians are fair game. Of course, we don't want vulgar language, of course, and I know and suspect that all of us are sophisticated enough not to use vulgar language. But politicians and political situations are fair game. If somebody wants to call Tinubu a fool, they can call Tinubu a fool. He chose to present himself as a public figure, so he will have to take that. And Tinubu doesn't even, he knows the terrain. He's not affected by it, so why should we be? If I want to call Peter be a dummy, which I do all the time, it is he wants to be my president, Peter Obi, so that his decision will affect me. No, you're laughing. So that entitles me an opinion on him, good or bad. You know, so that's just the thing. So we have to insist on free speech as well, but then we have to rely on each other to have the elegance to manage that free speech in a way that is not vulgar or excessively offensive. So those are just the broad strokes of the rules. I thought we were all on board with the rules, but the one thing is that no panelist should feel intimidated. Nobody should be hamstrung. Nobody should tell somebody how or what not to say. If it's offensive, you might say, "Oh, do you want to rephrase that? Because that's not especially the language I like." And then maybe you call the host of the attention of whoever is moderating to it. But let's not always turn it into some endless battle. So hopefully, the interjection has to stay because that is what really drives the platform. But hopefully we'll do it elegantly. But apologies if we offended Zeta, but that's politics comes with passion, and sometimes that passion spills over. So we have very strong personalities on this platform. These are alpha people in whatever environments they function in privately. So sometimes that spills over as well. So it's just the tapestry of the place. So don't take it to heart, and I'm sure you are not, Zeta. So that's that. So did you have any thoughts on Badabia Amila before we move on to Larry and then Bishop? Zeta?
Still have time.
Yeah, you can. I know you were venting your spleen now, so now give us a submission on
okay, there is something you said. You were showing one clip like that. I didn't see it. It was about somebody was saying something. One man with red cap.
No, there was no man with red cap. There was very dark man that was trying to somewhat exonerate Badabia Amila. I think he may well have collected some dollars. And then I played a clip of that school. They've resumed again in Orire local government area, which is a round of applause for them. And then there was one guy that decided to throw the contents of his bin into the gutter, which really it jarred me somewhat. And then I'm not quite sure what's the last one. Is it this one?
No, it was the other one. The guy was it was in Agbada. I think it was one of the first things. One, the first clip you showed in your this thing before I stepped out.
Oh, was it from Channels TV, Seyi Makinde?
Maybe.
All right. Yes, that was Seyi Makinde who was insisting that the kidnapping, the abduction in Orire local government was a shenanigan. That was just what that was.
Oh, he also said it was a shenanigan.
No, that's his own angle. Now he's inviting the United Nations to come and investigate it because
I'm not a fan of Seyi Makinde,
yes,
but I think they have come to a time when, because that type of kidnapping is actually ridiculous and stupid. One man, you see, those children were taken away. Yes, they've been rescued, but we Africans have a way of subduing our emotional and psychological problems. And then in future, it makes us useless. Those children need some psychological treatment. Honestly, sincerely speaking, because I don't know what Seyi Makinde was doing, but I'm not a fan of Seyi Makinde, though he was my friend. But don't you think there are supposed to be an outside look into in this, just as you said before, in this attitude of becoming aware of life in Nigeria, that some group of ragtags idiots will run into a village and pack people in a truck and drive away. For years now, they've not changed their pattern. No, it's not that they have changed their pattern. It's the same pattern, the same way of kidnap. So you think they should not call people? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I agree with you broadly. I was unmuting myself and then remuting. I agree
Yeah,
with you broadly.
I don't know what you mean by
Sorry.
United Nations, but I
No,
think
no. In this instance, Seyi Makinde is playing politics. Seyi Makinde declared his intention to run for the presidency on the 14th of May. He declared he came out and said he was running on an alliance of a faction of the PDP and on the party called APM, and it's going to be their candidates to run for the presidency. That was on the 14th of May. Now, on the 15th of May, those children were abducted. So he's now forming a correlation between his announcement the day before and then the children being abducted the day after. So he's saying it's too much of a coincidence and it's a contrived move to undermine his presidential ambitions. That's how he sees it. And that's
okay,
what underpins all this. Yeah.
yeah. One man, you see, when Jonathan own happened, they said they politicize it. There was a situation. It depends on you as a politician to do with it what you want to do with it. It's not an assumed situation. When they took the Chibok girls, the difference between Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Jonathan was that Jonathan denied it. Honestly, sincerely speaking, that's the only difference. He denied it for months. They were playing bruba, 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 bruba with that incident until it went global. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not denying it. He's doing something about it. But my own thing in it, any politician can do whatever he wants to do with the situation. If he's going to use it to play the drum that will kick Tinubu out of Aso Rock, I wish him luck. Because, of course, they did it in 2015. When Jonathan was denying and the whole thing went about, people started seeing Jonathan as an imbecile, an idiot. And they hit that drum. They hit it and hit it so loud. They make appropriate use of that situation. And it was one of the reasons why he got kicked out, if I may say. Even if it is not, but they made appropriate use of that situation. So if any politician in today Nigeria decide to be asking questions like, why is this trend still on? That since after the Chibok girls, it has been a thing in Nigeria that some idiots will walk into a community, walk into a school, and pack people in a bus or in a truck or in a car and move away. And then the news will be, hey, they kidnapped 152. Let's start looking for them. We bring them back. What kind of shenanigans is that? Come on now. We have a military. We have a government. And when I say things like that, somebody will say, don't you, warning me, I don't even know where you people get that guns that you can shut me up or warn me when they crazy. One man, your platform, I go, they come on. If they want to boss, we go, they do. No wahala. The next topic, I beg. He said, this guy
All
is
right.
idioting.
All right. Let me give you one more, and then we'll move it around with Larry and then Bishop. So Dangote is actually. Do you remember that crude for Naira deal that the government has had with Dangote? So it looks as though they've not been able to handle it properly. That's now come to it's now a hot mess that just completely crashed. So Dangote is now insisting that the oil marketers now have to buy the crude in dollars. And a lot of people are agitated by that because that would then subsequently put pressure on the dollar with the CBN again. So what are you making of this move by Dangote?
One man, where is he getting his crude?
The bulk of his crude actually it comes from America.
Okay.
It doesn't get that much from Nigeria, I don't think.
Okay, so he buys crude in dollar. Why are you telling him to sell in Naira? Come on now. When your government decide that all the crude that come from Nigeria, they will sell it in dollar, and then give him a little to buy in Naira, probably, and then he has to go outside and source, knowing fully well that we are in the world of petrodollar. Anywhere you see that thing is going to be sold in dollar. Forget about all this drama media and some country are doing. It's gonna sell in dollar. And then when he buy in dollar, he will come and refine and then sell to them in a common. I bet that shouldn't be an argument. If they want him
the only thing is that the crude that he gets from Nigeria is more than 3-4 times what we actually consume. So he gets more than enough to satiate the Nigerian market from the Nigerian crude.
Okay, if you do it like that, I will advise him, because I know they listen. He should refine that one you people sold to him in Naira and say to Nigeria, when it is done, he stops it and continues selling the other one he bought from wherever he paid dollar to bring it and sell those ones in dollar. Don't you think that will solve the problem? Because you cannot be running a government like this now. Come on. Actually, when they were saying that doing subsidy,
I think that Dangote takes too much advantage of Nigeria. And
monopoly is not a gift. It's an art. If he perfects the act of monopoly, so be it. Because others were there. Everybody was there when that man was struggling to build that refinery. Even some Nigerians were beating the drum of setting it ablaze. Even some communities doesn't want to see somebody like him. But he perfected that act. And today, he's going to use that monopoly. It's as simple as ABC. I'm looking forward to another Nigeria challenging him. Because a lot of people like Desani Alison Madeke, the 20 or 40 billion she's holding somewhere, she should come and use it to build refinery. There's nothing stopping her from doing that. Dangote need a competitor. They should give him one or even 3. Come on now.
I certainly agree with that. So I agree
business
with that.
Is one man. You remember when you say the meaning of business, when you write the meaning of business, at the end of the meaning, the last word there is to make profit, period.
Yeah,
the moment they say to make profit,
not
they
to
put period.
Though. I think Prince wants to interject you, and then round off after that, and then we're going to Larry.
Yeah. Okay, Larry's turn. Yeah, I have.
What your interjections carefully, because Zita is here with
Prince is never rude. He has never forced his opinion down my throat.
Yeah,
any day he try it, when me and him go do bus here. I don't care.
Yes, Zita is here with our Koboko. So if you don't want Koboko, but although Prince sounds like somebody that might be partial to a bit of Koboko, they do that in Soho. People are actually paid to be whipped. Sorry, Prince, carry on.
Okay, one man. Did you see my comments on the comment section, one man? Anyway,
you made the award for interjectors.
Yes. No.
You get that crown anyway, because you're always polite and to the point.
Exactly. Not to take 10 minutes to interject. But anyway, my question quickly to Madam Zita's point. Yes, Dangote spent his time, resources, and everything to become what he is today. But at the end of the day, we cannot allow him to abuse the consumers. At the end of the day, it comes down to we, the consumers, because he spent his resources and effort to get there. Doesn't mean you have the opportunity to abuse the consumers. I mean, don't you think so?
You see, Prince, sometimes when you look at some certain situations, you as the government should try and bring everything to the middle. You know, he gain, you gain. But when you are doing it, that all his effort and all his dream it has put together in life, you want to lash onto it and make him lose some money. I don't think that's going to work. There is a way the government will run this petroleum show. They will meet, them and Dangote will meet in the middle and everybody will be very happy. They don't want to do that because when I talk now, I said you people should scrap NNPC. Una no green, but that's okay. Dangote, enjoy your monopoly until the day that they're ready to do the Prince. They have to come to the middle. That's all I can tell you. They have to come meet themselves in the middle. But if the government is trying to go this way and Dangote is going to go this way, definitely Nigerians are the ones that are going to suffer. But they have to come to the middle. Dangote will have to lose something, not too much. Government have to lose something, not too much. That way, everybody will be happy. But telling Dangote to go to US of all places to get crude and come and refine it and sell in Naira, Mbano. Prince, even if now your brother, you know, go green now. I think I've answered your question.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Zita. So from Zita, we're going to Larry. Larry, floor is yours. Larry.
Hey, woman.
Gagba, Alpha.
How are you?
What not this? When I grow up, I want to have a thick baritone like you. I think your voice is almost to the quality of Baba's voice, but nobody's voice is to the quality of Baba's voice.
No, not as deep as Baba's voice. So let me say one or two things about Dangote. I think Dangote wants to be smart by half. And probably because I've been following him, particularly his exploits within Africa, what he's been trying to do. And he thinks he's smart, and he's not smart. No, he's not smart. I don't have a problem. Dangote can decide to sell his for any amount he wants to sell it. But where he wants to be smart is you want to be the decider, the alpha and omega of everything that happened within that space, which is not possible. No government will allow that. You are quick to quickly go to the court that you want to stop government from issuing import license. And at the same time, you want to be the decider of how much price of petrol will be in Nigeria. No, it can never happen. No country can ever allow that. And I think what government is going to do is Dangote, do whatever you want to do, but you can't stop us from issuing import license. If people can bring it in at a cheaper price, then they should be able to bring it in. You can't say, oh.
So sorry, Larry, but the Constitution actually stops the government from issuing, the Petroleum Industry Act stops the government from issuing import licenses.
No.
It does. Because that law says that they can only issue import license if there's not sufficient enough domestic production to meet the country's demand, which Dangote more than meets the country's demand.
Woman, when you want to read the law, right, you don't read the law in isolation, right? You don't read the law in isolation. While you are talking about that, there is also something we call consumer protection, right? Don't look at it from the point of, if you're looking at it from the point of the Petroleum Industry Act gives Dangote ability to do that. No. There's also something we call consumer protection. And there's something we call energy security, right? So Dangote, I don't have a problem. And you see, it is being everywhere, right? Oh, they are not. It's not like they are not giving this guy fuel in naira, crude in naira. They are giving him crude in naira. You, Dangote, have you been able to tell us that the crude that you're being given in naira only goes to Nigeria alone? No. You sell outside, you make dollars, and Nigeria sells for you. They still give you crude in naira. You went to Kenya, you are pledging everywhere. You want to build refinery. You want to build 700,000 capacity refinery here. You want to build so capacity refinery here. Mr. Dangote, ensure that the one you have, right, can actually be run in such a way that you won't even put a lot of pressure on Nigerians. I really pity Nigerians. I need to be very candid with you. I really pity Nigerians with what is actually happening there. Because what Dangote is currently doing, I am very sure it cannot happen in this country I live in. No. Nobody can hold the country hostage. Nobody. Because it's so easy now for you to be able to, because Dangote himself brought the pricing template. He was the one that brought it, and that's where he shot himself. He was the one that brought the pricing template. Well, okay,
sorry, Larry. I disagree with you. In the country that you live, the military equipment manufacturers, they've held America hostage for a very long time, and they still do.
No, hear what you said. You said the military equipment. Who is the consumer of that? Is it me and you? Are we the consumer of the military equipment?
Of course. The taxpayers are not the ones
no.
putting the bill.
Government is the consumer of military equipment. Can I wake up one day and say I want to go and buy military equipment?
Well, not when they're abusing. Listen, it's not when they're abusing the consumers, because what they're selling to the government is at the expense of the consumers. They overspend or they overcharge the government, and we have to pay the taxes to the bill.
See, Prince Daddy, the example you're actually using, it's not the same, right? While governments cannot open military equipment, because basically, I don't know if you've worked for government before in this country, right? There is a level of security that you still need to have for you to be able to handle some of those things. So obviously, government cannot open it to everybody. But that's actually different, because government is the consumer, right? Government can decide what they want to do. But in this case now, the citizens are the consumers. And I'm not even saying, I'm not against Dangote. Dangote wants to sell his for 2,000, right? Yeah, he can go ahead and sell it. But there has to be alternatives. And that alternative, he can't use the courts to block the alternative and at the same time wants to decide what he wants to do. No, it can never happen anywhere. Because what Dangote is basically doing, because he has everything planned out. When the PIA was in National Assembly, he put on his boys were everywhere, the senators, they did a lot of things, they passed a lot of things, they put it in the PIA. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. It's, you negotiate, you do your everything, he's a businessman, he can do whatever he wants to do. But where I do not support, right, is the fact that blocking everybody. No, government needs to import lights. The only thing government just needs to do, sit down with other refineries, sit down with Abdul Samad, the one Abdul Samad is doing in Akwa Ibom, I think it's Akwa Ibom or somewhere. Sit down with him, understand how long it will take for that project.
When is it ever going to be ready? Anyway, it's been doing that now it's been near completion for 3 years now.
No. See, do you know the progress of it? You don't know now. So is the business, he can decide.
No, what I do know is that for 3 years he has been telling us it's near completion.
So Dangote zone, how many years did Dangote zone take for it to start operation?
Yes, now, but Dangote is biggest in the world now, and that Abdul's is a Torokob or something is doing.
No. That means you've not really been following that space. That refinery is not a mono refinery. It's something, right? It's a big refinery too. So, but until then, because our other refinery, the government refinery, obviously is not working. So government needs to look for a way. And if NNPC wants to go and import themselves, they should go and import. Because the only thing people are actually clamoring for is that it's a lot on people. Let's just be candid with ourselves. I don't have a problem. Dangote, a businessman, do your business. Because I'm also a businessman. I can do whatever I want to do with my business, right? But I do not control the market. I can't control the market. Because you said you want to, because the whole essence of this is deregulation, right? Once you want to deregulate, and the whole essence of deregulation is ability to allow markets to decide itself, not oligarchy. There's different, and a lot of people do not really understand that thing. Dangote is moving us to a terrain where it will push you to a terrain where you will not even be able to escape. And that's where Dangote is basically trying to push Nigeria to. And no government will ever allow that. So he should do whatever he wants to do. Oh yeah, I want to start selling in this, I want to start selling in that. Yes, he should do whatever. He should also not use court. I hope the judges are listening. They should not allow all those things. Let Dangote sell. If Nigeria is not the best market for him, he can say he's currently selling to other neighboring countries, right? He can sell to them, make money, which is good. So he should also allow Nigerians, if they say, oh, Dangote's fuel is in terms of quality, yes, people can still maintain the other ones that the quality is not as high as his own. So that's it's still, it's not an excuse. Nigeria they've been using fuel before Dangote refinery actually came. So when Dangote refinery comes, so people will still continue to live, because it's not really easy. Let's not deceive ourselves. It's not really easy for people. And people are really clamoring for because that is a key determinant of a lot of pricing in Nigeria. Fuel price is a determinant. The multiplier effect of increase in fuel price goes along everywhere. That's one of the key drivers of inflation in Nigeria. So he should do whatever he wants to do. Now, let me quickly talk about Seyi Makinde. You see, Seyi Makinde is a clown.
Yeah, 3 more minutes, Larry. 3 more minutes.
Yeah. I'll just wrap up now. Seyi Makinde, to me, I think he's just a clown. Because you can always talk about, I don't control military, I don't control this, I don't control that. But there's still a lot that you can still do. And I think it's just an insult on the people that lost their lives, on the people that put in the effort and everything, even when you as a governor, when you are supposed to lead, right? And when they are supposed to be behind you, you were not even available. And it's even an insult on people that have been in captivity for days. And even when they've not even been made to meet their family, reintegrate them with their family, you are coming out, it's because of your own, your presidential, to hell with his presidential ambition, to hell with him and his presidential ambition. Oh, it's because of his presidential ambition. Who cares? Who cares about his presidential ambition? Who cares about his personal ambition? His ambition is his personal thing. He wants to be president. You can decide to say, oh, you want to be this, you want to be that. That's your personal ambition. Who cares about that? And if you look at what has actually been happening, this guy has basically been, campaign has been going on, he's been doing all sorts of things and everything. And they still, at the end of the day, the federal government still, appreciate him. At least he's the governor. They still did the right thing, made most those people to go and meet him, to at least to look as if he's doing something. He came out and said international community. And I don't like this. I don't know the obsession of Nigeria with all this. Any small thing, international community. Which international community? I don't even understand. Any small thing. We are calling on the international community. We are calling on the which international community anywhere? So you expect international community to come and sit down with you and start looking at what actually happened. Why didn't you call that international community when those kids were held in captivity? Why not call for help? In as much as you can always call for help, you can call international communities to come in. Why didn't you call for international community then? Why didn't you call international community when we all, as Nigerians, were watching how somebody was being beheaded? Why didn't you call for international community at that point? At that point, I saw that a lot of people were so emotional. Oh God, oh, what is it? At the end of the day, I felt there should be a lot of enthusiasm that people should be happy now. They're asking questions. What kind of questions is there? What kind of question are they asking? And nobody's even talking about
sorry, Larry. I said somewhere that a lot of people did not actually, and I even narrowed the people down to the obedient space, that they did not want those children returned. And they nearly took my head off when I said that. But clearly, if you watch the response to the rescue of these children, they are just trying to rubbish it. Nobody is applauding it's as though people are upset that those children were rescued. Clearly, there are certain elements that did not want those children rescued.
No. I think the problem is one of the rescue of the students, right? Kind of like killed one of their campaign slogan. That's exactly what happened. So a lot of them were waiting to use that as one of their key campaign slogan. And
sorry, Larry. There was actually something I came across earlier on today. There were protests planned for Independence Day or some big events coming that they were going to protest against this for these children. So they had already said that organized it, and then these children have been rescued. So whoever is sponsoring the protest was asking for his money back, but then they'd already spent it. So it's a whole industry around this sort of protest.
One man.
Yeah.
So you are seeing the shenanigan.
It's a nonsense. There's a whole ecosystem. The whole that whole space. The bandits is an ecosystem. The protesters, very dark man, he's making hundreds of millions from this sort of goings on. And then the politicians are also making currency. It's a whole economy by itself.
Why are you picking on very dark man alone? How about Showore? Protest economy.
Yeah, but Showore is not making very black man is making bank off the back of this sort of thing.
No,
when he went to
Showore, very dark man has kicked off Showore now. Showore is no longer making much.
Very dark man is the new Showore now. When he went to Oyo State to go and collect money from Seyi Makinde because of these girls, did you not see him? Very dark man.
No. It's just that very dark man is eating into Showore's space. That's always been Showore's space for a long time. Where Showore gets his money, donor, and all those things. So very dark man came and trying to hit into that space. That's why you see that every day it's Showore versus very dark man. You see everything, even the very dark man, everything that actually happened. You can see the whole thing now, how the whole thing was planned, right? They came, Seyi Makinde, addressed them as if he's doing something and everything. Everything is. Let me steal Madam Zita's word, shenanigan. It's so obvious. So for me, Seyi Makinde, even if I don't want anybody, Seyi Makinde, no, you can't escape it. You can't escape it. One man is okay for me. You can go to the next person.
Yes, I'll go on from you to Bishop. But before I go to Bishop, let me just ask you very brief answer to this. Do you think how Seyi Makinde, this Seyi Makinde, do you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of Atiku Abubakar back in 2023 when he had two missteps, the Deborah Samuel misstep and how he mismanaged the Wike space that then ultimately led to him being just a figure of mirth and mockery. So do you think how Seyi Makinde... Huh?
You must go. Which is you must go.
You must go, yes. So do you think this incident is also that Atiku moment for Seyi Makinde where he has misread the tempo? I think it's lost in his own importance. He thinks his presidential declaration, which is just a nonsense, the guy won't get votes beyond the Ibadan now. So he thinks that he prioritized that over and above the lives of these children. Do you think that he made that miscalculation that finally damns his political career and he ends up as just a nonsense guy?
No, I think the problem with Seyi Makinde is there's a lot of tension. He has lost a lot from his base. His key guys have left his base. And he actually felt, what happened in 2023, where he was a broker in Oyo State, right? There has to be a deal. And that deal is not coming this time around. And even his foot soldiers, a lot of them are actually leaving. So he's just desperate. That's what I just think. He's desperate. He's looking for a way to put himself back in that space that he was in 2023, where he can be a power broker to decide things and negotiate things, which I think he's not really getting now. That's what I just think.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So brilliant, excellent. So Bishop, floor is yours. Sorry for the long wait. Floor is yours. To the conversation, your contribution, Bishop.
Thank you, and good evening, woman and every other person. Before I make my contribution, or even that's what has going to permit me, at least I deserve a right of reply to what it has said, and I'd like to respond to that. My position has not changed. 2 days ago or thereabout, I only asked 2 questions. Whether the question did not sit down with her, or they sit down with her, or whatever, I don't care. It's completely irrelevant. But my question remains. Anybody? The question I asked were just 2. Number 1, the first shooting in America, school shooting, happened in 1966. The last one happened just a few days ago. Does it mean shooting in America is shenanigans? And I asked the same question, do we really understand the meaning, the dictionary meaning of shenanigans? As a joke. It's like people are playing comedy. People's lives were lost. Young, old, military men that have parents that are looking. Wives are waiting for their husband. And if everybody can come and say what happened in Ibadan was staged, and it's a shenanigan, it's a comedy, it's a skit, it's a content, whatever any language they are using, including what Seyi Makinde is saying, it is one of the most irresponsible statements anybody will make, irrespective of who they are. And I feel very offended. That's my state. And I owe a lot of allegiance, and I owe no apology. Anybody that says what happened in Ibadan was staged, I say it was staged to slaughter somebody. The young officer that died, I don't know him, I never know him, but I've heard a few things about him and his parents. It was also part of the staging. The other teacher that was killed was part of the staging, keeping 3-year-old children. I say if that's how they stage it in other places. We did not do that. Everybody is involved. And it is completely irresponsible. And if somebody was triggered because I said that, I have no apologies whatsoever. Absolutely not. That if maybe they were staging it in other places, thank God we are able to send a message in Oyo State. We have seen hundreds of human corpses, heads being discovered in several parts of the country, in the southeast, in the north, and blah, 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 blah. Thousands of people know there is no room for such in the southwest. What happened to us was a tragedy, and we are swearing on our own grave, not on our forefathers' grave, that it won't happen again. We are going to show, you can call us cowards, but we fought wars. Some of the longest and the most enduring wars were fought. So if anybody can come with audacity and courage and continue to repeat that what happened there was a comedy, was what's the name now? Was a shenanigan. And I said, are you saying the lives of people did not matter? And it's not comfortable for me to ask those questions. I have no apologies. I have zero apology. And I will repeat it 1,000 times. Anybody that considers the tragedy that hit us in Oyo State as a comedy, as a joke, as a shenanigan, as anything, including Seyi Makinde, is an idiot. No apologies about that. If the people speak, they don't interject, that's fair enough. Okay, no, if there's a platform, it's supposed to be a conversation. Anybody on the platform, anywhere. If it happens, maybe the one in Boronu, Hazan Ndawatu, I don't know what time is there now. I hope you're still there. If it's not there, my greetings.
Hassan dropped a while ago.
Okay. Maybe their own is shenanigan. Maybe the killing and the hundreds of heads they are discovering in the forest in the southeast is shenanigan. In our own land, we take it very serious. And we pray it doesn't happen again. If it does, maybe we are going to have to use other means to resolve this matter. But I repeat, everybody and anybody that still takes that and considers it to be shenanigan, whether it is comedy, it is play, it is stage, it is whatever, including Seyi Makinde, Shokmanoloma Peje one way.
All right.
God of the land, strike them.
No, hold on, Bishop.
No, I'm done. I'm done with that. Let's do that. That's my state of mind. That's what my state of mind. So I have no apologies whatsoever.
All right. Okay.
Nobody can hold every or any other person for ransom in their own way or line of reasoning or thinking. If it happens in your backyard, you want to call it Ludo or Tente, yeah, fine, so be it. But this one happened in my own land, to my own people. Are you cutting me off?
No, I wanted to come in a little bit there. I'm not
okay,
cutting
if you want to come in, okay, come in.
Well, I think you've said, unless because you're starting to say so two things. So when Zita says is or somebody says is shenanigan, is shenanigans. So that's just it's literally mischievous and slightly dishonest. So that's really what that conveys: mischievous and slightly dishonest. So now, if you listen to the speech of the governor of that state, the #1 citizen, Seyi Makinde, if you listen to his speech when he invited the United Nations to come and investigate, he already, that's the #1 citizen of that state, so he more informed than anybody else. He already is of the thought that it's shenanigans, and he has been building that narrative all the way throughout the whole incident. It did not like the timeline of the incident. It does not like how the incident played out, and he feels that it is contrived and orchestrated, and he also described it very much as a shenanigan. But then, of course, Bishop, we have to allow for people to have their thoughts. Hold on, even if it causes offense to us, then so long as it's not at you personally, so it has to be at some point we allow people to have their thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you, Woman. Two things I'm going to say on that one, and I'll move to the next topic. Number one, Seyi Makinde, I'm sure as an Yoruba, you know he's already getting the responses he deserves. People are already answering him. Everybody, Ataradle, Ataraoko, whether Lato Yonio, Dogumosho, to Idekishi, Degboho, De Barapa, to Fide Wabadon. Everybody is already answering him. They are answering him on radio programs. They are answering him openly. People are raining all manner of unthinkable causes. They are online. They are on radio. Listen, ask people. So that answers that. Number two, I really did not hold anybody from holding an opinion. The same way nobody can hold me from holding my opinion to say it is offensive. I can feel offended. Yeah, my relative was not there, but these are my people. And I hold it and I repeat it and I hold it very dearly. So I'll just let this rest at that. People that will answer
no, we have to discuss it a little bit more. What does freedom of speech mean to you, Bishop? When you hear freedom of speech, what does that mean?
I don't know how to answer you. Freedom of speech, you can say whatever you want to say, but that does not. Freedom of speech is allowing the other person also to say what they want to say. So if somebody has said what she wants to say, or he or she, or whatever, and I am now saying what I want to say, we Seyi Makinde, because he is #1, because he was elected governor, come and shut my mouth. Will he come and say I cannot speak? Freedom of speech to say your own, I say my own.
No, I'm not talking about Seyi Makinde. I'm actually talking about our own little platform here.
So if anybody says something and I respond to it, how is that one an offense? How does that bring fight? That is not correct.
Yeah.
I've said my opinion. Everybody can express their opinion. So I don't know. Freedom of speech, yes. But there are consequences. Somebody said, hey, if Tinubu wins, I'm going to kill Seyi Makinde, not Seyi Makinde now, Seyi Tinubu. He is in detention now. Somebody said we listen to radio, we tap their telephone call. It is freedom of speech. But there are also consequences after freedom. Or about the you know. I think I understand you, and I've made my position clear also. I feel it triggers. I feel very offended.
You know
That hit my state.
You know what you know why I'm holding to this space. Why I would have said we move on. You see, I don't want a situation where somebody feels that their voice is being somewhat repressed. You know, so no, hold on. I don't want a situation where somebody feels that their voice is being somewhat repressed. And if somebody has to moderate their thought processes in order that they don't get backlashed against, then that's a form of repression. And then also, when we're talking about freedom of speech, the real test of freedom of speech is to be able for others to be able to say things that we find offensive and still allow that speech to go, so long as it's not frontally against us. And also, we have to be able to speak about political spaces and political actors. We slam Peter Obi relentlessly or every day here. We made by we, I say maybe me especially, I make disparaging comments about everybody, the Northerners, the Southeasterners, everybody. I call people from the South Sapele water. It's all done in a tongue-in-cheek sort of a way, and I'm not sure that anybody especially takes any deep offense to that. So as a Nigerian, the whole of the country belongs to us. You know, the whole of the country. I have the right to go and live in Borno unfettered and having no expectation that anybody will molest me. You know, so we have to just give that leeway for people to have expression. If we're offended, maybe you just mute it and step away, and then you come back or whatever. But
so what you are saying
they have to have they have to have the right to
what you are
free
saying.
speech.
What you are saying invariably is this. If I'm getting you very correctly,
yes,
one person's freedom of speech is more important than another person's freedom of speech. If somebody says something and is expressing his or her freedom of speech, why can't I say my own and still express my freedom of speech without the other person getting triggered?
Yeah, but you are using your free speech to repress their free speech.
I'm not repressing. I'm only responding. No. Woman, I think you are not being fair here.
All right.
This is absolutely unacceptable. No.
Wait now.
Yes, sir.
Calm down, I beg.
Look, calm down, sir.
The thing is, we can be disagreeable, but
you can disagree without being disagreeable.
Exactly. The thing there is, when she got agitated and was saying, "Okay, stop, it's my time," I think maybe you should just have gentlemanly just maybe withdraw and wait for the right time to strike when it's your turn. That is the only place, because when we start that exchange, I do it too. I am at fault. I'm trying to moderate myself. I will not sugarcoat it. But I think we shouldn't be, at the heat of the moment, we shouldn't be talking on top one another. It causes chaos. That's my opinion.
You are forgetting something now. I'm not addressing that particular. I'm just speaking generally. But since you have decided to address that opinion, maybe you go back and listen to it. I was very emphatic. I'm coming, sir. Sir. Good evening, sir. It's good that you are there. I'm coming, sir. Apologies with respect.
No problem.
My position was very clear. Despite the fact I cited examples. Now, shutting me up when we're having that conversation to make that position, the other position, to hold sway, I felt it was not. Yeah, I was removed from the platform that day. That's fine. Simba.
No. He removed the two of you. And when he was to bring both of you back, you disappeared. So that's what I think anyway, because we're looking for you. I asked particularly.
That's no. My position is this. a tragedy had befallen us. That is my state. That is my, those are my people.
Yeah, Bishop, if you give me 1 minute to understand, I understand you.
I'm answering what you just asked, what you just played that now. I'll done in just 30 seconds. The way people react to where things like this happen in their own domain is different to the way I will react to it. I asked 2 questions on that day, if you remember, that school shooting started in America in 1966. And the last one happened just a few days ago. Are we going to call this shenanigans? That's the first question I asked. And the next question about the people that have lost loved ones, because people were painting this narrative and it was beginning to gain ground that the kidnapping was staged, it was political, it was a comedy, they were shooting film, they were doing skits, they were doing this and that. And apart from that, I did not lose a relative directly. There are people that lost their loved ones. Imagine their reaction to such narratives. That's my position. And I stated it very clearly. Then the issue of whether somebody is interjecting on somebody's time, people interject me all the time and we have a conversation. That's my position. Till tomorrow, I still hold on to it. I think it is insensitive, it is offensive, it is unkind, it is, I don't know, it is irresponsible that what the tragedy that befell us in Oyo State as a people is a comedy. I hold on to that and I'm not going to change. Thank you, Baba.
Yeah, if the panelists can indulge me, I mean, let me just use 1 minute of your remaining time, Bishop. I just came in actually because usually I'll call what I do a neighbor, but I'm always surprised at times when I drop some nuggets, people don't actually bite or don't get curious. I was the first to come here to say a second teacher actually did not come back home. I said it that day, and nobody could pick it up until the newspapers carried it about 24 hours later that actually is the second teacher didn't come home. Look, I know a lot about this. It's always a temptation to spill the bean of what I know, but what I can say in this matter is that Seyi Makinde is not being sincere. He was involved in an operational manner. You remember, he called an 8-hour curfew for 2 days and extended it for another 12 hours for 2 days. Who gave him that order? That order came from the National Security Advisor, because they gave him that directive because as a state governor, he's the only one that could declare a curfew in that circumstance. The federal government cannot do it. And they asked for that window to be able to move in men and equipment because it was a touchy issue and stuff like that. So there is much more to this thing. But on that Makinde thing, is playing politics, which it cannot win. It cannot beat Wike. It can't beat Fayose. Neither Asiwaju. I pity for him. If he knows weapons that are being fashioned are waiting him come May 29, 2007, I shudder. Thank you. I'll just drop it, leave it at that.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Baba. So Bishop, floor is yours now. So let's go to the politics. It was just a bit of house cleansing, and hopefully we tolerate each other a lot more going further.
Just for the last Dangote have not said anything new. I don't know how people are misinterpreting it. Dangote is only saying that if we use dollar to denominate, then they will now translate and quote it and sell it in naira. Whatever Dangote does is still doing today, our well is still cheaper. All we need to do is to compare. But unfortunately, people compare the incomparables. Comparing that, nothing like that, nobody will do that in Nigeria. Price of crude oil change anyhow in America. Anyhow. You can be in the same location. Within 1 mile, you will buy 5, 6 different prices. 5, 6. You go to some states in the South, you'll be shocked that in Mississippi, in Louisiana, in Texas, when they are selling gas for as much as $8 in Chicago or $7 in New York or in Maine, they are selling for $2.50 in Louisiana, in Texas, or $3 in what's the name of this place? Tennessee and Alabama. You get to Georgia, it might be $3.50. By the time you get to New York, on the same trip, not that you buy yesterday or today. So what Dangote is saying is that there is a profit margin that he must maintain. Now, Trump, with his, let me borrow the word now, which is, what's that word? With his shenanigan, have gone again to impose a universal levy on the Strait of Hormuz, which is going to drive up the cost again. Are we now
Yeah,
saying
it withdrew that today earlier on.
oh, okay. That's good news. Then it has withdrawn it. So for me, whatever we do, Dangote is still our best shot. Remember those days where would you have fuel shortage every two or three months? That some people will be dying, buying gas and petrol to go and keep in their house. People will be queuing up overnight. You'll be bribing. They will be selling 10 liters. You have to pay at the pump. You have to. They are not even using the pump something. They will tell you fuel is 1,700 today, and they will now use calculator to calculate. At the end of the day, the thing will not even full. We have passed that stage. Dangote was a messiah, whatever anybody wants to say. Yeah, difficulties will still come. Let us imagine that this Strait of Hormuz thing has happened. This Iran war has happened without a Dangote refinery in Nigeria. Can we just pause for a moment and think about that? So people saying that Dangote is this, is it, that is it. There is
Okay, Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Bishops. Yes, I agree with what you said, but does that give Dangote the power to abuse the consumer? I think I asked Madam just the same question earlier.
How has they abused the consumers, please?
No. Well, I don't know if you've even done anything wrong. I'm just saying, but it doesn't mean that it is a misfire. At the same time, then there should be laws or policies in place. Okay, we can't just have him determine everything and eventually affecting consumers. It has to be regulated if they have to, not to strangulate him, but to regulate him like any other business.
Prince Daddy regulates who? Prince Daddy regulates who?
Dangote now. Dangote.
A company that is in free trade zone.
Okay, good question. You brought it up, Baba. I was going to ask somebody, actually, maybe it was you that brought it up the other day. So because you're in the free trade zone, meaning what exactly? You can do whatever the heck you want to do? Is that what it means?
Wait, please.
It's
Let's
still
put
bound
this
by
in
the
proper.
Nigerian Constitution.
Look,
Is it not still bound by the Nigerian Constitution?
200 barrels was agreed to be sold to him on daily basis, which is about, in manufacturing time, in refinery distance, it's supposed to be the size of PMS we use every day, which is between 33 million liters to 50 million liters every day.
Sorry, Baba, big apologies. I'm going to drop Simba, we bring it home. About 3 more minutes for Bishop to Prince Daddy AKO Patoske. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Sorry, carry on.
Okay. So now, federal government was doing that, though not religiously. But when the Hormuz thing started, their truth gone long. They abandoned that arrangement and started selling in dollars. I can understand their arithmetic. They need to make a kill to be able to pay service debt, all the forward contract to meet them up. You understand? So they neglected it, and the guy struggled. God blew his whistle. He's making a lot of money now. So federal government must meet the obligation. Agreement na agreement. If you don't supply him, then he has the right to do whatever he pleases with his product. Don't you think so, sir?
Yeah, I hear you, Baba. I hear you. Of course, I'm all for capitalism. I'm all for Dangote being successful and making all the money he can. But at the end of the day, no matter how strong you are as a business or individual, the lawmakers, the politicians can cripple you, with laws, with new laws and policies. So it may be a good lobbyist or have a lot of lobbying people around the politicians, but at the end of the day, if another government comes in that don't favor Dangote or any other business for that matter, they can cripple that business.
Anyhow, Baba said it all. That's my position. That's so that I won't take more time. I believe that there is we failed. And one of the reasons we failed was one, our daily production dropped. Two, we have forward sales contract that we operational Gazelle at the, what do they call it? Gazelle and the other one that we did forward sales, that we have obligations to people to sell crude oil to. And we did not mandate our other partners, JV partners, that okay, give Dangote. Baba, we were not, according to what you said, we were supposed to be giving him actually not 200, it was 350 at the initial stage, 350, and not 350.
That's what was assigned for Nigeria by OPEC quota.
But they were never giving him. They were never giving him. Sometimes we only give him how many something. So he was buying from the international market. Now, with the problem of the Straits of Hormuz, the rate of what do you call it? Tanker, hiring of tanker of vessels went up astronomically. The rate of insurance went up astronomically because of the risk involved. And all this has to be factored into the costing mechanism, template, or whatever you want to call it. So when the man runs it, and it's an everyday thing that they keep to look, okay, how about what's the crude and land? What's the production? What are we losing? What is the water content? They do all these things. So the price continues to
Baba,
vary.
has one man left?
One thing that does not change.
I hope you will be hearing me when I speak at the background.
One thing that does not change.
I think so, but Simba is in charge and is here.
One thing that does not change is the fact that his profit margin might not be changing. If he sells for 1,000 today and he sells for 1,500 tomorrow, if his profit margin, just assuming, is 100 naira, whether he's selling at 1,000 naira or he's selling at 1,500 naira, his profit margin is still the same thing. The only things that are changed, the variables, is just the input, the cost of production, the cost of the crude, the cost of running the factory, the cost of the shipping, the cost of insurance, the overhead, all. So when people
but who said it is making a killing? Where is the advantage is for him? People say
that's
a lot of money.
That's the argument on the space now. That's the argument on the, what do you call it now, on the news space now, that Dangote is monopolizing and is ripping Nigerians off. I mean, we've had that one. People have said that.
That's why it's always good to talk on platform like this.
I think that's completely false, though.
Baba.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, Larry.
So my question is this. Dangote is in free trade zone, right? So does that stop the government? Because when we're talking about deregulating that sector, we want the market to determine things. And in any free market, there has to be free entry and free exit, which means that other players too can play. So what I think is happening, and I need to be very candid, Dangote is using the Nigerian legal system to stifle out every other person. And that's the reality. And government needs to take a stand. They need to take a stand. Dangote, if Dangote wake up tomorrow and say he wants to sell 2,000, I don't have a problem with it. It's his business. It's his business. He can decide to say, yeah, he wants to sell 3,000. I don't have a problem with it. Because government cannot even regulate him. But what government can do is to ensure there is adequate competition so that the demand and supply forces can decide price.
Government cannot regulate it. What do you mean by that?
No. It's basically about, I told you now. That's why that's the whole essence of being in a free trade zone. Right?
But Larry, the thing is the Bua thing. If not for the money he found to now buy a reformer, so that he could be able to produce PMS. I mean, he will have been in operation by now.
Yeah, but
But
it's not
soon
there now.
it will be any moment from now. He will start producing.
Baba,
But
Baba,
yeah,
I'm a finance person.
yeah,
Right?
I know.
When I plan, I don't plan on things that are potential. Even my income, I don't plan on potential income. I plan on actual income. Right? So Boa is still, plus or minus. Okay, it's gonna be available, put a little bit of stochastic element into it, so no. As at now, right? Whatever it will take for us to ensure stability in that sector, government should do it legitimately.
That's the point. I now like that one. Government should meet their commitments to him.
No, see, Baba. Government, it's not like government is not meeting their commitment.
They are not meeting. No, Larry. They are not
Government
meeting.
is not meeting the commitment.
Baba,
They are
see,
not.
that's where that commitment, right, is where the problem lies. Dangote is currently at full capacity. Government cannot meet Dangote at full capacity.
Wait, Larry, let me give you something that will shock you. There is a lot of, I don't like to for the lack of what shenanigans going on in that place. Look, those who government wake up to and gave licenses to import, they sign contract with Dangote Refinery. They position their vessel in Togo, and that's where Dangote is supplying them, and they will now take it into their wait. Let me finish. Let me shock you. Finish into their what I will call a mixing room, because that is not a refinery they have there. They have a mixing channel. They now dilute the thing. If they buy, let's say, 5,000 metric tons of PMS from Dangote, they dilute it into like 7,500, and then come into Nigeria and supply federal government. No, it's not nice.
Baba,
you understand? That they accuse Dangote, and Dangote say, no, I'm meeting my contractual obligation.
Baba,
I don't have a hand in whatever is going on.
Baba,
Somebody buy and I supply.
Baba, you're talking about blending. Everybody's blending. Even
Dangote is not blending.
No, Dangote is blending.
God, Larry, I'm fine. Euro 5 quality. Euro 5 quality. Larry.
Hello. Sorry. Excuse me.
Let's get our facts right. Let's get our facts right.
Can we allow Bishop to make his submission? Because if you continue like this, we will never allow him to talk.
Mr. Moderator, I beg your pardon, sir. I don't think Bishop is in a hurry. Let Larry just drop his bomber. Let's hear what he has to say. I beg you. Respectfully, Mr. Moderator.
Okay,
Baba, sir. When they accuse Dangote, that Dangote too is bringing this blending thing in and is reblending it in his refinery, what did Dangote say? Did Dangote deny it?
He did.
No.
Oh, he did.
You know what? See, Baba, wait now. Everybody, this thing it's not like it's a crime. Everybody does it, right? Particularly when crude was scarce. Dangote does not have.
But Larry, with the war now, do you think that is still possible?
What?
No. With since the war started, you think that one that they are
sorry,
for Russia,
let me ask that young man, Larry, let me ask you a question. Larry, I don't know whether you are in the industry. Do you understand what
it's a figure cruncher, not mine, creative
account. Do you know what blending is? Because the blending that Dangote blends, that you are mistaken for blending, is
adulteration. There's difference between adulteration and blending.
There's no. What the blending you are referring to that Dangote does is because of the grade, the equipment that he has there. What do you call it? The cracking unit. Now he brings some grade in with some local breed, whether WTI or the other one to Western Texas and our own that we have. Now he blends them together as a feedstock to put into the machine to attain a certain grade. That if that is the blending you are referring to, not the blending of they used to substitute fractioning. So if that's the one you are talking to, that's okay.
That's
But,
what I'm
okay. That one is just crude to crude now.
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm talking about. That is what and that's what most of those guys too do. All their refineries, some of them have refineries in Republic of Benin.
I don't call it refinery.
No. Some of those ones are not refinery, really, because they are not refining. The blending we know that. Let me give you the sample. See, let me give you fertilizer. Fertilizer will make urea.
Urea.
That is fit stuff. Now, when you get urea from, in those days I used to work in NAPCON. When you get urea, some people will carry it, they will take it to F&C in Kaduna. They will carry sand, they will carry limestone, they will carry it. They will not blend to now form NPK.
Nigeria.
So, yeah, it's not my NPK, yeah.
I know. I'm just looking at the whole thing that because the fertilizer burn them at times.
Exactly. The process of the fertilizer of the production of the urea itself, if you see that, you see that is like the refining itself. So when you now get a top grade petrol and you now go and use some agbelero to now do some mixing, that is the blending we are talking about. It does not give you the same quality like a refine with the less than
Euro 5.
Exactly, Euro 5. It does not. It is too. The difference is like Orusile.
You see, you've said something. Okay, let's assume, without even conceding, that Dangote's fuel is highest quality, right? Even here we have different grade. My own is this.
Yeah, in my state here, premium is 453 per gallon.
Yes, there is different grade, right? Dangote can make his own premium. I don't have a problem with that, right? The only thing government just needs to do, NNPC, if they want to do more work in ensuring that, okay, fine, what those other guys are bringing, it's up to standard, let it not be high standard. At least let it be something that is optimal.
Okay, so this is it. If you don't mind, my last word. There is no way they will bring Euro 5. The standard is just like somebody buying even they don't buy the one that
no
is
African country buy Euro 5.
Nobody will bring even the regular they sell in America to Nigeria and come and sell and compete and make profit.
No,
never.
Leave America. Before Dangote, see, the problem I have is this. Before Dangote, there was fuel in Nigeria, right? People were buying fuel. Dangote came, Dangote opened us to something that has more quality, standard. Yes, I don't have a problem with that. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like when Dangote came, Dangote came, gave us the opportunity to say, oh yeah, this one has the standard of this one is better than what you've been taking before, which is good. Before we started drinking bottled water, there was pure water, right?
There was even nylon water.
There was nylon water. You understand what I'm saying? So,
Baba, whose turn is it?
Ask moderator Simba.
Simba, whose turn is it? I didn't know one man has left.
It's Bishop that is talking now.
So,
Zita,
yes, sir.
Cool down, I beg you.
That's not gonna happen. I have had enough of
but Zita, hold on. Zita,
that's not gonna happen.
Zita,
oh yeah,
Zita,
I beg you.
Please,
okay,
please, Zita, I'm the one waiting now.
Excuse me, Simba. Wait, listen to me.
Zita,
do not do that thing you did the other day. You people were on this platform for the first time. Somebody is raining curses on somebody. For the person's
when one man was here, you are not talking. When
people kept quiet.
Please,
you didn't keep the person out of the platform. Really? Okay, no problem. I will take permission.
Zita, I beg you, Zita. I beg you. I beg. Biko.
No, Baba, let me say this.
You know this has been going on for 3 years. And I said I have had enough. And I have had enough.
I'm talking, Zita, please, I'm talking. You have to accord me that respect. You cannot take over the platform from me. I'm the one in charge now.
Mr.
Continue your submission.
As I was saying, I pray Bua can come up with other refineries. What are they are able to do?
But it's just 10,000 barrels per day is very low.
Bua is 200,000 barrels. I saw when they
Bua
started.
is 200,000. It's 200,000.
Bua
200,000.
200,000, sir. I know people working there.
200,000. They can bring out some reasonable PMS for Southeast.
That's a lot. That's a lot. I mean,
for
and
Southeast
we have
markets.
the other one in Kwale. We have the other one in Owerri. We have one that is coming up in Bayelsa. What's the name? So it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. We will get there. We will level up. It's just that Dangote came in when the tension was very high. And honestly, he came in at a very good time. And it was a blessing to us. So my submission is this. Whatever it is that is happening now is not going to last forever on Dangote. We have to keep Dangote afloat. It's our pride. For now, it's something that every Nigerian should be proud of, irrespective of the little inconveniences. Our fuel is still better than any other country in Africa. And that's the fact. It's still cheaper than any other country. You can go and fact check. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. When they asked you Sinbad, whose turn was it? Was
and don't let me talk about ADC again.
Go ahead on the line then.
Okay, no, you are the one that said you are done now.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I said no. Oh, you want me to? No, we have taken enough time with the
Mr. Prince Daddy is next
after
Mr. Bishop. Then
okay, Prince Daddy, you are the next.
Oh, finally you called me. Thank God. Okay. I'll be like Madam Zita. What was the topic? Now, Simba, what was the topic?
We have a couple of topics. So one of them is Seyi Makinde and his response to the Oyo kidnapping. The other one is Dangote and
He's calling international community to investigate the Oyo kidnapping.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Thanks for giving the update. So I think based on what Baba was saying earlier, so is Makinde suggesting that what happened to the schoolgirls and the teachers was like it's an internal was like inside job. Basically, is that what he's saying? Because I heard him on a show, Kimbale's show.
That's what he's implying.
Okay, so I heard him on a Kimbale's show that the international community, right, should come in. And somebody asked a really poignant question earlier. That how come we didn't invite the international community when the kids were in captive? How come we didn't do that? So it's for being the commander in chief is kind of an interesting character so far. I don't know. So earlier someone was talking about the logistics to actually move these people over a long distance is not that easy. It's not an easy task. But I really don't know. I don't know how they do the transportation really, especially with the little kids, having to walk a long distance. But I say though, if you have people at the bearer of the gun, they will obey you, and with the adrenaline running through their veins, they will obey.
And Prince Daddy, everybody was shouting Ogbomoso. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you clearly.
It's not in Ogbomoso. The place is under Ogbomoso zone. That place to Ogbomoso is more than 2 hours. You understand?
How many kilometers? How many kilometers?
It's not even about kilometers. Bad road. Let's say under 200 kilometers, if that's what you want to know. Okay.
That's what Mrs. Alamo, the principal, said. That's
fine.
why she's residing in that place. Because to traverse every day from Ogbomoso, where she actually lives, was too much hassle for her rather. So I'm glad they gave her a new car today.
Yeah, it is the APC gubernatorial candidate for your state that gave her the Camry.
I was thinking Makinde will do that, but just run his mouth, not doing the needful.
It's just a disappointment.
Please, Daddy, if you really understand some terrain in Nigeria, you understand, you see that it is very easy. It is very easy to take people. You can even take 100 people and move them away.
Simba, can you hear me?
You will not even see any form of security personnel to even say, what are you people doing there?
So what you say that it is possible
Daddy, are you
to
not
marshal?
a Nigerian before? You don't know the terrain. Why are you talking to Simba like Simba is a foreigner? Sorry, Prince Daddy is a foreigner.
No, it might not. You know, when you are, if you have been in developed world, wait now. If you have been in the Western world for long, then you can lose track now about the reality.
No. Well, so to the shenanigans I was talking about, that hey, for them to be able to marshal these people over a long distance, that means they have some kind of a logistics in place that they work with some people. I don't know. That it's not that easy. I think that's
They did this thing in collaboration with They did this thing in collaboration with some locals. And another thing you have to understand that people that will do that, it's not as if they will just plan within one week and carry out their actions. They will have been in that place, master the terrain, they know the route they want to pass and all those things before they will carry out their actions.
Pre-plan. Okay, I got you. So you Remy is saying that it is possible to walk such a long distance with a bunch of people. Okay, that is fine. So my question now is, what is the profile of the kidnappers? Are they Fulani people or who are they? I think that's really important. Who knows?
Actually,
why are you asking? No, just wait. Why are you asking?
Because you people always pointing fingers at the Fulani people, that they are the kidnappers.
Okay, so what you want to do is not to do.
Let me answer.
Advocacy or what?
Let me answer Prince Daddy.
Hold on. Let me. What you say, Simba? What you say? What did you say?
Prince Daddy.
Yes.
The people that carried out these operations were terrorists.
I know.
They were the affiliates. I can't hear you. Yeah.
Fulani, is that what you are?
Your line, okay, it's breaking. It's okay.
Yes, it's okay now. The people that carried it out, they were affiliates of the Ansaru that was affiliated with ISIS. So you know where Boko Haram, they came in through the Boko Haram route from the northeast. They have a cell in the north central in the what they call this forest now, Niger State. There's a forest there. A federal reserve there. So they are basically from the Kanuri axis. But after investigation, they were scattered everywhere. They arrested some of them from Damawa. They arrested some of them from Castina, from Katina, even some of them from Kogi. So, but they are basically terrorists, not the known bandits of the Northwest.
So
generally.
what is the ethnic or tribal identification of these people? Are they Fulani, Ahusa, or who are they? I know you see the Ansarudin and ISIS. I don't know who they are. Are they Fulani people? What?
Well, a mixture of both Fulani, Kanuri, Hausa, and some foreigners are among them.
Okay.
Don't worry. Let us. Maybe they said they arrested some people. When they arraign them now.
Yeah, they will definitely bring them out. Definitely.
Okay, good.
Sorry, Prince Daddy.
But they are not.
Prince Daddy, before you go, even yesterday they arrested one Arab Moroccan who is the cameraman to this ISWAP or whatever they call themselves. The Nigerian military forces arrested him. It was all over the news yesterday evening. I think they are doing a human job nowadays. Continue, please.
Interesting. So a couple of days ago, then I was asking the question, and I think Awishala was here. Is he here? Talking about, okay, now we had this wonderful, gallant rescue of these people in Oyo State, right? And I was asking, what about the Chibok girls and the other kidnappings that's gone on in that country? I was listening to a Rice Television actually not too long ago, and it said
Prince,
on the same day.
Prince, if I can come in, that thing you are saying is what I called sacrilege, and I was being cursed on this platform. I'll get to it. So that question you are asking, that is the question I've been asking, because it's not today they started that group kidnapping, and I called it shenanigan. It started with Chibok girls so many years ago, and the pattern is still the same. They have not changed. And I, for one, I don't care the state that was the last that they kidnapped group of people. And I still maintain and I call it shenanigan. And in this platform, for the first time, somebody was raining curses on somebody for the person's submission, and one man allowed the person to still stay in this platform. I'll get to that. You can continue.
Okay, well, interesting. I heard, I think, on the Rice Television, on that same very day, I heard that is it 100 about 160 pupils were kidnapped in somewhere in Kwara State. Is that true? Did you guys hear about that? And even before that, a bunch of like 54 people were kidnapped elsewhere in that country, Nigeria. We're talking about here. So
it was 140.
140. Okay. So how come since the Chibok girls, since time of Jonathan till now, we've not been able to rescue these other people? I like giving an excuse that, well, back then we didn't have the right equipment, the right intelligence, and these other things, which I said I call BS on that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. You can't tell me that the terrorists have more weapons and sophistication than we do for them to be able to do what they did. So I wasn't buying that. So if anybody can answer this question, maybe Baba is there or Bishop, why today that we can successfully rescue Nigerians from the hands of the terrorists that the Chibok girls that we knew about, the international community knew about, we cannot rescue them. We have to beg. Obama had to carry placards and say, bring back our girls. That's how insulting and degrading it was. It was really annoying to me.
Prince Daddy, can I respond to you? Can I respond? Yeah, to me, I think that thing that happened in the southwest of Bumasha precisely, I think the willpower of the people that they really genuinely want their people to be freed. But when you compare to the abduction that has been taking place in the northern part of the country, to me, I think the local people were docile and their leaders in that place, directly or indirectly, supported this kind of criminality. I'll call it criminality. So
sorry,
that's what I can say.
If that's Remy, Prince Daddy.
Yes.
So let me try and answer you. Number one, it's unfortunate that mass kidnappings are happening in the first instance. Number two, there are places too. I mean, I was in the north. I live in the northeast, and I was lucky to visit some of the places, very far remote places. Do you know there are some places you will go to today in northeast in Borno, as if somebody is cracking up? I don't know if this network. There are places you will go to. Maybe that person will mute himself. Hello, somebody's cracking up. Can you mute it? Simba, can you mute the person that's cracking?
I think it's Simba. He came in with
I think it's Simba. He has two boxes.
Oh, okay, two devices. Okay, so mute one. So there are places you will go to in some parts of Nigeria today. If they kidnap people, the news will not get out until 24 hours. I remember those days in Borno. There's a place we call Damasak. Vehicle only go there once in a day, just once in a day. And there are still places like that in the hinterland, no network. Though when I was talking, there was no GSM. But there are still places that are blank today, no network. So if there is something like that, if something like that happens, the news will not even get out to town, talk less of getting to the security authorities until sometimes as much as 24 hours after the incidents, which at that time would have afforded the criminals enough time to be able to ferry their people away. Remember, they are not using the main road or the highway. They are using some parts inside the forest that only they know. And some of these forests, immediately you enter them, you will not see sky again. They are just like dark alleys, under the what do you call it? Under the thick forest. So you will not see whether you use drone or aeroplane or anything. No, you won't see them again. Yes, it is not an excuse, but it does happen. It has happened before. It is still happening now. It is unfortunate. About the Chibok girls, what are the chances? Let's assume that 200 girls were kidnapped. With the circumstances, with the situation, with everything that happened, how many of them will still be alive? At some point, we were able to rescue about 100 and something among them. But what are the chances that the rest are still alive? What are the chances that even if they are alive, they still want to come back and be reunited with their relatives or their families? Because technically, that's where they've spent almost all their lives. So even if you ask them to come back now, do they still want to come back?
No, but Bishop, my concern is not like right now. When it happened, why did it take so long? It took, what, a year or two before they could rescue any of the girls, right? How long did it take? Why did it take that long?
Unfortunately, when it happened, we lost some time. Unfortunately, we lost some good time because there was this doubt. Did it happen? Was it staged? Was it a shenanigans? According to some grammar, was it because of politics? Was it a drama? So the reaction time was very, very slow. We did not react when we were supposed to react. So we lost valuable and precious time. Considering the fact that was the time, it sounds unbelievable to some people. And considering the fact that we now eventually need that.
Me here then. I didn't believe it, honestly.
Exactly.
Even till today,
Many people do not
200
believe it.
girls, teenagers.
How can teenagers, until until the massacre in Buniyadi, the Doha government secondary school in Buniyadi happened, where almost 70 or 45 children were young boys, boys school, were massacred. Then we began to take it serious. So those people, what they wanted to do was to send a message that look, we are not playing Ludo, we are not playing 10-10 here, we mean business. So, but the truth is this: why those girls were being carried away, some of them died. Why they were in the forest, in the forest, a number of them died. So my submission, my argument at the end of the day, unfortunately, no matter how much you try, because of the time and under the condition they were kept, chances are that you will not be able
hear
to
you.
recover all of
See,
them.
but at the end of the day, I mean, your points are well made. But at the end of the day, especially the Chibok girls that had international, international flavor to it. Everybody was talking about it around the world, including Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. And I could not believe that we could not summon a bunch of enough resources, from the international community to try to rescue these girls. That to me was appalling.
But were you
That
aware?
was embarrassing. Okay,
Did you know?
we didn't do it.
Did you know that they told us then that the Americans came, that they wanted to guard those children, those people, and extract those children? That by the following day, when they were doing their surveillance reconnaissance, they discovered that all those terrorists had masks on. I mean, I've had it. I've not had it from any source that I can impeccable, but I've had it being repeated in the news that they discovered. So they had first-hand information. And so if they are going to hit in a certain place today, tomorrow, and the news leak out, by the time they get there, those people have moved those children. So they were made to believe that some people from within the security forces was
I don't know
giving
about
them.
that. What about if? Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I buy that story, because if they had gassed them or whatever they wanted to do to them, and they had masks, but if they gassed the girls, then they can't do nothing with the girls. They can't move the girls. They can't move the bodies because they'll be.
No. Their operation there, they gas everybody. When they gas everybody, they extract them. It's not the gas that will kill them, but it's going to knock them out maybe for a few hours. That was
Right.
what
Yes.
was said then. No, I don't know whether you were in the news then, Baba. That was what was said then, that the plan was to gas them. But they said that by the time they came, even the terrorists themselves had masks on. So if you are gassing them, you're only just gassing the victims, the
Well,
children.
that's what I'm saying. They should have gassed them. They should have gassed the people they kidnap, everybody. So if the terrorists, by the time they arrive, the terrorists will not be able to do anything but to run away and leave the girls behind. And they can recover the girls afterwards.
So people that carry
Anyway,
the guests, hold on. People that carry guests from where they were, from their school, whether they put them on bike, whether they put them on their head or on donkey, if you still guide them, they will still not put them for waiter. They used to bring them and carry them away. I'm just asking.
it won't be that easy to transport, dead bodies, so to speak, have dead bodies. It will not be
Okay. I'm
that
just
easy.
asking. I mean, I don't know. But that was what happened. We are talking now. This is after the event now. So we're just talking of what has happened.
Okay, well, I know. Let me wrap up. I know I'll take a little more time, but one more topic. So this guy, his name was Adeniji Adeyemi, right? The guy that supposedly had a fake office, and they actually allocate 1.5 billion naira to his office, and supposedly this guy is all, it was fake or it wasn't real. He had no connection with the government. I'm not sure who's buying that story, really, if that's what they're selling. That guy, Bajabi Amila, I think that guy is, he says it all, who he is, quite frankly.
A thief.
A big one. A big one. So, I mean, the narrative right now is that, of course, they're trying to hang that guy dry out there. Like, the guy just showed up from nowhere. He get a letter of appointment, right? And it was allocated an office or whatever, a building to run his enterprise. And supposedly the government had nothing to do with it, and we're supposed to believe that narrative.
So this
That's
is
not
it.
playing. That's not selling.
So this is it. What is that? So all he needs to break through into the system was just one fake letter. Just one fake, the letter of appointment from the office of the what's the name?
Secretary to the government.
No, not secretary. Purportedly from the office of the chief of staff to the president. Now,
But unfortunately, chief of staff does not appoint people. So how can it?
That's what we are saying now, but that's where the letter was purported to have come from. I'm speaking to the fact now that the letter of appointment came from the office of the chief of staff. The chief of staff said the letter did not come from him. The police were able to establish that that letter is fake. That's a fact. But you see, the fact that that letter is fake,
hold on.
they have been able to use...
The letter is, hold on, Bishop.
Yes.
Since just like you said, the chief of staff cannot appoint anyone. So obviously, there's no legitimacy for a real document to have come from there. So no, the letter probably came from the chief of staff, whatever office that does not supposed to exist in the first place.
So
okay,
what I'm saying is this: there is enough blame to go around. I thought we should just take it, follow the fact, not the sentiment. Now we are not judging. So one letter was able to open the door to now get other letters which are now authentic. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. One letter that was fake was able to pass, whether with the aiding and abetting, whether with the support or with the conspiracy of people within the office. They were now able to use letter. So all the letter of allocation of office, all the letter of opening of account, all the letter of applying for diplomatic passport and the rest now emanated from the original one letter. It was just that one letter that was fake. Now the job of the court is to establish where did that letter originate from.
Okay. In addition, to me, I think this is a play, and this play has been in the system for a long time within the Nigerian civil service, within the Nigerian civil service, whether federal or state. And I think the leaders of all these parastatals, sometimes they don't vet documents, they don't check, they just delegate authority. And these people have been doing this kind of thing for a long time. And I think I'm not exonerating Bajabi Amila, but I'm damn sure that maybe there are some boys within that office that have been doing this kind of thing for a long time. It's not even during Tinubu government. It has been in itself for a long time. So luckily, the guy has been arrested yesterday. He has been charged to court. Let him just come out. He said he has all the document. Because my own thing about all of this thing is this thing. And I will say,
why did the witness die?
Let me say this. You are looking for an appointment.
That's a good question.
You are looking for an appointment, and you want to help Nigerian people, and you go and borrow 400 million naira to bribe someone. That means that guy himself is a big suspect. It's a thief. How can you say
Well, well,
you have to bribe people
Remy,
400
it's
million?
easy to blame that guy. It's easy to
No,
blame
no,
that guy.
I
But
know.
I tell you,
I'm looking at it from this one is looking at it from morality or what angle. You are looking at for an appointment. Then because you want to get that appointment, that means you yourself you already have the mind that I'm going there to steal more money. For you to bribe
Okay, now,
somebody
now,
400 million.
now let's take it. Let's take a
hold on.
poll. Let's take,
Also,
Prince Larry,
I
please
heard.
let me make this point. Let's take a poll, like what Zita asked. That or me something, the witness that's in between the presidency and this Mr. Adeyemi, who died in the hotel. Do you know the hotel was brought down 5 days later when that man got burnt in the hotel? They destroyed the hotel. So who is likely to perpetrate that? The
Who has
Adeyemi
such
guy or
powers?
the presidency?
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a poll.
Praise that
Baba,
the answer.
Baba, the hotel bring brought down.
Well, obviously,
Somebody can die in the hotel, and they said the man died in a fire incident. I've not read it.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Now, and there
And
is
they
nothing they
destroyed the
will find.
hotel 5 days later.
Yeah, I mean that's they
who gave
destroying
the
the hotel.
authority to do so?
The hotel. Sorry, sir.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. It's the Prince Daddy that's asking.
Yeah, I know it's Prince Daddy. That's it. I did not. I thought I don't want us to be talking of. So can I go
Yeah,
ahead,
go ahead,
Prince
go
Daddy?
ahead. Yeah, go ahead,
Good.
Bishop. Yeah.
What I'm saying is this: if fire burn hotel and it burns beyond economic repair, what they used to call it BER in those days, they lost it, and it is a danger to other people living around. The best thing is to bring it down. If we are saying that they brought it down to cover up certain criminal activities, then there must be evidence to that effect.
But don't you think, in terms of Nigeria's efficiency, 5 days later the hotel was brought down?
Baba,
That's too efficient.
That's the
Yeah,
question I was going to ask.
Baba,
yeah, man.
I wish the family of that guy should hand me over the job.
For investigation.
I'm telling you, all I need is the desktops and the laptops in that hotel. Even if the cameras are burnt, I just need them to give me the ngongbo. That's when
Bishop, do you remember Gloria Okon?
they will know that technology has gone way beyond all those shenanigans they're doing. When I call it shenanigans, some idiots will rent courses on me.
It's not today.
Prince Daddy,
Bishop, do you
Prince
remember Gloria Okon?
Prince Daddy.
Yeah, great.
What if it is even Adeniji that kills Tanimola? Because
That's why I say let's take a poll. Who is probably the person that could perpetrate that crime?
Has power. Use the word power to do such a thing.
One thing was certain. If Bajabi Amila was going to issue a letter to Adeniji, would Bajabi Amila issue a fake letter?
No. Look, Adeniyi himself has said that he has never met Bajabi Amila.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that letter itself. He said he has never met him. They questioned him. Did you speak with him on phone? Did you call him? That they never had an interaction. If I'm going to send 400 million to somebody I have never had,
I think the Tanimola took it from him, and it was Tanimola who delivered the letter.
So he said he spoke with
Bajabi
Amila on Tanimola's phone. That is very simple. Forensic can go back and pick that day. They know Tanimola's number. It is Tanimola that died. His number did not die.
No. It didn't speak. It didn't speak with Bajabi Amila.
That's
He
the
said,
buffer.
He said
didn't speak with Bajabi Amila. He only said that he was there when that person that died on fire incident was calling Bajabi Amila.
No, he said he spoke through that guy's phone. He did not use his own phone, but the guy called him in his presence and spoke.
Someone told him Bajabi Amila on the phone.
So he spoke through Tanimola's number.
So the question is there a link between any link forensically between Gbajabiamila and that guy on phone? How many times has he called him in the past 5 years? Is there does he have a burner number? Does he have another call? I mean, so it's easy. The only problem is this. Everybody is an expert in Nigeria. Everybody is an investigator. Give them 2 minutes, they will unravel the case. As far as I'm concerned, I want to wait to see what the outcome of the investigations will be. And for people that are paid, my position remains the same. The kind of tragedy that befell people in the Southwest that we are crying about, anybody that calls it a joke, may that lot become the lot of their families. Whether you open your mouth
And
and call your
anybody
and you
who
call your
calls,
and you call your
anybody who
whether you
says
open
that
your mouth
what
and
is
call your
happening in
parents
Nigeria is a
idiot,
shenanigans and
whether you call
somebody
your
is
parents
raining curses
idiot
on that
or
person,
not, it is immaterial. If you
kidnap
call yourself
will wipe
idiot
away your
What we
or
try
you
to
generation.
call your
avoid
parents
for
or your
hours now.
generation idiot, it
Kidnapping
is
will take away
immaterial.
your
Dr.
generation.
It will
Simba,
be
where
If
are
it
what
will
you?
is
be
happening in
it
Nigeria
will
is not a
be
shenanigan to you,
it
kidnapping will
will
wipe
be
away your
it
generation.
will be
Is
their
a
so
idiot.
so
You are
shall
a
it be.
hopeless idiot.
Woman, what are you
You
saying?
watch all those things happening in Nigeria. You come here to rent causes of
Simba,
people saying it's
Simba,
not
if you
working.
remove
You
me
are an
today,
idiot. You are
if
a
you remove
hopeless
me,
idiot.
it will be my last day.
You are an idiot.
If you remove
Who
me,
wants you here? You come here to rent causes and
you
everybody
have
kept
said,
quiet.
you
Who
have
the heck
opened
are
your
you to
mouth,
rent causes of
you have
people for
opened
their
your rotten.
submission? You are an idiot.
What do
You
we
are
do
a
repeat
in
that
hopeless
call.
nonentity. And
I
today will
repeat,
be the last
situation
day
like
I
you
this
will
repeat,
ever come across
for
I
to
repeat,
my
hours?
submission.
Oh
I
You
boy.
are an
repeat what
idiot.
everything that
How
I
dare
said.
you? Who
Can
gave you that
anybody help?
authority? Who
Everything,
gave you authority to rent causes of people for
everything,
their submission? Are you mad? Are
everything,
you mad?
Oh boy.
Are
everything
you
that I
mad?
Where is
said.
the moderator?
Can
You
you
can
come to
cry,
a platform to rent causes on
One
people
man,
you
because
if
of
can
you
their
are
cry,
still
submission?
listening,
So
if
you
you
are
are
happy
up,
with what
can
is
you
you
happening
can
in
charge
cry,
Nigeria?
this and
you
take the
can
You are
problem
happy
cry,
out?
with what is
you
happening in
can bark
Nigeria. You are an
you can keep
idiot.
barking like
And
a
next
dog.
time when I make a submission, don't
You
Simba,
come
can
close
take
to
keep
them
my
to the bank,
submission
barking.
please.
You
because you are
can
a
keep
hopeless
barking.
idiot.
You
Can
can
you
keep
imagine?
barking.
You come to a platform to rent causes
You
on
can
people
keep
because they make a submission
you
that does
can
not
keep
suit your ego. Who
you
wants
can
you?
you can
Who
keep
needs your generation? May
you
your
can keep
generation be wiped out by kidnapping.
Simba, are you
Idiot.
hearing my voice? Simba, are you hearing my voice?
You are an
Simba, hey,
idiot.
hey, listen,
You
Simba,
are an
Simba, listen to
idiot.
me.
You are a
Were you hearing my
fool.
voice?
You come
Were
here
you hearing my voice?
to
I'm
curse
listening to
people
her.
because of their
Are
submission.
you
Are you
hearing my
being
voice?
paid? Are you being paid? Can you?
Simba, I tried from beginning to avoid to.
Yeah, we even
Okay.
tried. We are calling both of them. Everybody was just shouting on why? I did the owner of the platform.
I tried to avoid it for hours now. But it got to the head.
The two of them should go and sleep for today.
Oh boy.
Uh,
Good morning. Make I make submission.
is Akko there?
Now me wait Dennis now.
Now me do
Akko.
it.
Aku has been very, very patient today.
Midwest, hold on for Akko.
Okay.
Is Prince Daddy done with submission?
Yes.
Yes, so I'm done. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Regarding this governor in Oyo State, I just want to say he's a very big disappointment. When I saw that he came out to say that he wants to call international UN to come and investigate the fire, the first thing I asked myself is, what's this man's background? Is he a learned person? Because any learned person would not do what he did on national TV. When those kids were kidnapped, he didn't call the international community to investigate why they are being kidnapped. It's not that they've been rescued. He wants to investigate. He wants the national community to come in and investigate. Why doesn't he do the investigation himself and expose whatever he thinks that there is foul play? If he thinks there is foul play, why doesn't let him take out his means and use his government money to do investigation? Why are you calling international community to come and do what? This is the nonsense that Nigerian governors do that really vexates me. It's really irritating. Very, very irritating. You watch a useless behavior. A whole sitting governor you're calling UN to come and do what for you? When it's time to go to World Bank to go and collect loan, you guys will happily go to Washington, collect money. You waste it to take instead of you taking care of your constituents. You will not. You pocket that money.
Have your AI certificate for $20.
But now you want international community to investigate. It's such a there's something I want to talk about regarding this kidnapping. You know, when this thing was happening in the north, we Nigerians were not, I don't know how to say it, we were not sensitized, or I don't know what to say, we're desensitized, or we didn't take this thing urgent. It's when it reached Southwest that now we know that the fire's on our head. And I've been saying this, you know, even when this thing was happening in the north, I said what is going on in the north is nothing short of, I don't want to say war crime itself, because I don't even know whether we're in war, but it's crime against humanity. How can I sit down and see my fellow Nigerian in another region, they are treating them like trash, they are killing them? Too many Nigerians have died. The amount of Nigerians that have died, bloodshed, is too much. It's too much. There's something Mr. Remy said that I like that he said. You know, when they released these girls, these kids and the adults, yeah, I noticed there was a video where there were principals and teachers and students who were doing praise and worship in the school. Now, when I contrast that to the north, you notice that I don't know whether they've been held in captivity or there's no sense of urgency, no sense of what the hell is going on. And sometimes I think, is it because of the feudal system that they run in the north, and also the buy-in of the political leaders in the north, especially the traditional leaders, you know. And I'm afraid to say I'm coming to the conclusion that that's what is going on, that these northern leaders are using their people as collateral damage.
When I get time, please, I would like to just respond to all these things about the north. There are peculiarities, but just finish your point.
Yes.
Azan, when did you, sorry, Yako. Azan, when did you turn to Ayamatanga?
You know,
immediately I saw the name, I was afraid to even bring you in. I was like, who is this Ayamatanga? You know what Ayamatanga means, yeah?
Of course, it's a horror Yoruba movie.
This Mount Zion movie is one of these Christian movies in Nigeria, and it's an horror film.
It was one of those things that kids. We had a Yoruba stepmother who, you know, watches a lot of Yoruba VHS, and Ayamatanga was what I just knew was a horror movie, and it's a Yoruba movie. Yeah, so I just took that and then just ran with it. I was traumatized myself. Like, I saw the real Ayamatangas real life. So anyway, that's by the way.
That's right. Okay, Alco. Oh, yeah. Prince Daddy, you wanted to interject?
I don't know.
Prince Daddy.
Let Alco continue. It was not.
Yeah, this northern leader.
That's a big factor. The reason why they don't speak up or readily as we did here in the Southwest, or as we do, is because, you know, they're close to them. The terrorists are close to them, and they are afraid that they can show up at any time and hide them or do whatever. Right.
Yeah, it's very, and these are northern leaders. They are one of the most useless set of political leaders I've ever seen in my life. You know, like Mr. Hassan was saying, that former governor of Zamfara that is a senator now, that man, the money that man has, I've never seen a senator that has that amount of money. That man, the amount of money that man has, I've never seen any living senator have that amount of money.
And it's blood money.
And it's crazy. This is not even like, oh, this is not like normal that you say the amount of money that man has, that he has made from mining in Zamfara, I don't think there's any other governor or senator that has made that type of money in their life. That's how bad it is, you know. So
Yeah.
I get frustrated when I hear this news about this kidnapping, because, and I agree with Madam Zita when she said it's shenanigans, because it's very mischievous. It's like we ourselves know what the problem is, but for some reason you have some people in Nigerian society, especially politicians, who use this as a means to cajole us and to continue to divide our society and keep us in perpetual bondage.
Ako, let me ask you this question. Do you think that the kind of noise the Ogbomoso kidnap generated was actually genuine? Is it because what are you saying, that because Nigerians are ready to fight that mass kidnapping, that was why the noise was generated?
No, that's not what the reason why is because.
Okay, just finish. Then I'll just say a few things
I
about
think that was the Southwest was the first time that I would say Nigeria. How do I say this? I don't want to be tribalistic, because I don't like being tribalistic.
Say it. Don't worry.
For the longest time,
what you believe, say it.
Nigerians, we have this problem where if it's not affecting us, we throw away our face. If it's not in our neighborhood or our vicinity, we throw away our face.
Let me tell you, it's like you don't. Let me say this. Please,
not in my backyard.
Wait. You let me tell you for the fact that noise was actually not genuine. It was not because of the interest of those kidnapped children. Because Nigerians were playing politics with it. That was why it generated
of course,
a lot of
Simba, I would like to add to your point too. Not exactly as you say as you said it, but another reason why it seems as if what is happening in the north is completely like people are so detached and they don't care any longer about the level of death and all that. First of all, just look at Nigeria and look at the media space, and for every media house of note, you would see that it's dominated by people of in the south, the southwest especially. Right from the beginning, they have dominated the media space, right? And information is power. Like when you can pass information. Yes, yeah, you can generate, the movement. You can elicit emotions. You can carry people along and all that. What we have in northern Nigeria is BBC, Hausa service, all this Western propaganda. Just because they are speaking your local language does not mean that they have your interest at heart. In fact, they are one of the serious problems that we have now. I would argue that fundamentally all Nigerians are the same, and that what is happening to us is psychological warfare, and that we are being hammered, and we have kind of almost lost that war. We cannot say that there is no hope, but we keep talking about surface level things instead of the real problems that are causing this. And the whole ecosystem, the media ecosystem, right from NTA, Arise, wherever, all of them, are pushing narratives that are protecting certain people who are causing these problems, and are ensuring that we continue to talk about Islam, Christian, Fulani, Igbo, Yoruba. Imagine the president of the United States, trying to push a Christian genocide narrative. and at the end of the day, what happened? After she came to Borno, nothing changed significantly. And then after they left, we discovered, oh, now they have two big mining pits, uranium mining pits in Gashiga. And nobody is saying anything. Our president did not address us when they were coming until after they, when they were striking, until after they came. And then when they left, I don't know if the presidency has said anything about them leaving. Well, we just had it from Africom, you know, all these kind of things. And let me just say something, and I want everybody to do his own research. Do you know that in Oyo State, there is a considerable level and deposit of uranium and other very vital minerals? Do you know that Kwara State, especially northern Kwara, if you take the areas of Kayama, Saragi, Shonga, Patigi, Bachita, I've forgotten the remainder of it because I actually read it from a leaked memo. All these places have significant deposits of what is this thing that they use for semiconductors, a very important rare earth mineral that they use for semiconductors. So parts of southern Niger and northern Kwara have this thing in a very large quantity. And if you notice, these Fulanis have been very brutal around those places this time. The curse of Borno is its resources. Anywhere else, anything that seems to happen, don't just look at what is happening on the surface. Who is benefiting? For example, now this governor, ex-governor, who is actually enjoying protection. Like, this is somebody that not even once, not even in the slightest has EFCC, even attempted to. And why the hell is the federal government paying someone like that 150 billion naira? And when he left, the governor that succeeded him in Zamfara is Minister of Defense.
Yeah.
Now, let me make one connection for you right now, and it's just, I'm not saying that this is a fact. I'm just saying that it may be wrong, maybe the kind of media I consume, may be pushing me towards making this. If you remember the sequence of events when Donald Trump actually bombed Sokoto and whatever it is, those theatrics and all that. Okay. Something happened. The president was left Nigeria, and then he went to France. When he left France, where did he go? He went to the United Arab Emirates and met MBZ, who is the mafia of gold right now, and who kills. In fact, who believes that
Azam, please don't take us through that all those gold, whatever. We are just talking about the kidnapping. So because you are just changing.
There's a red dot now. Okay, but let me just keep it short. My argument essentially is that over the layer of what we are looking at as terrorists, Fulanis, whatever, is a very sophisticated psyop that is happening, which is essentially how Nigeria's resources is being controlled. And I argue that we are not yet independent as we like to think we are. And I will leave it at that.
Yeah. Thank you for that submission, Mr. Hassan. I really appreciate it. But I get very incensed when I hear this issue of kidnapping because it's really frustrating. And it's high time something be done about this miscreants that patrol our societies and causing this havoc, as well as these politicians that are also part of it, partaking in such activities as well. That's
Sorry,
that.
Aku, let me say this. Zita is at the background. Zita, I will bring you back, but you have to cooperate with me. You have to respect me. When you were here, when Godman was there, when Bishop was talking, and you kept quiet. So you cannot now come bring my, because I was talking to you. You did not even listen to me. You did not even respect me. So if you want me to bring you back, then you have to obey my instruction, please. I'll bring you back now. Everybody is listening now.
Yes. Is the other guy is not there anymore? Simba.
Mr.
Bishop is no longer there.
Okay. So that's regarding the other topic, which was Dangote and this. The truth about Dangote is that it's a very simple. I think Nigerians have politicized that issue. They said, "Oh, Dangote, why is Dangote not?" The truth is that, like Mr. Baba said, the government had a deal with Dangote to provide him crude in naira. They did not meet the bargain. They did not meet it, and he has obligations in foreign currency, USD dollars, and they are not able to meet his needs. So if my revenue is in my expenses or my obligation are in dollars, my revenue has to be in dollars. So that way I don't have exchange risk.
They initially owned 20%. And they let go of that percentage because they couldn't make having owning 20% was a huge power move that they could control the company from the inside, and then they just left that. Imagine.
Yeah. So I don't blame them. What I blame is Nigerian government, because if they were doing what was meant to be done, they won't find themselves this. And Dangote is a businessman. At the end of the day, he's a businessman. At the end of the day, I don't blame him. The money that he used to fund that refinery, he had to source that capital. Where did you source that capital from? Is it from Nigeria he sourced that capital? Is it Naira that he used to source that capital? Yeah, it's dollars that he used to source that capital. So obviously he has to change it. And even at that, but even him changing his to dollars now, this is where the media sensationalize it. The importers or the people that he has contract with, they are still going to be buying in naira. It's just going to be the naira equivalent of that dollar amount. That's what it is. So now the thing that is tied to the dollar. So the only way things can go wrong is if the naira depreciates in value. That's when things will start having problems. But as long as this naira is stabilized, and as long as CBN is doing a very good job when it comes to this forex reserve and there should be no issue regarding Dangote and this naira to dollar swap. So Dangote is very.
Can I interject? Sorry, just one point I want to add around about this Dangote thing. I feel as if the fact that Dangote is even surviving, he is swimming against a lot of hostile players, right from his own government. One, don't forget, and then there are other international bodies, competitors who used to have refined, that who used to have that market share that he now owns, are also fighting him. So and the way the West operates, even IMF, like they are not keeping quiet. They don't like the idea. Yeah, so you have to understand what that man is facing. Yes, he's making money, but it's easy to look at it from the outside and just think maybe a lot of us, maybe me myself, I'm a poor person, I've not handled money. Maybe that's the thing that makes people think okay, so if you invest your own money, then you can then make it to be like a socialist largesse, and then just because you are the Nigeria. Yeah, I don't know how the kind of logic that people employ to reach that kind of. Anyway, just continue. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
To your
Well,
point.
Ako, what why this noise now? Is it because the price is not coming down? Is that why this noise
No,
being
because
generated?
I think people are anticipating that now that it's going to be in dollar, that it will spike up in price. They anticipate that it will spike up, but I don't see that happening unless the only thing that will make it spike up in price, like I said, is if the naira does not starts depreciating. But I don't see the naira depreciating because of the great work that the CBN governor has done and his deputy governors, and also the fact that our forex reserve, when you see it, is I think is at the highest that it has ever been in history.
Yeah, I in addition, I think what Dangote is trying to do, although maybe not totally okay, but in this kind of industry, you want to clip the unnecessary criminality of this
exactly.
market. So, because at the end of the day, when he sold petrol to them, they took it away from to the Nigerian neighboring countries. How come that the price they are selling the petrol should be the same price in Cotonou or Togo and the rest?
Exactly.
So he knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
So, but at the end of the day, the beauty of it is that when other refineries will come on board, there'll be more competition, maybe directly or indirectly. And what he's doing now will not affect the price of the crude, of the petrol in the petrol station.
No.
Even if he's selling to them at, he has already came out and make a clarification. He is selling in dollar, but at the official CBN rates to the dollar per day.
But then it's going to be naira equivalent.
Thank you. Exactly. That is what he's doing.
So there's
why all this noise now?
It's just for him to be able to make
You know what?
Yes.
You see this Strait of Hormuz thing, a lot of Nigerians do not really understand like what would have happened by now if that refinery.
If there was no Dangote refinery, we would have been screwed. You see what happened
the whole of West Africa
and Russia when they started having that war, how it affected wheat markets.
Actually, because
the urea, aviation fuel, and the very fact that Dangote's policy is to serve the Nigerian market first.
Before
this has never happened before. That alone, availability, I'm telling you, availability as at this moment in time in history is a privilege. Not
Azan, let me tell you one thing that Nigerians don't appreciate. I've been saying it on this platform. Those days when they used to buy petrol for 200 naira, and then it will not be available. You understand? In fact, I don't even know how you people survive that period in the north, because in the north you cannot even see petrol to buy in the filling station. You have to go to all these bangbaro. I don't even know what you people call them in the north.
We call it bangbaro.
It's bangbaro now, because you will not see petrol in the filling station. Few meters from the filling station, you see some people selling jerry cans.
They conspire with the people with the filling stations now. And then they when you go to the filling station, they say it's finished. But always
what I'm thinking is that an average Nigerian thought, because it's Dangote that is producing in Nigeria, then the price of petrol should be as little as 100 naira.
No, which is impossible.
They think that because it's a Nigerian
the assumption that he's getting
and selling it.
But
Mr. Remy, you know why that is as well? To Hassan's point, the Nigerian media as well. That's why I said I don't know. In Nigeria, the
Nigerian media is compromised.
They claim they practice journalism, but I'm sorry, they practice something. But to say
it's narrative peddling.
Let me say this.
At all.
And
Are you
I
sure? Are you sure?
Even this channel,
They start with
all
always
of them, they don't touch journalism at
monopoly,
all.
monopoly. And where do you hear that language of monopoly? The World Bank, the IMF, the World Trade Organizations, and who are these guys? These institutions, whose interests are they serving?
Yeah.
And if there is alignment in messaging, what does that tell you? No, I'm not saying
Let me tell
anything,
you,
but
if Nigeria is going to be burned down, it is Nigerian journalism that is
His
going to burn
media.
that country. Yeah.
I don't know if Tinubu
I think they are
or the
compromised.
presidency
Those people
can do
know.
something to rein in on Nigeria, because they need to be reined. They need to suffer consequences. They need to suffer, because the amount of nonsense that they put out for Nigeria, the way they shift and shape Nigerian minds to think certain manner, is just the way they handle is callous, very callous.
Akon, do you think it's
Very,
only in
very
Nigeria?
callous.
Do you think it's only in Nigeria?
No, Manazita, it's not only Nigeria, but Nigeria's own is, even in US, where I live, for example, there's something they call embargo. When you have sensitive story, for example, you cannot release that. There's something they call embargo. You cannot release that story. For what? For national security reasons. They will tell you, do not release that story. They will have meeting amongst all the news outlets, all the major news outlets. Do not release. If any of those news outlets release the story, the government will deal with them. But in Nigeria, they want to, I want to have clicks. I want people to come to my news show to attract, I just find it preposterous. It's lacking patriotism, in my opinion. That's what I would say. And care for the Nigerian public.
No, that thing actually, there are some group of humans on earth. They own the media. They pay the media to run a particular narrative about a country. I don't know the reason why they do that. Because some certain things you hear about some countries, when you get into that country, you'll be shocked.
Confused, yes.
You get confused. You see what is happening with people who came for World Cup in the US.
Yeah.
Are you watching their video?
Yeah.
They were shocked. I don't know, even some people who call themselves Nigerians believe in those things they say. The same thing in the United States. Even some American citizens don't even see their country in a good light.
Yeah.
Because of what the media is projecting. So it's all over the world. That's why I say you should try to find out. Don't listen to them. They are paid to do that heavily. And that's how they sustain themselves.
Yeah,
They are paid to run on that narrative. So the best thing is to ignore them.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the things they say actually is common sense.
Is important. Critical thinking is important.
Yes, most of the things they say is actually common sense.
But
it's common sense.
Can we now? We can't do that comparison. The level of sophistication of the society, in US is different from Nigeria. Nigerians majority, the level of education is very low, so the repercussion cannot be the same.
You don't know the damage those people have done to Americans.
Oh, yeah,
it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
American society is broken.
Yeah, they are still better off than us. The problem in Nigeria is that they are winning, and they are winning big.
The difference between them and between United States and most other countries is that their constitution and the foundation is so very strong.
Yeah.
Okay, take for instance Zoran Mandani. When he was campaigning, he was saying all manner of bullshit. He won the election, but people who know America knows he can't do those things. It's as simple as ABC. Because their institutions are strong. Their foundation is very strong. Media is destroying most countries. Media is destroying most countries.
That is why we can't make that comparison. We don't even have the institution. We don't have
We
anything
don't have
to
solid
actually counter
institutions
these
in
things that
Nigeria
we are
to
talking
counter
about. So we
that.
cannot.
Exactly.
So we should
Okay,
not
let
even
me give you an
tolerate that.
example. You know, I like talking rubbish. Somebody will
They
come
are
and tell
over.
you
They
how
are
wonderful,
overachieving here.
how wonderful P2B is. Common sense. It's common sense. You know a state called Anambra as a Nigerian. What is Anambra known for? Period. It's just common sense. Come on now. Yes, media that is it not Prince Daddy? The one that I said the media think they can rule the world. Prince Daddy told me they're doing a very good job. They're working on it. I'm telling you, he told me, and when I went to him that day, I was saying this guy is right. They're
Can I
doing a
come
very
in?
good
Can I
job.
come in here? Can I come in? I'm from
Yeah.
Anambra State. So Anambra, you don't know what Anambra stands for, Abi? Anambra is like Lagos in Southeast, if you don't know. In Anambra, you will see many markets, so don't say who or what is Anambra stands for. Anambra is like Dubai in Southeast Nigeria. No state in Southeast beat Anambra. No matter, you can compare now. So P2B is do wonderful. The time is big. It's like Anambra government,
Is
in
it
my
not that you're
place.
dirty Onisha and all of those places you call the Dubai of
Remy, what do you want to? Why are you responding now? Why are you doing
Let
this?
me come in. Let me come in, my brother. Where Peter became as an Anambra state governor, Anambra is dirty. It's true, it's dirty. But when you start walking, if you know where they call Bida Road, the dustbin, you will see that area. A corner, one gene area. This man clear every that area. Open that road because that time motor no dey pass that road because of dustbin. So that man do wonderful in Anambra State. I remember when he came to govern a state, you do something that people of that state need that moment. He cannot leave that they need. They'll go and do another thing. So Anambra need
Which is the
education
nonsense
that
Soludo is
time.
doing.
Anambra need education that time because our school that time is not working.
Up to standard.
All school, primary school, secondary school in Anambra State, all of them is not working.
Yeah.
This man brought them to the life. So where is some people talking? Where is a legacy project? No, we cannot leave for all those things and go and start building legacy project. That is the problem Nigeria have today. Anambra State have more than
It's okay, Patrick.
Anambra
It's
State
okay.
have more than Anambra
Patrick,
State have more than
hold on.
seven
Patrick, I'm
university.
talking. Can you hold
So
on?
you don't need to build another university or maintain that the
Patrick, can
one
you
you
hear me?
have. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, why are you not responding?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so it's okay. It's just an interjection. Ako, can you round up so that we move
Yes,
to
let me
Zita?
round up, please, so the next person can go. So yeah, regarding that Dangote, that's and then regarding this chief of staff and this issue, that man has a track record ever since the time in Surulere. So I don't want to talk too much because, but that man is known for.
Yes, when you do something over and over
activities.
again, nobody will know the one you didn't do and the one you are not doing. That's what the problem with Bajabina. He's been doing that shenanigan
He's
for a
always had
long
that
time.
track record, even from Surulere, from as long as I can remember. I even remember the one that he did where I don't know how he was able to do this, but he managed to get money from Enugu University of the hospital, the teaching hospital in Enugu, 250 million naira. He managed to reappropriate that money to fund his hospital that they inaugurated in Surulere. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he was able to. Meanwhile,
that something you cannot prove. Stop that, please. That one is possible. Something you cannot prove. How can you now change allocation from one state to another state? Is it easy like that?
Oh, is it like that? Okay. Let's leave it like that. Let's leave it like that.
Leave it like that. Let's move on.
So what I was
Remy, wait. Let me say
Remy
this.
has a
Zita,
questionable
sorry,
character.
Remy. Why is it that every time is it the only one in the presidency? That even after this fake
question.
even after this fake, another one is brewing now. After they are talking about diversion of NNPC one.
Yeah.
So why is it the only? Is it the only person?
Wherever there is smoke, there is fire.
Remy, don't try and defend what is not there.
Let me ask Remy a question. Remy,
that I've always known that about even
Remy,
time and Surulere. So this will not be news today. I'm not shocked.
Remy, Gwajamila has a bad record in the United States.
Exactly.
So for such a person for me, forget about the other things he has been doing in Nigeria since he ran back to Nigeria. For such a person, for me to hear that he did some bullshit, it will be really, really unfair to Nigerians for me to open my mouth to defend him.
And
the question I'm asking, why was that guy? Why did he die in that hospital?
You know,
nobody has been able to answer why somebody who is a prime witness will be in a hotel. Automatically, the hotel catch fire. Automatically, that hotel was bulldozed. Must we be supporting everything?
That's their internal politics.
Sorry, I'm back now. It's not about supporting or no supporting. What I'm just trying to say, you have a very good point because you said he has been, indicted before in the United States of America. That is true. But what Ako was saying to me, that one that said he turned Anambra State money hospital to Lagos State or whatever. I just wanted to be careful because there's no factuality in that one. And all these things you guys have been saying, we cannot blame you. It's just that somebody who was
what I'm saying, the evidence is there. It's not me I'm saying it. If you go on GovSpend, you will see the record is there on GovSpend. You will see it there. So it's not something I'm not talking about. I don't do
let's just oppose to the moment. The moment we have now is that because he has the precedent, so all accusing figures is pointed at him. So nobody is saying let the investigator or the police let them do their job too.
Well, so what does that mean? We cannot talk about it. Why do you want to?
After killing the man,
you can't talk about him. Are we not
after killing the man? They investigate.
You cannot say after
you are
killing the
right. Only Simba, let me just say one thing. You are right, but there is this thing like even in Hausa that they say idan ka ji ishin to akwai wani abu. That means if something keeps coming up about somebody, whether it's a rumor and or whatever, then there must be something that like there is no smoke without fire. And why it's just pattern recognition. It is not, and Baja is not the only one close to the president. Like there are a lot of other people who have power and influence within the administration. Why must it be all this scandal around him, his name? It's just human.
He's a criminal. That's why.
To assume and to infer, and even if you are a smart person, even on day-to-day interaction, street interaction, you when you meet somebody like that, you are supposed to like protect yourself, isn't it?
And also, Mr. Remy, let me add to what Maranzita and Hassan has said. Okay, I want to assume, let's say that he has not done any of what he's alleged to do, right? But the fact that he keeps being, I'll even say, why is it that your name is being kept? It's because, and what have you been doing that you're being associated with these people? That means you have bad judgment. You don't have good judgment. And for me, that questions your character as a person. A person that does not have good judgment is a very, I can't be around such person. I can't be around such person. And that's even in corporate world. You don't have to have done it, but the moment that they associate you with it, even if you did not do it, the moment that they can question your character, that's the moment they will fire you. You might have not done it, but the moment they can put that, it leads to question of your character. You know that you're gone as God. You might as well just leave the company. So regarding this chief of staff, I'm not surprised at all about what all this is receiving on event, and that's how I end my submission. So to the next person.
There is some questions I wanted to ask Hassan, if he will answer honestly.
Yeah, go ahead. I hope I can. I
Hassan,
know.
Can you explain to this platform the logistics? You come from the north, and I know that in the north, sometimes most schools are being built in some sort of secluded area. But the road to those schools, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to prove a point. But the roads to those schools somewhat can be busy because there is a school. And then in a school, normally in Nigeria, when a school is in session, there is some sort of a kind of mini market. When I mean mini
Economic
market,
activity, yes,
you
of
see
course, of
people
course.
selling kunu, granite, blah, blah, blah. They target the teachers and the children during free play.
Of course.
Can you explain to this platform the logistics? Because I came to this platform and I call it shenanigan. Why did I call it shenanigan? It's been happening over the years. Some group, no, I don't care who they are, whether they are Fulani herdsmen or terrorists
The
from the
logistics
Middle
of
East.
kidnapping.
Yes, I want to talk about it because we have not been discussing the havoc happening in my country, this platform. Because I was laid courses on it because of it. I want to discuss it. And I will keep discussing it on this platform anytime I
Yes,
come. Let me
will
explain,
explain.
finish,
I'll
Hazan, so that
explain,
you
but
can
I
take
will
it
try
from there.
to avoid getting between what is happening between you and Bishop. However, the reality of the matter is that when you look at first of all,
Let me
most
finish my
schools,
question so
especially
that you
boarding
take
schools.
it from there.
Okay.
I want to
Okay,
explain
go
some
ahead.
certain things.
I wanted to just talk about the Chibok one because that's the most popular one. So that anyway, but finish your question.
Okay, so over the years, when I mean Chibok girls, I don't really mean they should talk about Chibok girls because Chibok girls actually was the first statement of, if I may remember vividly, of group kidnapping. Kidnapping has always been kidnap family, husband and wife, a politician, blah, blah, blah. But kidnapping that large number of people at a go, I think it started with Chibok girls. And over the years, I do not really do care where it is happening, whether it's in somebody's kitchen or in their father's parlor. What I'm saying is that it's been a trend. So it has been happening in Nigeria from time to time. And again, I want to say, I do not care again whether it's Fulani herdsmen, terrorists from Middle East, terrorists from somewhere in Africa. What I'm saying, it is a terrain, like a pattern. They always come, carry some group of people in large number and disappear. Can you, because it has been mostly in the north, although sometimes in the middle belt. Can you explain to this platform how possible without lapses on the part of the government and the part of the military and the part of the security agents that somebody can willingly walk into a school and move 100 students, load them in a box, and take them out of that environment?
Okay. To do this, yes, to do this, we just take one, example as a case study, what actually happened. So that I would explain it, and then everybody can deduce whatever they can deduce. And this is like the sequence of events and the facts of what actually happened, right? Okay. it was a time for writing WAEC and NICO, and around those times, you expect that there is a flurry of activities, and in fact, external examiners are the ones who come and administer the papers and all that, and usually it is at the end of the period. First of all, boarding schools can be located in remote areas. However, there is always access road. There is always a road that means, and there is always a town or I wouldn't say village in the traditional sense of village in Nigeria. I would say what we say like a village that has essentially become a town. If you get what I mean, if you've been to a unity school or a government secondary school, wherever,
because the school develops the environment. Yes, I know.
Yes, even in citing that school, usually these factors are taken into account, and then they cite the school, right? Fine. So what essentially happens is that, for example, that of the Chibok girls, as at that material time, because of the crisis that Borno was into, cellular network was cut off. So imagine how we were so used to our phones, and imagine an environment where nobody can call anybody if you are within this boundary. You get what I mean? Now, there was no network around that area and around that time, because the military actually stopped the network because they felt the terrorists were using it to coordinate activities and all that. Now, that is the first flaw. So you can imagine how, okay, and then the military, of course, they communicate with each other with walkie-talkies, radio phones, and all that. And the terrorists, guess who else have walkie-talkies and radios too? The terrorists. Good. Now, so as much as our military can communicate and do what they are doing on their own part, the terrorists are also having their own equipment, and they have their own, radio channels, and they are also doing their communicating. Now, and the thing is that, because they said Boko is haram, before even they started the kidnapping, they had started burning down schools and all that, but they really didn't get much traction and media time, because what they always wanted was whenever they do something, that it should be so gory, so bad that then the media will take it and then it will be played on Al Jazeera, BBC, and all that. So what they they did a lot of bad things, destroyed a lot of schools. They started with massacring, schoolboys, young schoolboys. They did that I think it's in one secondary school in Bama. And then the worst one they did was in Yobe. I think it's either in Potiskum or Buniadi or somewhere like that, where they put an explosive during the assembly, on the assembly ground where the boys were stationed. And after the explosion, there were some of them waiting with Kalashnikovs, and they finished the remaining boys off. I'm talking of secondary school boys, S1 to SS3. And even that did not even, go anywhere, even in our local tabloids. Now, understand this. Even right now, where we talk of gender sensitivity, Me Too movement, women, and all that, and that was even Boko Haram, when they kidnapped the Chibok girls, they themselves did not even had no clue that this will be of any significance, because they've been kidnapping girls before, and but then it was not in a school, and it was not in such an organized environment where they were under the protection of the supposed government. But then they did the Chibok kidnapping, and when they did the Chibok kidnapping, they were so surprised at the reaction that before you knew it, the presidency was talking about it, the governor, and before you knew it, so much it has gone to the international media. Now, that was like a moment of a eureka moment of discovery. Oh, so we've been wasting our time. This is the shortcut.
Azan.
Yeah.
Let me see. I think you are not answering she's asking you about the logistic. He's asking you whether it's possible to kidnap with the logistic that is going to be involved to kidnap large number of people like that and still escape. I think that's the question she put to you. He's
Yes,
not asking you
yes.
the details of
Hassan, hold on. You are not answering my question. He was right. Simba was right.
Yeah, I get it
What
now.
I
So
mean is that
let me touch that part.
if there is no lapses in the side of the government and the military, let's assume the military is doing their job, the security is doing their job, the villagers are on alert, the government is on point. I'm just saying.
There was definitely lapses because it's every inch.
Hold on now.
Let me just
hold on.
Okay, finish.
Let me finish. Can some group of men or some group of people walk into a village? You said they've been kidnapping people. I think Chibok girls is the large. I'm talking about kidnapping large number of people, like many people. The logistic, is it possible if these things are working? Can you take those people out of that environment? That is what I'm saying.
Yes and no. Let me start with the no first. No, because every single space. Remember, as at that time, Borno was even under a state of emergency, and we have the ORO, Operation Restore Order, where
no, Hassan. Don't use Chibok girls. Chibok girls was their first large kidnap. I said, subsequently, it has been a pattern in Nigeria that these people come in, they move large number of people and take them away. Then I put the lapses on the government, on the community, and on the security agencies. I said, if they are doing their job, is it possible that some group of people will come into a community and load that kind of people and walk away? That's my anger.
It's not. In fact, let me just even tell you this. Before they took the Chibok girls, they've been taking girls, from local village communities where they don't have any voice and nobody speaks for them. So it's not as if that was their first rodeo. The thing is, when they take people like that, the people in the village, they report to the military. This is what happened. This is where they went. In fact, villagers are even very adept. In fact, some of them are even better at tracking. Like, they understand how people move. If you move on a horse, if it's a child, if it's a male, if it's a female, even if you are limping, by the way you walk, your footsteps on the sand, they can trace you to where you are. That's one. And when they report this to the people who are in charge, say the military and all that, that is where the problem begins. So excuses are given. We've not been given order.
You've answered my question.
We are waiting for command. We're these days, and before you know it, things have just the window, because there is a small window to act, and if you don't act at that time, then things can just get complicated, and that is the reality of the thing. That's just it.
Thank you very much, because I have been on this logistics for God knows how long. It is a village. It is an environment. There is no environment that people who live there doesn't know who is who. For some sort of people from God knows where, come to Oyo State, in a village in Oyo, and load little innocent children in whatever bus or tipper or whatever and walk away. To Zita, it is a shenanigan. And I beg them, in the name of whatever they worship, they should stay away from kids, otherwise the curse of God will befall them. They should stay away from kids. They should continue with what they have been doing in Nigeria and leave the little ones out of it. They don't know who is who. They don't know who hates who. They don't know who is contesting what. They don't know who is fighting anybody. They don't know who is fighting who. So they should leave them. They're innocent. All these questions of no network, no this, no that, that is absolutely rubbish. You can't load that kind of human being and live. No, not in a village. You can't. You can't make it long distances. You can't. Just as you said, Hassan, the moment it happened and everybody start chasing it that time, they won't go far. When I mean everybody, I mean our government, our security agencies, and the village. So if these three people are there and those things are happening, to Zita is his shenanigan. I stand by it. And anybody who places curse on me because of that, his family and generation will be wiped out by kidnapping. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Zita. Do you need to talk about any other topic?
Let me just
Hold on, Azan, please hold on. Do you need to talk about any other topic?
Who, me?
She said
No,
she
I'm talking
rests
about
her case.
Zita.
That means she's done now.
No, let me ask her now.
Okay.
Remy, just
Me?
hold on for me. Yes.
Is the Bajamila now that we are talking? I thought we are doing that round around.
You still want to talk about it?
No, I think I've said all I need to say.
What about
Bajamila is a
Dangote?
criminal
What about
that has
Dangote?
been indicted for.
What about
Okay?
Dangote?
Or Dangote. I think I spoke on Dangote. You see, Dangote and Nigerian government, they have to find something in the middle. The man worked so hard to put up those things. And he wants to make money. That's the truth. So somehow the government has to come together. They should come in the middle. You don't expect him to go and buy crude from US and come and sell in Naira. Nobody does that now. Haba. Muna pity the man small. And for people saying he's not smart, he's not intelligent, I wonder where the hell they got that one from, but that's okay. Simba, there is nothing I've not heard in this platform. And saying Dangote is not smart shouldn't be a new thing to me. Anyway.
One thing you should understand that everybody have their own opinion. You understand?
You're right. Everybody has their own opinion. The one I will
So
not tolerate is
we
raining curses on somebody.
whatever we believe, we cannot impose it on others.
Absolutely, I agree with you. But the one I will not tolerate is somebody raining curses on somebody because of that person's submission. Any day I see that guy on this platform, the platform will be hot. I won't let that slide. I promise everybody this platform. Any day I see Bishop on this platform, I will continue raining curses on him and he will jump out. I won't let it slide. Honestly, if that is the order of the day that somebody will walk into the platform and be raining curses on somebody because of his own opinion, that might not even be the fact.
Okay, thank you.
It has come so low. Any day I see him on this platform, I will start raining curses on him.
Okay, thank you. Midwest people, are you there?
I do, my brother.
Okay.
I give chance, like I need like that kind of 10 minutes before I feel say something here. So man, another person just
Midwest, before I go, make I greet you, brother. How you doing now?
Good
you
morning,
don't
sir. My son.
Well, I fine, alhamdulillah. I did fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Well done.
Simba, let me just quickly throw something to that of Agbajamila. You see, this issue of fake agency, it speaks a lot of volume about the problem of our country. Everything we are suffering today is an institutional failure. Whether Boko Haram, whether this, whether that one, or whatever things that are not working well for that country. Because it's just more than pointing finger on Bajamila or this same guy that make the confession. But if the whole thing cut across so many institutions or the original agencies to put things on check, and finally they were able to succeed to that level, if not for confession. My brother, that is the same thing that is happening around our resources. And that is the same thing that is affecting Dangote today. However, Nigeria should be very thankful of Dangote because we're in a country that is fully loaded, but just waiting for eternity to trigger it. Everybody is fed up. I have to be honest with you. To my own opinion, but people will not admit. If, for example, Dangote is not there, with this global oil crisis in the Gulf area or this Strait of Hormuz, something I will call it, I tell you by now, there will not be fuel in Nigeria. Nigerians will not be able to afford it. It will be so expensive and exorbitant. Come to Europe here. Within this period of this crisis, come and see the price of fuel, petrol. It's available. Everything almost doubled to almost 50-60% overnight. But now the government here also, they have been able to stabilize it, do whatever they want to do. In some places in Europe, it's still very expensive, you know. But Dangote have rescued us. But because of bad bureaucracy, fake agencies that carry original name approved by president, they don't even function. It's an evidence. Because it got through so many places. And none of them were able to stop it. And the numbers of agencies like this that is in operation in Nigeria, I tell you, it's not only this one, it's many. But they're not going to do anything about it. It's just the system. But however, the system is almost consuming the country. Because this insecurity we're talking about is not going to get better. Anybody that is telling you we're going to overcome it, we just need some more equipment. The same guys you are fighting, they are learning. They are also trying to equip themselves better. The international community have seized opportunity to come into our country and start mining our resources in a manner that lacks accountability. Because when you have crisis, they profit more. That's why Democratic Republic of Congo remain the state it is today. It's not because of the people. It's because they are in the place as the catch for that purpose. And our country is almost there. Just look at the way they are using these terrorists to spread across everywhere and the way they are digging in to start mining our resources in the black market level. Because the country system is well designed on a black level. Nothing is transparent. And that is what this agency has spoken to. It's not left for Nigerians to really analyze it. However, this man will be a victim because they are not ready to do something differently. If it's a country that really want to progress, every institution will be subject to investigation because they're supposed to stop that thing somewhere. Like Remy was trying to make excuse here. What you just need is a letter from chief of staff. What do you mean? When you have a letter, you have a system. The next institution, if it is properly synchronized, we discover that something is not right. That's why you have them. So if they are not able to discover, they need to investigate all down to the Senate, House of Rep, all those budget appropriation, whatever they call them, Central Bank of Nigeria and all. Because these institutions, they are so dark. Imagine when Ngozi Awala was there. I don't know who was the Central Bank something that time. They were selling Nigeria oil, and why NNPC was remitting Naira? What happened to the dollars? How were they even able to get those Nairas? And nobody investigated it. So for me, what has happened in Oyo, it has been there. Indeed, Nigerians are like people, I don't really know the words I will use to describe, but I will explain it this way. All these issues started with farmers. And you know Nigeria setting farmers are the lowest class of citizens of that country, and nobody cares. And those who could flee for their life, they went to camp. Now it's crawling into our educational system whereby people can be both, like in Edo State, now they just rescue some university students. So now it's entering our schools. Very soon it will enter our marketplaces and the heart of the city. That means the country is gone. And all the forests, they are already mining everywhere. There is no single state where there's no illegal mining. Then they went to China and they were complaining to Chinese government. The government there has them. But these guys are using heavy duty. How were they able to transfer this thing to that place? It baffles them. And that's the worst insult you can give to a country. It means even the logistics we are talking here, we are not able to design it in a way to control what people are moving. And that's the reality. You see trailer loaded of goods from Lagos to Sokoto. If you stop them on the way, even if you see receipt, it's just a handwritten receipt from, even where they're loading, you see them writing paper. You can't trace what they are loading, who loaded it, what is the content. It just keep moving. Maybe if the police suspect too much, they will now say, okay, offload everything for us. That is the highest they can go. You see the situation. So I pray that we admit the fact that our institutions are not working for the interest of the country or for the interest of the progress of the country, so they can do things differently. We can't just continue like this or pretend over this issue. The issue is going to consume the country. Whether we like it or not, or our brother is there, we can defend them, we can do this, we can do that. The insecurity is going to get worse. Because those who are actually profiting from crisis, they have pressure, heavy pressure when it comes to the economy. Across Europe, nothing is working. And they are going to come to our place to survive. They did it in the past. That's why they enslave us. That's why they colonize us. Now they are already in that brink. German economy is almost gone. Is it France? Is it Sweden? Everything is shaking. But they are able to silence it, lie low, and they are calculating what next to do. And the next thing they have to do is to go to that place where people have resources and they don't have institutions to manage this. It's just Mr. President. And that's why they were able to create this agency. And that's just my submission about that. It's very shameful. If they really want to help us and develop our, or every institution that they were created for the purpose to make sure this kind of something doesn't happen. So how come? They should investigate all of them. The network is strong, it's big, and they are not looking for someone to parade as a scapegoat. Yes, the police will do that for them easily. That's why they took everything to police. Let police investigate it. Because they are in charge of the police. The AIG was, I think it was appointed by the president. The president, someone recommended to the president. The police, the army, every security agent, they are all president boy. And that is the reality. So I will give chance to another person to just say something because I want to quickly do something. Thank you, Mr. Simba, for the time you gave to me.
Okay, thank you, Midwest people. Is Patrick there? Patrick, are you there?
Am I not the next person? I've not spoken now.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, Remy.
Should I go on?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Is it glory?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here once again. I think you guys have spoken very well concerning the issues about what is happening in that country or what is confronting that country. But first, I will start with Makinde. Makinde is playing cheap politics because when they abducted those children and you are the chief security officer of that state, what did you do? Nothing. For 60 days, you do not remember United Nations human rights to report them to. It is after they now free them that it now occur to you that there is one kind of game people are playing. So it's not a cheap politics. And I'm totally disappointed
But
in him.
Remy, let me ask you this question. Why did he welcome them? I think he had the press conference whereby during that press conference, the people that were involved in the rescue mission, the GOC, all the paraphernalia of security architectures were there, and he was sitting there. So was it after that he now made that announcement or what? I don't understand.
Whatever you want to say, Simba, at least all of these people are in his state. He can ask questions. He can call of them to his private
You
room.
don't understand what I'm saying.
I
The people
understand
involved,
that.
in the rescue mission,
Mhm.
he actually were in his office, and all of them gave account of their participation.
Mhm.
Was he not convinced by
No,
what
no,
they
no, no,
said?
no, no, Simba. You know the people involved were not only the military, police, and law. There's
You
also
don't
local
understand. I'm not
vigilantes.
wait, Remy. Now try and understand what I'm saying. Whether he can't bring everybody now, he can't bring the vigilante. And what I'm saying is that he was there when those guys were speaking, and
Mhm.
he was even the one that actually, I mean, moderate the meeting and whatever they did.
I understand you that you thought that he got some fresh information from those people, and that's what warranted him to be saying something like
No,
United
no, no,
States
no,
should
no.
come
You
and
don't
do this.
understand. I'm asking whether I was not convinced by what they said. That was why he came out and started talking all those things. That's the question
Oh,
I'm
okay.
asking you.
The reason why I will not, I understand you. This is a state broadcast. That means there was a prepared speech, okay, for him to deliver. Whether he reads from what is in front of him or he's reading from his head, I don't know. But what my bane of concern is here, those people were abducted for 60 days. What were you doing for 60 days? What kind of information come to you every day from all these security apparatus in that state? Because you also have security briefing every
Maybe
morning.
Remy, maybe he has a privileged information that we are not privy to have. That was why he's saying that.
But no matter what kind of privileged information he had in his hand, I think he can as well go ahead and meet the presidency. This is the information I have. No matter your political differences, because when there is a bomb blast in Oyo State, quickly you went to Abuja.
So somebody that is accusing the presidency of staging the kidnapping, we go back, we go
So
to
that is
them and ask
why
what.
you know the insinuation like in that state and in most southwest states that before these people were freed, people believe that Makinde have a hand in it. So it can also be a deliberate attempt to try to exonerate himself that no, I don't have any hand in this. United Nations should come and do their own investigation. That is not even my own concern. My own concern is this: even if the so-called United Nations come and investigate, are you going to take them to Orire local government where the road is dusty, where the school we are talking about is bushy, it's not well kept? Sometimes I just look at this one. You are just opening your yansh more. The local government you are going to take them to, at least they are going to visit wherever they happen there. Let's check out the schools. The schools are under you. You're supposed to keep them in good shape with good desks and chairs in a remote places. So sometimes I just wonder what is all that kind of thing. So that is why a lot of people believe that you are playing cheap politics. To me, to be frank, he has not lived up to expectation throughout all of these things. Remember, the day they freed this, a day before they free these people, he also mentioned in Bauchi when he went to meet Bauchi state governor, telling him that he declared for presidency at 4 p.m. And in the following month, they already abducted children. And that same day, he was talking, and at that same day, they already released those children. So can you not tell me that those
Okay, that
terrorists?
statement, that he made, was it
Yes.
after? Was it immediately after the kidnapping, or it was after the release?
Just a day. Just he was making the statement this night, or maybe this afternoon, or in Bauchi. But it's that same day, later that same day that they released those children. And he was making an assumption that he was accusing that he declared for presidency and the following day they abducted those children. So the question we should now ask is that those terrorists, in collaboration with the local people in Oyo State, because they named some Yoruba people in collaboration with them, so they just found within 1 hour and they quickly go and abduct those children. That is a lie. So many things that you can use against this governor that is not responsible enough. And all those things he's talking about doing, in fact, well, this is Nigeria. Everything goes. To be frank with you, I think that is the hallmark that I always disappointed in black men. anything, you quickly run to America. You want to run to UK. Are you telling me the UK, American, the problem in front of them in their own country is so enormous that they have to think about you? All of us, we all live in abroad. This is not the 1970s or 1990s or 1980s. If you go to any countries of the world now, you will see a lot of diaspora community from different countries. And we can see the system they operate here. The only difference between developed country and developing countries is that in developed country we have basic amenities working, in which they pay a lot of tax. So and when you now compare with the support with Nigeria that we don't pay a lot of tax and we are not organized and I see some high level of corruption. It's not that those developed countries are not corrupt too. They are also corrupt. The level might be different from what we have in Nigeria. So I think what Makinde was doing, it was totally a cheap politics and it's not really good for the polity of Nigeria and also for how he handled this entire scenario. It's totally disappointing. I think it's quite unfortunate. And when you guys are talking about terrorism in the northern part of the country, I put the blame squarely on the leadership of those northeast and northwest. Because if you take all of these children away to good schools and secure them, people don't make noise. People kept quiet. And when you kept quiet, that means tacitly you are encouraging these people to continue. And when you have a lot of people in the Nigerian army see this kind of crisis of a way to become instant millionaire by telling the government we have to buy more ammunition, we have to do this, we have to do that. And also some of our military guys are compromised. So when you look at the whole scenario, to me, I think I blame those leadership in the north. And I also blame the followership herself because the followership are too docile. They don't talk. And they weed them together in the name of the so-called religion. So at the end of the day, how come for 20-something years they were killing their people like that, and you just fold them and smiling, and then you want to fight for power? Is it the power you want to eat? So we must give kudos to the southwestern people for coming out, for speaking out, for putting pressure on the governor, on the presidency, on everybody to do something, and they were able to get a good result. That is the hallmark of all regions should be doing. I also castigate the southeastern part of Nigeria when all those stupid criminality were buying people all over there, and the people in that place were just holding their hands. They are fighting. Look, they are just destroying your community. They are killing your people unnecessarily. So, to be frank, I think we should all sit down as a Nigerian. We should fashion a kind of democracy that really fit that country, whereby the people are in charge of their own security and also in charge of how they manage their own region. I think it's high time every state control their resources, and we should stop collecting money from Abuja. Maybe we'll get down and get serious in that country. So which other topic, Simba?
Your friend now, Bajabi Amila.
Okay, you guys are right about him because at the end of the day, if his hand is always in the cookie jar, so automatically people will point a Christian figure at you. It's like, oh, we know that thief before. So if they say something happened, everybody say, yeah, it's him now. Even if it's not him, then you already can't, because he found himself there. So at the end of the day, if truly is in that,
He found himself or he put himself.
Yeah, probably any way you put it, because I know you don't really like him. But I'm not that I like him as well. But at the same time, when I look at what he has done in the constituency in which he was when he was the speaker, he has done a wonderful job in Surulere. One of the best, to be frank. He did wonderfully. A lot of structure, hospitals, schools, event center, so many things he has done. He has changed the totality of entirely of the.
So that is what he's using to that is what he's using to how will I put it now? To deceive you people, eh?
No, not about deceive or no deceive. At least that thing he has done cannot be carried away again. The consistency will continue to enjoy it. So if all of those rogues and everybody that you call them rogues in Nigeria did the same way he has done to his own constituency, don't think that is at least we have dividend of democracy. So that is why I say, but in this kind of situation, if after thorough investigation he was indicted, I think Tinubu will just drop him. That's nothing. He will just go away. That is just it. But actually, in my mind, I think that this kind of stuff has been happening in Nigeria. That some people, it's just like a syndicate working in the civil service, and they have a way to paddle the budget so that they can get money and share among themselves one way or the other. So it cannot be ruled out that he might be involved or not involved. So you guys are right about him. So this is where I say, but that is not the end of this story, and that is not the end that not to me. I think all ministries, including federal and state ministries, they are doing the same thing. This is the way they make money. Because when you really check, because I happen to know some permanent secretary before, and I asked myself, I look at it was the guy was on level 17, the highest that time, and the guy was stupidly very very wealthy man. And I checked the salary. How much is he receiving? It's not even up to 250 or 300,000 that time, and they are commanding a lot of things. The children were all over the world on first class tickets or something like that. So the major thieves in Nigeria are the civil servants, because the politicians will come and go. And they are going to show the politician, this is the way to make money. You get your cut, I get my cut. And that's what they have been doing for a long time. If you truly want to know about how the civil service works, probably maybe the same thing all over the world. So they will get the contract, they will they will tell you this is the contract. You will get the contract, but they are the one that is going to execute the contract, and everybody get their own share, and everybody smile. And the corruption or whatever goes along that way. They might do the project very well. They might not do the project very well because they think that some project they deliberately do not do it to some certain quality, so that every year it should
It's
come and
not the
give
same
them like.
across the globe. It's just like that in Nigeria. Even developing country cannot risk.
So please,
Yeah, they
please, I
cannot risk
beg,
it.
I
Yeah.
beg you. Please, I want to tell you the truth. It might not be same as I like in Nigeria, but it does not mean it is not also not here. Because don't deceive yourself that everything in Europe is a lala's land. Everything is fantastic
But
land.
Remy, leave Europe. Let's talk about our own problem. Leave them with
And
their
so
own
I
problem.
agree. I agree. I already said
Mm.
in Nigeria, the
Mm.
high propensity of corruption is already in Nigeria.
My
So
brother, can I come in?
okay,
I've
you can
called you
come in, no
earlier.
problem.
I've called you earlier, Patrick.
I'm
I
here
think
now.
I will stop my submission here so that he can make his own submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Remy. Okay, Patrick, you can go ahead.
Okay, can you people hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Number one, I support Seyi Makinde. Let us do a investigation for all those military and the police and the vigilante group in that country. And because you cannot blame the maybe the man they suspect all those our efforts, So student goes teacher and go scot free. You cannot done like that now. Something is wrong somewhere. Let them maybe say I prefer let United States of America or Western world come and investigate what is happening, what is happening in that day in that Oyo state. Not only Oyo, but to Boroni, Kwara, or everywhere. Because the hand of government is there. Let me go back to politics. I'm here to my candidate Peter Obi, because I hope by next year, our new president will be Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. Everybody will rejoice that day. I can't wait to see that new Nigeria will be possible for any one of us here. I'm here because of I hear somebody say that. Anambra. So I don't know if they compare Anambra with another state in Igbo land. I don't know where that person is. When you come to Igbo 5 states of Igbo, southeast. Anambra is like Lagos. Anambra have more population. In Anambra, you will see many tribes in Anambra. In Anambra, you will see many businesses. Not only Anambra live in Anambra, you will see all Nigerians in Anambra doing business, So I don't know where the person got that information from. And P2B make it possible because that the time P2B came to Anambra is status, Nobody know Anambra. But I cannot blame most of you guys because the time P2B was an Anambra governor, you use media, because if something like this will call in future, it can use media like a yes weekend. Any road he commission, he can call DJ, he can call Channel TV, he can call everybody, But he don't know. That young man, we Anambra will never forget that man because he make it possible in Anambra State. This man build almost a community, the whole community in Anambra State. This man build health center. Including today, my mother, they benefit that health center now. If you not have big hospital, any community in Anambra State have health center, they have doctor and nurses. Anything happen to you, it can rush go there first. If they cannot treat you, they put you inside the banner, they go to big hospital. All the community in Anambra State, that is still they helping my old brother now. Anytime he wake up, he go in there, doctor, nurses check it, BP, he say, mother, you are okay today. If you're not okay, they will give her medicine, So I want that some people will come here and say, this man didn't do anything in Anambra State. How? This man built foundation of Anambra State to today. No anybody in Anambra will complain about hospital or don't see doctor. No. Anywhere you go to Anambra, you can treat yourself before you go into a big hospital, So in Badim University, he still build most bigger hospital in Anambra State today. Nobody do it. People will do it in Anambra State. Teaching hospital, Chukwuemeka teaching hospital in Anambra. This man built it almost 25 building. The man built it. Go and check that hospital in Oka. We see it because today they say P2B didn't build hospital. It's true. You maybe say P2B don't build hospital because teaching hospital was in Newi. It already existed, but he brought it at the station in Oka from foundation to finish. He built it in Oka, 25 building and 100 or something rooms. So both my accommodation, doctor, nurses, this man have tried. Go and look that hospital. So the man, nobody, no Anambra will use that man play. So the time he came to Anambra, because when I say this, because I will continue saying it because some people here, they really people say this man doesn't do anything. Where he came, doctor go to strike. This, my brother. That man have tried to us. That man open rural area, build roads, go to Umeje. If you come to Anambra is the part of Anambra is cultivating yam. They're doing farmland. They bring all those fruits, all those yam, cassava, like Umeje, Umuaba Nam, Obaro, Umuaka Nam, all those places they do farmers. This man open all those places till today. So if this man didn't build airports, Anambra State we no need airport the time P2B came to Anambra State because he started building airports in Oba. Go and verify. The man supposed to build airport in Oba, but we Anambra stop it. Say no, we don't need airports as of now. We need our schools to be equipped and be standard like a school. They don't need this airport because we want to build that airport and the big market in Oba. Anambra House of Assembly stop it. So no, we don't need this thing. If you want to travel, then you can go to or go to Delta State. There's airport close to Anambra State. We not need this airport now. Are you focused on other things? Now make that man don't abandon that airport and that big market is supposed to be in Oba. It still remain there now. This place where Obiano big airport, no, that airport not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be on Oba. You know, you can go and check, go and verify. So this young man, when you people are talking down about this man, the thing they vex me because I know him. He make Anambra what Anambra is today. And we Anambra are expecting our coming governor like Soludo Obiano to work more than him. But all those people didn't do anything. You know, they're supposed to work because everything in Anambra is settled. There's no godfather is in Anambra now. He can sleep, he can wake up. Before somebody kidnapped our governor, you know, do you see any state kidnap governor? In Anambra, it happened in Anambra. So when I say, if you say our president, current president now cannot govern Anambra, no lie, because Anambra is very fucking hot. Peter Obi make it cool down to today. You can see Soludo now dancing without anybody shaking the man. Who make it possible? Peter Obi, the same man, the same gentleman you see today, not talking, say he talking small. My brother, leave that thing. Where this man get power, we see. You will see action. You know, when you get president of Nigeria, most of you guys, most of politicians will run away from this country. And this country, I promise you, this country will be good. Maybe in 1 year, most of you people will still coming back and start the business because only Igbo man, a businessman can make this country work as a president. He can take our economy back again, you know. But now our naira is nonsense, you know. We started using dollar now, buy a crude oil. Started use small time now, we start using dollar, buy petrol in Nigeria, you know. So come 2027, let us remove all those settlements, all those this, so I cannot do this or this. My brother, we are the problem of this country. We are the problem of this country. The solution now is let us remove settlements and support and join hands together and support this Kwankwaso P2B tickets. You will see the nation. Our president now use a day and destroy our natural item. He can use the same a day, build a nation. You know, I never see the day where somebody can wake up and say, I change your natural item. You know, no, it can't do that. You know, it cannot come wake up with remove subsidy without any plan. People need to suffer today. They start the importing rice. They clean our farmers. Now he say rice is coming down. The rice is 50 something thousand. It's 50,000. How? You importing rice killing our farmer. He cannot give our farmer generate. Just give our farmer money, grant to start going back to farm. He cannot do that. Only this government.
Patrick, start rounding up, please.
Okay, my anger is this government. Where since this government came into power, most of people doing business, doing genuine business, doing standard business in that country, most of them are shut down. Most of them now going back to begin to sell akara, kuri, and roasting corn. Those who doing business before. Haba, it doesn't done like that. You know, I remember when I started my business, I used 30,000 start business in the main market. Today cannot do that. I use 150,000. They buy something from China that time. My master going to China give a 150,000, which is $1,000 that time, 2007. Today cannot do that. I build my business from scratch to up with 30,000 naira. But today, give somebody 30,000. He cannot buy food 30. If you say he cannot buy bag of rice 30,000, because I started business 30,000. This country is going down every blessed day. Only person can do this country now, can unite this country, can join this country together, you know, is Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, because this country need units. We need you. Tribalism is too much. Division is too much. You know, I never see this kind of division before. Before Yoruba and Igbo live together in Lagos. But today they cannot because of what? Because of one man. Since this man became a president in this country, there's
No, let me
many
just
division. This man,
let him
wait,
just 2 minutes more. I will move to Niger.
wait. You see, this man become a president of this country. I never see this kind of division before. It never happened. And this man cannot say anything. A country have
Let
a
me also
president.
let me interject.
Your country,
No. Just let him.
a
Midway,
country
let
have
him
a
just
president.
round up, please.
Who is talking? A country you have a president, your citizen is by another country. A president cannot talk, he cannot give speech, he cannot do anything. They deporting your citizen, he cannot say anything. Which kind of president this man is? We don't need this kind of president. We need president in action. We need president, something will happen. President will stand and speak like a Trump in America. This is the giant of Africa, my brothers. You don't need this old man, those who need money past citizen. Fake governor everywhere, fake agent everywhere, fake this everywhere, fake minister everywhere. Corruption is killing this country. And people will say, I will reduce cost of government. I will reduce this. I will make corruption vanish in this country.
Patrick,
Why not focus and vote this man?
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. To Niger, are you there?
Hello,
To
can you hear
Niger,
me? Can you hear
yeah, we
me?
can hear you. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm here. So,
yeah. Good morning. How are you?
good morning. I'm fine, thank you, Simba, and greetings all the panelists. So, can you like give me a quick breakdown of what the main topics are? I know that it has something to do with your groups.
Yeah, you watch the Makinde's speech.
I didn't watch it actually, but I think I saw him. They played a short clip of him saying something about the kidnap has something to do with his presidential ambition. Is he the one that said that?
Yes. So we talk
Yeah.
about that. We're also talking about Dangote, and then we're also talking about Gbajabi Amila.
So where did Dangote come in? What did Dangote? Um, what subject involves Dangote, please?
You know, recently you've been seeing people say, okay, the price of crude has come down. Why is the price of petrol not coming down? And then with the recent announcement also that the naira crude whatever has been that one has been terminated. So it has to be buying in dollars now. So those are the issues. Some people are talking about practicing monopoly and all those things. So
That is ridiculous, accusing him of monopoly. The problem, from what I can see, I think recently the government was bragging about how they are meeting their OPEC requirements in terms of crude oil production. So you know how people used to say the government didn't have enough crude to supply to Dangote. But yet, every single time they expand production, somehow other people get them first, never Dangote. So why is it that you can produce lower crude outputs, still service the people that you are servicing? When you produce higher one, the extra ones that you get still doesn't go to Dangote anyway. So you see that there is something in the system is not working as it's supposed to. And I remember having this conversation with Colata some time ago. I said, he is saying that they should increase capacity. But there's no guarantee that even when they increase capacity, this government and Nigerian government, no, I don't know whether it's just this government. Nigerian government, there's something evil about them. They do things in such a way that it doesn't benefit their nation. Because even when you increase capacity, they will find a way to ship it to somebody else. I don't understand why they do that. Other nations will prioritize themselves. But these guys, they don't care about Nigerians. And this goes into the Bajami Amelia issue too. Because people always talk about the fact that the ministry is not known or department is not known, and how is it that a fake department existed. People are now looking at or taking interest in the name of that department. They are not taking interest in the name of that department, which is something that should be very, very concerned. You know, when I was saying that these leaders are not governing for us, that some of the things that they are doing is obvious. They are not governing for you. And the evidence is beginning to emerge more and more. And the people keep saying it's fake. It's not fake. It's a real department. For whatever reason, they want to mothball it now and say it's fake. I don't know why that is happening, but it's a real department. Because that department had to do a foreign intervention in Nigeria's affairs. What does Bajambia Miller have to do with foreign intervention with Nigeria affairs? What does Tinubu have to do with it? Why do you have to create such a department? The title alone should be alarming to any Nigerian. But we missed all that. We are busy talking about fake department. Maybe that is the whole idea. Because the law of money have disappeared. They don't have any other way of explaining it. So you just call it fake department. There's so many disturbing things you see in Nigeria. You see the pattern. Trying to sabotage Dangote. Strangle it. They even tried to strangle it before it even got out. When they were saying that his product is not good, all kinds of. This is a guy that was already exporting jet fuel to Europe, but they were saying his product is not good, the refinery is not built, and all kinds of stuff. Why is it that there's something? There are entities within our state, the Nigerian state, that is so evil. They want to ensure that people don't progress.
Hey, Tunanja, I have one question. I think you'll be the best person to probably elaborate on this. The Nigerian oil production is being done by like the likes of the BPs, the Chevron, and all these Western companies, right? So, how much of the decision of production and where we supply, how much power? I mean, how much? Because if you look at the Iran situation, you know what started a beef between Iran and the Western world was when Iran nationalized their oil. But they say like, okay, and then from there the British. You know, when I read their story, like how could the British would have owned the Iranian oil and be telling them that they own it? So that mean could it be that they also own our oil too in Nigeria? I mean,
Exactly. That is what is happening, Mike.
I
Because we
think
are not.
so
We
if
are
they
not.
can own it, Persian people,
No, no,
or
no.
they can
It's
be
not
black people
only.
oil.
You know what? Wait now. What
Thank you
happened is
very
that
much. We are not the owner of our oil. We document sign here. We have sold it completely. Long
no,
time ago.
Midwest. Stop
So those
that now. Midwest, just stop that. Stop that. I will call you when you talk. Mike. You know these all these international oil companies that are drilling in Nigeria. They have the sole right to determine because is to determine where they are going to sell their oil. So Nigerian government don't usually have a real say or where to sell those commodity.
the point is that the Nigerian government does is just that they choose. In short, our people choose never to see our people as sovereign entities.
Do you know? Let me ask you. Let me ask you to Nigeria. Do you know how much? Let's say they drill 100. I mean 100 barrel. I'm just using as an example. Do you know how much of that barrel belongs to, that would actually comes as a revenue for the country?
I think it's just about
Simba, I just want to add what you just said now. There was a time I had a student that was working with one Sinopec. It's the biggest oil company over there in China, which is just like our big NNPC, or even bigger. And I was trying to talk to him that because he was in the marketing department. I was saying, oh, where did you get your crude from? He said they nearly buy from Shell and one French company. I've forgotten the name he mentioned. And I said that maybe Total, yeah. And I asked him that if you get this kind of thing from them, why can't you get it directly? He said no, that the Western world does not agree for them to get it directly from Nigeria. So they have to go through this IOC, which is the oil in all these independent oil marketers. So they are the one that drill the oil. They are the one that will tell
No,
you
not
where they're going to
independent. They're
sell it.
international oil companies.
International oil company. That's what I want to say. They are going to drill the oil on behalf of you, because Nigeria is in joint venture with them, and they are going to sell it to whoever they like. And they now the percentage they due to Nigeria, they will now pay it to NNPC, which is the one representing Nigeria. So when you look at it, we don't have the technology. Even if we say, okay, we want to own our oil by ourselves, do we even have the technology? Do we have the technical,
Well, that's
the
not
expert?
difficult now. You can,
No, it's not. That is not the issue.
you can
But
even.
let's talk about what is
You can
actually
hire
that
the
is
Indian.
obtainable now.
Just like saying Dangote doesn't have the technology. He used Indian company to build his refinery now. So, I mean, that's not a problem. You can always hire who can do it for you. You know, you can always import the technology.
I
I
agree with
think
you.
the agreement right from the inception has been, maybe there was a defect. It was a
I think
defective
that
agreement.
civil war, during that civil, there's no way British would have helped Nigeria win that one, not make them sign the oil to them. You understand?
Yes.
It's just like Ojugo that was promising the French, like if they help him with the war, you say we allow them to take over. All those guys, man, you know.
Let me carry on. See, at the core of it is that no matter when we signed away, we could have easily taken it back, but we choose not. Yeah, we choose not to take it back. You see, most
Like
nations,
Iran, like Iran.
Iran does it. Many nations have done it since then. Even
Name
Saudi Arabia,
them.
But
like the Saudi Arabians
wait
that
now. But to
Salah,
Nigeria, Iran did it.
Venezuela.
But can you see the consequence?
yeah. What is the consequence? The consequence is a more civilized nation than we are. The consequence is a leading country with IVF treatment. The consequence is a nation that even is far more advanced.
I don't even know. I don't even know. Let me to Nigeria. I don't even know where I normally get all these your 40 statistics that you normally quote. We that we live in the Middle East, we know how the Iranian. If you go to that country, you see how those Iranians are suffering. Just because
they sanction them, man.
just because they don't have the kind of press. Yes, now we don't understand what is happening.
Hold on, Simba, let me say.
That's true. The people
Sunaja, you do have a point. Sunaja, you do have a point, but you also have to consider that Iran. Sunaja, hold on now. Let's just hear this real quick. The neighborhood that Iran is located, that neighborhood, Iran can easily use American adversaries like the Chinese and the Russians, because they're just right there to use them to, to back them to challenge the West. But the neighborhood where we are in Nigeria, we can't easily just, cause the adversary of America to come and back us. You know what I'm saying? If we want to say no to their crap,
create your neighborhood. You see, that's my point. You create your own leverage. Because we are so vulnerable, that's why they don't have any need to.
Let me ask you, Nigeria. When those companies, Remy, sorry, Remy. When those IOC left on their own, what did we do?
The IOC left on their own.
Yes.
There are other investors that also invested that wanted to
come
in.
No, that's why I'm asking you. Shell left. I think some of these IOC, some of them left. They left their rig. They said they are no longer interested. What did we do?
No,
as
they
a
did not
country
leave
about
our
them?
track, Simba. They went to.
Are you trying to say that we cannot operate without them? I don't understand.
They leave.
No, you can operate without them. But what we are saying is, Sunanja, what we are saying is like you're not ready to fight them. You understand?
Yeah, but that's the problem. Now you will never be ready until you are ready to die. You see, our approach is our approach. We want to approach it like we are gonna pretend as if we don't exist until we die. They are not gonna.
The price to pay. Sorry,
sorry. To Nigeria, you are the one. You are on the floor now. You understand? Anybody that wants to interject you, if you want to give them permission,
interjection is getting out of control.
So if you don't want to give them permission, just hold on, Remy. If you don't want to give them permission, just say no, so that you have.
Let Remy talk so he can remember me when I want to interject next time. Go ahead. Everybody's here now.
Thank you, tonight we are friends. Okay, actually, what you are saying,
I hope this your friendship will last.
Unfortunately, it's a country divided against herself. considering that, do you think most Nigerians can suffer for 1 year? I mean, suffering as in suffering like the Iranians, where there's no food, nothing. They were buying them like chicken or something like that. I'm not saying what the Iranians have done, being patriotic to their country. It's fantastic. That was good. Because if they are not patriotic, they will have run them over by now. But when you not just oppose it with Nigerian trying to suffer for the next 30 years, no, I don't think, no. We don't have that willpower. We don't. I'm sorry.
I think when you say they are suffering for the last 30 years, what do you think we have been
I'm
doing?
no, I'm
The
talking about
problem is
if Nigeria.
But Remy, no,
Yeah.
individual. Hold on, let me say this. Sorry, Midwest. Hold on.
Look at what happened to Venezuela
Midwest,
now.
allow me talk now. Let me first enter now. Just keep, Remy, individual and ethnic nations. The people will be ready to die for their ethnic nation because
I
that's.
agree.
But for me to say, I want to say, I'm going to go die for Ijaw people, hoy. You understand?
No.
Yeah, exactly. So Ijaw people will
Yeah,
be ready to
exactly
die
right.
to if Ijaws were in charge. Like let's say the Western Hoi people now, that oil in Ijaw land, they have to make deal, whatever. Ijaw people ready to die for to not make shitty deal because it's their ancestral thing. But if the head of state is somebody that's from Kanuri, and they
No.
say if you don't sign this deal, we'll kill you. He go, be in ancestral land the whole day now. You go sign them. So that's I think we coming the way Africa. It's unfortunate. Place like Iran, for example, those like ancient territory where these people they've been there for thousands of years. It's like that identity. So they need to die not to allow anybody to say they want to be supreme over rule over them. You understand? But other places, it's yeah.
I don't see any clear pattern of just because you are an old nation, it means you can be divided. If you look at Iraq, they were quite divided. As a matter of fact, they are still quite divided today because even if they are an ancient Babylonian and this in an empire, not just a nation, so they can be divided.
Who's
The point
divided?
is that
Who?
Iraq,
Iraq?
Iraq is divided. Yeah, they
Eh,
have divisions among them. That is
Well, I'm
the
not saying they can. Tonight, I don't trying to push arguments
no,
where I'm not pushing. I'm not saying hold on. Even in Iran, there's division among people. There's going to be
exactly.
division. But what I'm saying is the soul of their ancestral Asian identity, things like that, they be willing to die for that. Yeah, politically, yeah, there'll be division. No matter what, no matter how strong a country is or a people are, politically, yeah, there'll be someone that wants to be the power. But when it comes to even the America have problem with
Hear me
hold
out.
on, let me say this will help you. Even the puppets the America put in power in Iran, they still wanted to remove him because his spirit was still more loyal to Iran than to his puppet master. You understand? So they still wanted to change him. So they were difficult. Like who will we put that will not. So that's what if Yoruba land was a nation now, right? You understand? And America is dealing with just that nation of a people where that we've existed for thousands of years. Our soul and our culture is so in our spirit, we go spirit. You understand? Even the Yoruba man that will sell out, he may sell for his pocket, but he will not be willing to totally sell that land, that identity away to somebody. But if you willing to sell Nigeria, the same
But
man
they
will willing to
will.
sell because Nigeria to him is
I think you are mistaken. I think. See, let me give you examples to show you how that like I've already given you a Iraq one, and one of the what I find as the decider is how you treat people, even within an empire. If you don't treat your people well, you are creating a security vulnerability where your enemies can exploit. This is what the CIA official even said that they don't create all this organization like IPOB or Boko Haram. They go to nations where there are already divisions and take over the forces that want to divide a nation. That's how they destroy nations. Why
of
do you think
course
some of
now
guys have this problem?
you,
So
you exploit the division, of course. Yeah, that's how
exactly.
it's always
So you
been.
have to treat your people well because Iraq, remember, you can see a clear example case of
But no
Iraq
matter
and
how
Iraq.
well you treat your people, there's still people that are willing to sell you out.
Let me just explain to you.
Gaddafi treated his people well.
Is
They still
Nigerian
found
government treating
I want
people
to
well?
explain it now. Let me give you a
Is the
clear example.
government treating Nigerians well to Nigeria?
No, that's my point now. That's what I'm
So
trying to say.
then why are you not recommending that we should go and challenge them?
No, hold on,
Good point,
hold on.
Midwest.
No, it's a good question. But my original point, so that the viewers don't miss it, is that if you look at Iraq and Iran, Iraq treated the Kurds terribly, and they worked with the Americans to destroy Iraq. But Iran didn't do that. As a matter of fact, many of the Kurds in Iran are also Shiites. So America tried to use them, give them weapon, and they took the weapon and turned against America. That is how.
That's a lie. Tunaja,
No, they turned
yeah,
against America.
there are people inside Iran right now ready to. They are in fact working for America. Hold on, there are people. Hold on now. Why do you think they sent them?
Why we making stuff up?
Why do you think Iran sentenced so many other people to death for espionage? There are people in Iran ready to work for America for money. Exactly. So what are you talking about? Some Kurds. The reason why it's so difficult is because Iran.
Let me finish.
Hold on. The RGC are so powerful. Go ahead.
You're just interrupting me. See, of course, there's always going to be traitors. Come on, everywhere you're going to get traitors. Even in America, you have them. But you are talking about a whole group working with another outsider. That in the case of Iraq, yes, the Kurds as a group worked with the Americans. The same thing could have happened in Iran. It didn't happen because they didn't treat the Kurds as badly in Iran as they treated them in Iraq, where they were gassed and all kinds of stuff. So if you treat your people well, whether you are multinational, whether you are multiracial, multi-religious, you are going to have people that sign on.
If they offer the Kurds are willing to do the same thing.
There is no need to be interrupting. I'm giving you.
I'm just telling you, you're already wrong because the Kurds are willing to help America to put down the Ayatollahs. Trust me, right now as we speak.
No, not in
yes,
Iraq.
They don't collect in Iran. They don't collect the money, but they don't have the means.
No. They have the weapons. Trump said it in the White House.
Now money, they need people betray people. It's not because they like you.
Tell Trump what happened now. Trump said it that they took the guns and they went with it. And I saw on the PS Morgan where the Kurd leaders came and said Iran is not the same as Iraq.
The reason why the court don't want to sacrifice their interests. Americans have betrayed their interests several occasions. They just want to break off from these people and have their country. And America is not willing to do it because of the Turkish. And they understand it. Taking that risk is of no use for. That's why they are not already operating. They have the strength, they have the means already. That's just the truth.
Tunaja, if you think loyalty is the reason someone will not betray you, you are wasting your time. Money, trust me. Trust me. If Blaise Compaoré can betray Thomas Sankara, Sankara treated him well. Money, money. What you need to do, listen, the only thing I will save you,
you're conflating a group and individuals. So you are doing it again.
A group or no, that group.
Earlier on, our original point was that a tribe in Nigeria will not want to support because another person is in office. My point is that if you treat the tribes in Nigeria good, it doesn't matter which part of Nigeria you have a people that
which tribe are we treating bad in Nigeria?
See, there are groups that feel alienated in Nigeria. Let's not pretend. So in the case of let me finish now. Stop interrupting me. You're interrupting me constantly. See, in the case of Iran, I saw a lady today, actually, earlier on. She was saying that they are against the Ayatollah. But when America started attacking them, they started thinking, she started reevaluating everything. And from all the things she's sharing, she said their country is the leading country in IVF. They have very educated population and all the rest. They said they change because that opens their eyes and they start seeing clearly that, okay, this guy that we're saying is so evil, he did all these things under sanctions. This is why they were mourning him when you saw the funeral. I don't think there's any funeral that has had that kind of massive crowd in the world because of what he has done. So if you treat your people well, they will remember it when the time comes. So
Ayatollah was treating them well. Is the reason why they did that.
He is on the country is under sanction, and that country is under sanction for almost 50 years. And they still have more power supply.
I asked you a question. Was because Ayatollah was treating them well? Is the reason why they don't want their country to Ayatollah was treating them well.
Hold on. Ayatollah treated them. Let me
the people that have been protesting against Ayatollah for economic.
Ayatollah treated them better than Nigerians treated their people.
I didn't ask you whether Nigeria is better or no. That's not what I asked.
No.
Whether Zimbabwe is better or anything. That's I compare Nigeria. When did I compare to Nigeria? So don't do this now.
Actually, we're talking about Nigeria. You're saying Nigeria is
no. You are you want to understand where when you have a conversation, don't just be self-centered. Just calm
So you
down.
said
The point I'm
right.
trying to make to you is not. You keep saying the reason people will be loyal to the land is because leader treat them well, and I'm telling you that that's not necessarily the
As
case.
a group,
Calm down, calm down. Hold on. Even as a group, yeah,
because you're going to pack me
Iranian.
up.
Hold on, wait now. Iranians are not letting Iran fall. It's not because Ayatollah is treating them well. It's because of the pride and the ancient uh, history that they have, that they cannot allow another civilization to bring them down. That's it. Not because they
I
lack.
don't understand.
Well,
It's
calm
not
down. Wait
about
now. Just so that you learn to listen. You don't have to agree with me, but just learn to listen a little bit.
I'm listening.
Listen, me, for example, I hate all the Yoruba leaders in Yoruba land. Like right now, I really can't stand them, like the governors, the kings. But because of my ancient, my how spiritually I'm so connected with that nation, I can't let someone come and bring it down. So the way I would defend that place has nothing to do with the way my leaders in the land treat me. And I'm telling you that the Persians in Iran, whether their leader was good or bad, treat them good or bad, the reason they will not let Iran fall is because they have that Asian pride of that place compared to other places, compared to compare, like for example, hold on, like Nigeria now. If Nigeria is to fall, I won't give a much fuck. But if Yoruba is to fall, I will not let it fall. So that's the point I'm trying to make to you.
Yeah.
It's not
Okay. Now, yeah, come on, man. You need to stop now. So you
okay.
made
Go
your
ahead.
point, and you see, everything you've said is a kind of fighting you, and this tells everything about what Nigeria is going through. We reason in a kind of short-circuited manner. We can't think clearly because you literally said you are willing to let Nigeria fall, but not Yoruba. But in reality, if Nigeria falls, it's going to affect Yoruba, but you don't calculate that part. You see, that is the
Soon
reasoning
as
failure.
that,
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. That's the
you
reasoning
already
failure.
proved my point.
Let
You
me
say I'm
finish
willing.
now.
Okay, go
Let
ahead.
me
Yeah.
finish. That's the reasoning failure that many of us suffer from. We can't think expansive enough. Like UK now, the English and the Scottish don't like each other. The Irish don't like each other. But when it comes to the UK, they'll band together because they understand that that bigger ship that they are in is in their interest for that ship to be okay. If the Spanish wants to come there, they will fight them. If anybody wants to go, they will fight them. But amongst themselves, they hit each other. And Scotland will never side with England when it comes to football, no matter who they are playing with in the world. They will side with Nigeria before they side with England. So why the reason why they do that, because they understand where their bread is buttered, but you don't, because you made it clear right now you're willing to
No,
let Nigeria
so
die.
Naija,
Forgetting that
So,
so
so,
after
so
Naija,
them,
Naga, did you ask me the reason why? Did you ask
you
me the
allow me.
reason why before
I
you
want to
start
beg
doing?
for
I
Hey,
your
Victor,
reasoning is kind of be faulty. But
What is
can
my
I,
reason?
see,
Tell
let
me
me
my
finish
reason.
what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm
my,
saying, please. I'm not even gone to my main
Did you
submission.
ask me the reason why?
I know the reasons why.
What is
Is
the reason?
tradition is
from
in
so
How can you
many
know
Istanbul.
the reason when I haven't
How
told
did
you
you
the
get to
reason?
that point?
from some of it because we all are,
How long
you
did
are
hold on? How long did it take us
let
to
me
get
not
to
go
that
there.
point?
You know
How,
who you
how
are.
many years did it
So
take us to fight each other left and right like animals?
let,
How long
let,
did it take
let,
them?
can I put something there for two Naija? Two Naija, look,
Shouldn't I always
please.
come with this final
Two
product, like
Naija,
well polished,
you gave a good
handsome,
the
and
problem
example.
everything?
is that you
Two
guys think
Naija,
you don't know how to
two
navigate
Naija,
your
wait
identity.
now,
That's the
So
two
problem.
like I
Naija,
want to force everybody to
You're
be
like
like
somebody in the
two
mental
Naija,
his
wait
name
a
is
little bit
Tunaja.
that
now.
can't navigate your
Two Naija,
identity.
two Naija, you are also right. At the same time, you are wrong a little bit. Let me tell you something. When you said the country want to treat people right, there's no country that can satisfy everybody. That's why you have that debate in the United
Exactly.
States. But however,
Teenager
the
lives
kind
in
of
heaven now.
foundation, wait now, the kind of foundation you lay for everybody to have that sense of belonging, that is what matters a lot. The United States, you as an example, that word United States did not just come because they love themselves. Is a system, is a way to settle an issue that will make people to believe we belong here. We can do it together, and that's what is missing in Nigeria issue.
Guys, hold
Exactly.
on. Everybody has a
So
journey. Before you talk about hold
yeah,
on. Before you talk about United States, is this the United States that enslaved black people for how many years? Is it the one that discriminated against the Jewish people and the Irish people? Listen, everybody have their own damn journey. Okay, I
yeah,
always hate it when you guys come and start talking about the final product. when everything looks so nice? Do you know how long it took United States to get to where it is today? Do you know how many groups that came to this country that were discriminated upon? Are you kidding me? Go look at the
No.
circle of the Irish
That's why
people in
that the
Nigeria.
same group. Oh, no. Prince Daddy.
I want to quickly add this one to
Midwest,
you.
let me help you challenge him real quick. Prince Daddy, the same group that you say discrimination, that same group were still willing to fight and die for the United States. Do you know why? Because that country was well defined and the vision was clear of what it's all about. It
What
stands
group
for.
are you talking
Hold
about?
on.
What group are you talking about?
Anybody that came to the United States that was even went through and hold on, calm down. Because the country is well founded, the foundation is as far as where they are heading, the vision is clear. The country was well defined. Yeah, that's why even the people.
Listening,
Wait.
some
Even
people
the people. The
listen.
people. Wait.
Let me tell you,
Just
some people, some of the
Prince
groups.
Daddy.
Listen,
Just let me land.
hold on. They have
You will get my
hierarchy in
point.
those groups. Some groups do not have that option. Like in
No, they
Argentina,
do.
for
They do.
example.
No, they do.
Yeah,
They
right.
do.
What damn option do the
Hold on,
black people have? What option
Prince
do black
Daddy.
people have?
They could have just went to Africa, man.
Yeah,
The reason Black
okay.
Americans will never leave America is because that country is well defined and the vision, the prosperity is well clearly like visible. So that's why they would. That's why how bad they can treat
Mike,
you.
because
Even you,
you're talking right now when they're allowing them
Prince
to
Daddy, Prince
participate in the
Daddy.
economy in the
We are
country.
not here to
But it
say
was not
countries.
it was not the case from the onset. Don't see. Are you one of those people that think slavery was a good thing? Like slavery was a vacation for black people from
Prince Daddy, I
Africa?
think
Are you one of those people?
you are doing strong man argument. You're arguing against what we are not talking about. We are not talking
No,
about whether a country is
no.
righteous.
You may
Your
not
argument
understand
is
me.
whether the
We talk.
Prince Daddy, Prince Daddy.
Praise that
I think
wait. When
you are presenting a different
what Mike is
argument
trying
from
to
what
say
we are
is that
saying.
for me, I believe that sense of belonging. Look at Nigeria issue.
No,
I
hold
went to
on. We're talking
the
about the same thing.
wait.
Hold on. My point here is that it's very simple. My point here is that every country that's become an exemplary country today, they all have their own journey. It didn't start overnight. That's my point. We all talk about the same thing. But unlike Nigeria, they say, oh, like the British and Irish and whatever, the Scottish people are this and that. And no. They all had their own journey. It
The
took them
journey,
time to get to that
exactly.
point.
And that journey was defined.
The journey is also
Prince
important.
Daddy, am I correct? The journey was clearly defined.
Let me add.
Well,
So
eventually,
Nigerian
yes.
journey is not defined.
They have to define it.
When I say journey,
They have to define it clearly.
when I
So
can
I
I
don't
can
even
I
know where
oh
Nigeria is
my God,
heading. I have no clue what Nigeria is.
let
We
me
are like a
talk
British
that
empire.
these areas are areas I ponder a lot about. See, when we say journey, this is what I mean by Nigeria needs a catalytic event, something that unites the country for a purpose. Most Nigeria itself has not had that. Most of these nations have.
So
Many of these
Nigeria, you
nations
can't
have.
Hold
unite.
on,
We are not on
Tunaja.
the same
In the
page.
Biafra,
What are you
hold on,
talking about?
Tunaja. In the Biafra war, my understanding is that 1 million to 3 million people died. Was that not
No, it's
a
not a
catalytic?
catalytic event. That's not a uniting event. That's a divisive event.
What?
There's a difference.
So Nigeria,
We
come
could
on
have made
now. That's
something
what you
No,
just
happen.
you
said
don't
now.
We could have made
understand.
something
No, I
You
said
happen.
just said
a
we need
catalytic event that
How many
you
more
have
people
to
do you
need. You have
hold
to
on,
have
Tunaja?
something.
How many
Oh
more
my
people
God,
do
that
you want
unites the
dead?
nation.
How many more
What?
people do you want dead for Nigeria
It's like you don't want to learn.
have
It's
that?
okay. If you don't want to learn, it's all good. Let me just finish my submission and get on with it. That it's not by force. You don't want to learn anything. See, my own take with what is going on with Dangote Refinery.
Niger, what kind of talk is that? If you don't want to learn, what are you a lecturer or teacher?
So
I'm a
Nigeria think
lecturer of this.
he has
Name,
monopoly
What do you
of
mean if you don't want
knowledge.
to learn? If you don't want to learn,
Okay, maybe
Very
I shouldn't
soon
put it
I
like
will
that. But
stop
you
you.
don't want
You
me.
allow
You
them
know,
to be targeting you.
they
You
keep
allow them to be
interjecting all the
targeting
time.
you.
You know, I just started talking and suddenly everybody wants to jump into the this
no,
thing.
but
See,
what do you mean if you don't want to learn? What
I
are you
think at least
teaching?
a
You are
fair
having
point.
a
I think it's a
you're
fair
having a
point.
listen. You're having a
So Nigeria, you
conversation.
have
They are
You're
nothing
like
to
not
teach
teaching
they are like
anybody
anybody
else.
else.
children. And the way they are talking, that's the
That's
problem. They are
Tunaja
not.
for
They,
you.
Yeah, but what
Nigeria,
is
you have nothing to
what kind
teach
of
anybody here.
disrespectness is
see,
that, man?
hold on. You see, now you're coming with your ego. See, my point is that if
It's not
somebody tells
ego.
me,
What
let
kind
me
of
finish my
disrespectness is
point.
that if you don't want to learn?
Let
If you
me
don't want to
finish
learn,
my
the
point.
thing you are teaching people, you yourself you don't know it.
Now you're just interrupting now. See,
Teacher,
my
teacher,
point
want
is
to
that,
teach us
see,
nonsense.
I
Teacher
hear
won't
you.
teach nonsense. I will also sing that song
Okay,
too.
see.
So
My
Nigeria, go and
point.
listen to fella.
Okay, fine. See, you see now this guy has come in because he feels like I'm talking presumptuously, which is fine. I think it's fair. It's a fair point for him to raise that. Why am I saying if you don't want to learn? I wish you put it in the sense that okay, if you don't agree with me, that's fine. You can leave it like that. Personally, the way I look at it is very, very clear in my mind. And whenever I'm talking, remember, I always give examples. I'm not just saying them. These are things that are going on around the world, all around us, including America, by the way. America is very good at uniting the nation, even when they don't they don't treat their people well, but they are capable of uniting the nation. And sometimes revolutions can happen outside your country and affect your nation. An example is when the Soviet Union became powerful. If you look at America, there was a time they were taxing the elites up to 90% in tax because they were afraid their people were going to sympathize with the Soviet ideology. That is why they had to do that. In other words, something happened outside the nation and it affected what was going on inside America. And they had to give the black people civil rights because the black people were becoming sympathetic to Soviet ideology and was leading to unrest in the country. And if America goes into a civil war, guess what? The Soviet Union will be it will be a different story today. So you can see that the things that affect nations are not as clear cut as we like to pretend. The way nations behave, they respond according to the level of threat that they are facing. But the way Nigeria is behaving is not like that. Nigeria is an anomaly.
Can you explain so that people can understand you, please? Can you explain it so that people can understand you, please?
Let me make it clear.
What exactly is your point? Is what we even trying to understand, sir.
My point is that nations react to put themselves in an advantageous position. But many African countries, you can see that they don't react to do that because their sovereignty.
And we've explained the reason why to you now. We told you.
Hold on now,
but you don't want to agree with us.
That's what I'm getting to now. It's not tribe. It has zero to do with tribe. It's just
what the hell are you talking about? What?
It has zero to do with tribe. It has zero to do with religion and all those things. It's just us.
Did anybody say that?
Out of the colonization period where we are able to assert our own will. And like I said,
we were able to what? We assert what?
Assert our own will.
When?
Let me stop interrupting now. See, let me finish.
That's the question, man. I'm not
letting me make two statements without interrupting. Come on, man. Mike, stop it. See, the department that was the phantom department that we were hearing about for the last couple of weeks. If you pay attention closely about the title of that department, you will see that there is a problem within the country because there are people operating in this country. We talk about Boko Haram being the military. No, there are people that are worse than Boko Haram within our state, and they operate fully like Nigerians. And many Nigerians love them. Many Nigerians do things with them. And many Nigerians will not see, even if they are standing next to them and they are doing those things, they will not see anything wrong with it because they don't understand the consequence of what they are doing.
So Tunaja, if you finish, can I speak without interruption? So I
will not interrupt you. I will not interrupt you.
Okay.
So and like I said, I was saying about identity within Nigeria. The way we behave as a people, we struggle with navigating identity. We are all fathers. We are all teachers. We are all professionals. We are all Arsenal supporters. We have different identity. We are willing to wear it, and sometimes even ready to fight each other because of it. But when it comes to your national identity, you have been conditioned not to appreciate it enough, which is a mad situation to be in. Because if you have an identity and you don't reconcile yourself with it, it's a form of madness.
No, you are making a mistake. When you force an identity on people, it takes time for them to accept it. That country was forced. Yes, it was forced upon some of identity that has existed for 500 years.
See, it's
a problem.
When you say it is forced on us,
let me tell you. The problem you are seeing you are seeing in Nigeria, it has happened in the United Kingdom, it has happened in America. It is peculiar to my kind. But the problem of black man is inability to study how other people overcome it. That's just the problem.
I we chose to remain together. We had an opportunity to separate, but we chose to remain together.
I think Nigerians accept the default Nigerian identity without questioning it. I believe so. Maybe some I don't know how to put it. One part of the country, or a majority, or a lot of people from one part of the country do not. But I'm telling you tonight, Jack, most Nigerians that I come across, they accept Nigerian identity by default. Don't question it. I don't know why it's such a big problem.
Prince Daddy, Tunaja, hold on now. Tunaja, please. Tunaja, I said to you just now, I'll let you speak. I just want to make some point. I'm just coming into the show. No, let me just quickly say something. Please.
Yeah,
so, what you're saying has two sides to it, right? So, one side is that when you talk about this issues of sense of belonging. It's not peculiar. It's not peculiar to Nigeria. In Canada, you have a group that want to break out. In Spain, you have the Catalonia that want to break out. In the UK, you have the Scots who wanted to break out. In fact, the Scottish National Party. I remember when the UK was planning to build to reconstruct their.
Even to more pledge will
No,
be
hold on,
like
hold
a
on,
local government.
please. Let me just land this. So, the party was campaigning against the central government then that they were using the Scottish oil, the oil they were getting from Scotland. They were using the money to go and build a weapon or something like that. Then that was one of the campaign. So this happened, and what President just said just now also true. It's just you people that live in Europe. You're not behaving like you know more than everybody else. If you go on ground in Nigeria, nearly 90% of people, they don't even give a damn about this your non-identity thing. People see themselves as Nigeria in that country. This division that you guys have created in the diaspora, you hardly see it on ground. It is the problem with Nigeria is those people who think they've gotten small knowledge, and they think they are not controlling the narrative. But the ordinary man just want to feed. They just want to get from A to B. They just want electricity. They don't have time for this. We are not Nigeria. We are Igbo. We are Yoruba. We are this. They're not doing it on ground. You will never hear it from them.
You see what you just said just now, that goes exactly to the heart of my point. On Nigeria, there are people that are Nigerians in Nigeria. They are already Nigerian, but the elites, they act as if we are not Nigerians. And that's what I mean by it's a mad situation to be in. Because
What
you
are you
can't
talking
have
about?
an identity and pretend as if it doesn't exist. That's a psychosis. And
What
this
are
is
you?
exactly my point. He just
Disagree
told
with
us. You know what
I
Blessing just
disagree
told
with
us?
what I just submitted.
Yeah.
On
You know what
ground,
he
it
just
is
told us on the
there.
ground that Nigerians are
In
Nigerians.
terms of
And
way,
I've
in
seen
terms of politics,
hold on.
in terms of
I was in Nigeria.
nomination,
I
in
was in
terms of
Nigeria.
appointment, it
Simba,
is
can you
there.
regulate this
Allow
thing? So
him
let's speak one at a
now.
time.
I
And
just came
Simba,
back from
yeah, I've been here
Nigeria.
for a while. I
I
won't have
came
my
back
floor.
from
Yeah, please.
Nigeria.
Hello.
It's enough for
Came back from
Tunaja.
Nigeria.
Please,
Let other people speak.
oh,
Yeah. I
wait,
just came back from Nigeria. How
Remy.
many days?
Tunaja,
Yes.
Tunaja, I will allow you free flow now. 2-3 minutes, please, Randall.
Thank you.
2-3 minutes again.
Wrote
That's
this sort
not
of for like
Okay.
2 hours.
enough.
You can give
Remy,
another 2 3 minutes.
Remy,
Keep
you are
30
If
seconds.
If
No,
did
you
not allow him to
somebody
talk
else
now,
talk. I beg.
if
it's
did
too
not allow
loud.
him to talk,
This
please.
Tunaja will take
For
another
3 minutes, let
1 minute.
it
Wait now,
continue.
Give him
Remy.
1
Simba, for
minute.
1 minute, for 1 minute.
It was
Unless someone
in
elaborate.
fact most of the time is another people is not even tonight.
They hustle him a lot. He's a
I was talking. All
controversial
of you
figure.
have been talking. So please let us give him that time.
Okay,
So
2 minutes,
me,
not 3 minutes.
I just came
Okay,
back from
so no
Nigeria.
interjection. Just make your
Simba,
make your
again, let me have
submission
my floor
to
after
Nigeria.
tonight, man. I've been here for a while, man.
Yeah, I came back from Nigeria
Simba,
early
hear me.
Okay, yes, you come after
Yeah,
him.
you are next. You are next.
Yes.
So as I was saying, I was on the ground in Nigeria barely 3 days ago, and I witnessed a lot of things that testifies to what progressive
I
Niger said.
even saw you in Asaba. I saw you in
Remy, let
Asaba.
him flow now. They say let him flow. Let him flow.
So I can testify to many of the things he said. I can give you multiple examples, and that is true. This is why I say that the way we navigate identity is a problem, and our leaders are not helping. They never unite the country. When they see divisive things happening, instead of them to come out and say, "No, this is not us," they should do it repeatedly and come out together, telling them we are one nation. We have to do this together, and you also have to have an agenda as a nation, group as a nation. But you notice that our leaders never want to consult us on anything. They don't want the people to feel like a nation. And this is why I mean by this, our leaders, they are acting like caretakers. They are not acting like people that want to rule a country. They are like apprentices that they never want to become masters. Because if you look at how they behave when we are having tensions in the country, they hardly come out to try to assuage that tension. Instead, they'll just say, "Oh, we are doing this, we are doing this, we are doing that." So that is what you see within the nation, and it's elites that are causing that division. And for some reason, maybe even you look at young Mike now. Mike relatively is not part of the elite, but he sounds like that because he feels like all he cares about is his Yoruba side. But in reality, the Yoruba side, if you care about it, you should care about Nigeria because Nigeria affects the Yoruba side too. It's like you having a stream in Oyo and not caring about that stream as if it's not going to affect the Yoruba people there. It's going to affect them. That is what Nigeria is. Nigeria is your problem too. So, in terms of the issue that are upon in the country, I don't subscribe to the kind of statement that Makinde is making about saying kidnapping people has something to do with him. It might be coincidental, but if he has evidence, then he should say it, because sometimes coincidence doesn't mean correlation. Then there is also the issue of the people that were released, the children and the teachers that were rescued recently. And some say that it's because of the agitation of the Southwest. I don't think it's the agitation of the Southwest. It's just a tactical advantage that they have. And have we confirmed that the people that kidnapped these people were Fulanis or not? If they were they locals? Does anybody have the answer to that? So if they were okay, is that okay? That has been confirmed that they are Hausa and Fulani. I'm just curious about that, whether they actually confirm where these people are from. And if we look at some of the one of the soldiers that they said lost his life, if I'm not mistaken, is of somewhere from the south. And when people say that we don't have soldiers in the military, this is what I tell them, because when I go there, I don't see that division that people keep saying that Nigerians
No,
are
no, no,
divided.
no, no, no. To Niger. That guy is from Adamawa.
The one
Yeah,
that
but
died.
Simba, you said
Yes.
you are interrupting him now as well.
Simba, just give him 30 more seconds and let me take my
I think it's giving me information. That's only fair. And the treatment of Dangote refinery, to show you that your government, they are not on your side, they should be aiding Dangote refinery to even take over the entire continent. Like, they should be supplying as much crude as he needs. And whatever you need to do with the IOCs, whether you need to compensate them or whatever you need to do that.
What do you mean? You don't want Nigeria to make money?
Remy, what's going on now?
Let it finish now.
Close your ears.
Remy,
Close
why
your
are you so
ears.
stubborn? Remy, why are you so stubborn like this?
I had this conversation with Kolata years ago, and I told him that if the Nigerian government actually means to help this in the Nigerian economy, they should be supplying Dangote refinery oil. And his argument was that we didn't have enough crude because we didn't have enough. I'm rounding up now. That's my last statement now.
But the guy has time now. There's somebody who is supposed to check the time. If his time is not up, let us leave him to finish.
I'm checking the time for him.
Exactly. Let him finish
why
now.
you people don't want to hear his voice? What is people? What is wrong with you people?
So much,
like that, continue. Are they your back, Gary?
My English not good.
Are they your back? Continue.
How much longer does he have now? Let us know.
Simba, stop him.
Simba, enjoy to Nigeria.
Okay, 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. Thank you.
30 seconds.
We are counting now. Go ahead.
So when I told Kolata that the Nigerian government is not going to supply Dangote refinery because the way they are operating, they are trying to kill that thing as much as possible. Now, the Nigerian government has expanded production by more than 200k of crude oil. Even if it's the IOC that has the right to sell it, Nigerian share is increasing. Why are they not giving that to Dangote? Do you see that happening? No, it's not going to happen. Because they are not on our side, and they've never been. I don't know why people think that our government are on our side. And if you get into office, you're going to sabotage the country too. All of us are saboteurs of this nation. Thank you.
Including you.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, Tunaja, thank you. Tunaja, you just say thank you now. Just finish.
All right, thank you.
It's okay. Thank you, Tunaja.
I will interject. You people were
Okay.
So
okay, now let me have
Mike is going to do his own 3 minutes. Please, we don't want 3 minutes to be 20 minutes.
I don't even talk too long. That's the thing about me.
Yeah, please, now, 3 minutes. We don't want it to become 20 minutes. Just so that I'm just saying so that people don't keep it agitating.
Okay. See, the problem with people like Tunaja is when people like us, when we are saying, okay, we have issue with, we don't understand Nigeria, or we have issue, we're trying to point at a problem we're seeing. You think we are talking about division? No, we are not talking about division. We are talking about direction. That's what we are saying. If you're going to be embarked in a project or whatever, you have to have a direction. Just like if you're going to embark in a project, you have to have a blueprint. You have to know what you are doing, what you're trying to accomplish, which way, whatever. Nigeria is a country where it's not defined, does not have a direction. If we go back to the history, the way we started, the way British put it together for their own convenience. Nigeria is not a nation; it's a country where you put a bunch of nations. They already existed independently on their own for thousands of years. Now, can it be a country? Can nations come together? Different nations come together to form a prosperous country? Absolutely, yes. Do I believe that Nigeria can do that? Yes. The different nations we can come together and form a country, a prosperous country, bring our different national ideas. The Igbos bring their way, the Yorubas, the Efik, everyone come together and discuss and design a plan, a great plan, and be a country, and how the nations can be intertwined and put their ways together and then use it for greater achievement. To, they say two heads is better than one, or things like that. We can do that. I believe in that. I believe in Nigeria in that regard. In fact, me, I believe that West Africa should be one country. Because the bigger you are, even if the West Africa one country, you have more better chance becoming a country that can challenge America and Russia and all these other countries. But that's what you are missing. And when I speak, you think I'm talking about, oh, no, I just, no, I hate other tribes. I'm tribalist. That's where you always pick when people like us speak. You think we're just talking about we don't like other people. That's why we don't believe in Nigeria. We hate other tribes. That's not what we are telling you.
You said
We are
you will let
telling you
Nigeria
that you
die,
have
so that you said you will let Nigeria
a
die.
country
Just said
Two
that.
without
Niger, please.
direction, without definition. When I say what is Nigerian culture today, we don't have a culture. The black Americans are laughing at us, saying we are copying them. The British say we are copying them. And I always have to tell my black American friend, look, a Yoruba person or Igbo person that's practicing Igbo culture, it's not, we not copy you. A Yoruba person practicing Yoruba culture is not copy you, but when a Yoruba person practicing Nigerian culture, he has to copy you. Because Nigerian culture is just Western emulation. We emulate English, the American, the British. That's what Nigeria is. Because the way Nigeria was created, the idea was to create as a expansion of the British Empire. The British wanted to make everybody think British. That's why they designed our education system. Where you go to school, they say don't speak your local language. It's called vernacular. And they were brainwashing us to abandon everything about ourselves and see everything British. Now the reason why we if you go and look at your father's generation, they will all want to be British. But our generation will be Americans now. Why? Because America conquered the British. It took over from the British. Now they twist the system to learn like, okay, now become America now. That's why we just look to them for everything, because the condition, that's what Nigeria is. Nigeria has not defined itself. He hasn't created his own culture, we haven't defined ourselves. And that's why I said I don't believe in it. But let's get to the point where we have to we Nigeria ourselves to say, okay, this country we are creating, let's define our culture, our vision, our identity. How do we do it? We can do it by taking from the Igbo, the Yoruba, everybody, and say, okay, this is what Nigerian identity is. But we don't have it. That's why we constantly come online to what? Backbite other people, stereotype ourselves. We don't believe in ourselves because we never came to define ourselves. The election,
So
oh no, I had to vote for my tribe man. Oh. Politics,
So you don't think that Nigeria has culture
we
and
look at ourselves with suspicion because we never came together to define the country. So everybody's under their own tribal. What you understand by yourself is your tribal identity, and then once you step outside your tribal identity, now you want to become American identity or British identity. So that's where the confusion state is. That's why
that
we are not
you
going
just said the same
anywhere.
thing
And
again. You
this is
said
the
everything
problem.
again.
Tunaja, I can't hear you. I can
I
see
can
your
you
this thing
Two
can
bumping.
hear
I
me.
Niger,
can't
no
hear you.
interjecting. Two Niger, no
I can't hear
interjecting.
anybody.
Can nobody hear me?
I'm only hearing myself. But let me go out and come back in because I think that happened earlier. That's why I left and came back in.
That is very typical, isn't it?
Okay,
Let me
okay.
also contribute because what is it called? Simba, make us see how small because I not to get time
No,
before.
no, ask more.
it's
Just do your submission. Do your submission. No, ask
Okay.
more.
Yeah, Simba, thank you. My brother, you see what this guy have
No,
just said.
no
This says
submission. He's not making any submission. He has made submission before. It's an
Okay,
interjection,
if
please.
he
Simba,
has made
this
submission before, let
Simba, I
Make
somebody
was
else
not
person
speak.
having
talk before.
time.
You
Simba, I
Yeah,
was
already
let
not
somebody
having
else
contributed.
time.
speak. Let somebody else
Simba, I
speak
was
then.
not even having time. You have to also give me small time. Just small time how they
No,
You
talk.
have made your
Midwest.
submission midwest. Let Hakim go
If you
ahead
want me to
now.
make
Let
okay.
Hakim make his
Yeah,
submission.
the thing is this, I always thank Mike
Simba,
because
Mike
do
is
not
most
start
back.
the
of
Mike
floor.
is back. Mike is back. Hold on.
I
Hold
was
on.
talking, but
Hold
then
on.
when I look at the screen,
Hold
I
on.
noticed
Mike
that
is
people.
back.
Yeah, when I was talking, when I look at the screen, I noticed that
How
people
many
were
minutes
jumping.
more for Mike? Maybe
Remy,
one more
calm down
minute.
now. Remy,
So
calm down, please.
I apologize. I didn't know you guys were interjecting me because I wasn't hearing
No,
anybody
but
at all.
nobody interjected you.
Oh no, I just saw the Tunaja this thing jumping, so it looks like he was talking
No,
and I
that
was
was
talking.
after
Then
you went out.
Oh, while I was in, I went out because
We
because of
could
that.
hear you. We could hear you. You
Okay,
didn't hear
okay,
us. You could have
okay,
just
okay,
carried on
okay.
flowing because you
So
now
okay,
you waste our time now.
okay. Let me just finish it. So where Tunaja always get it wrong is the moment anybody question Nigeria and the way the things is going to structure, he automatically assume we are tribalist. We just want to break the country. Uh, we just we only believe in our tribe. We are primitive.
But you
That's his
just said we are
mentality.
tribalists, though. You just said it. That
Sunaja,
we
In
don't have
fact,
a
yeah,
national identity.
Sunaja,
That
let me tell you
within
something.
Nigeria will go and support other
Sunaja,
countries.
yeah, I'll take
You
that
just
back,
said
but
it.
Sunaja, calm down,
Simba, please
calm
keep
You
mic
down,
just
time
calm
as it
down.
is.
content
Keep mic
attached to
time
the
as it
point.
is, so that when you finish the argument, his time will be over. We will not
Sunaja,
extend the time.
this word tribalist, by the way, every human being alive is a tribalist, a nationalist, a racist. Every human being. Now, the reason why the word tribalist or nationalist or racist became bad word is because people mix that definition with bigotry and what do you call it, atrocity. Because and it started in America. There's those three words are three different definitions. A racist or tribalist is different from bigotry and atrocity. The reason why people associate that word racist with bigotry and atrocity is because in America during that era of Jim Crow, all that stuff, the racist people were carrying out bigotry and atrocity. Now, a tribalist or a nationalist or a racist is someone that believe in his own race or his own ethnic group first than others, which is every human being on this world. And so I challenged you once before. I said, look, if somebody asks you that, look, today I want to put prosperity in one place in Nigeria, pick one between Tunaja's village and Mike's village. Tunaja, you pick your village because that's a common sense thing to do. You have to pick your place. It doesn't mean you hate me. Now, that's you being a tribalist. There's
No,
nothing wrong with
that
that.
is not
Yes,
no,
yes,
no,
Tunaja,
let me explain.
Tunaja, you wish your place.
I'm
Tunaja, you
not going
wish
to
your
explain. It's just 5 seconds.
Tunaja. No, no, no.
That is, you
Tunaja,
should not give me that choice because that is a conflict of interest. You should
what
never
the
give
hell
me
are you
that
talking
choice.
about? Now we're not talking about business. Tunaja,
You
just
should not. You
hush.
should never give people that
Oh,
have a
oh,
conflict of interest the ability to make a decision
no,
about
no,
a
no,
certain.
no. Sunaja, stop it. Don't try to make that dumb argument. Sunaja, okay, let me use it. If God asks you to do, okay, let me put it a different way. Sunaja,
When is
Sunaja,
3
wait.
minutes
Let me put it
finished
a
now?
different
3
way.
minutes.
Hold on,
I said this thing earlier. I said 3 minutes should not be 20
bros,
minutes.
don't interject me. If God asks Sunaja today, Sunaja,
Hakim,
I want to.
Calm down. Hakim, calm down. After Mike, it will be your turn, and we are
Yeah,
not
thank
many
you.
on
It's
this
Simba,
not
let
about
me.
whether it's
Yeah.
my turn or not.
If God let me just
We're
define
not
these three
sleeping
things
here
and
now.
I'm done. Let me just define the three things and I'm done. These three things: the tribalist, bigots, and atrocity. Three different things. A tribalist is someone that believe more of the interest of his tribe than the interest of another, more over the interest of another, more than the interest of another tribe. Now, a bigot is someone that just hate other tribes, hate everybody else. That's a bigot. Now, atrocity is someone that now go out to carry atrocity against other people, which now you've gone from loving yourself, now hating others, and then killing others. Now, when you put those three together, you know, people, that's what the racist people in America did back then. That's why the word racist now became someone as a bigot and someone that carry atrocity against others. So now, Tunaja, to prove you are a tribalist, if God asks you, Tunaja, today, I want to bless only one place, make it the prosperous place. Only one place in Nigeria, only one ethnic land. And I ask you to pick one. Tunaja, you're not going to pick my own over your own. You pick Agbo, where you come from. So you're a tribalist. That's the definition of tribalist. Every human being is a tribalist. A tribalist is not now, Tunaja, and you guys play this emotional blackmailing of, oh, you're a tribalist for believing you. No, Tunaja, yes, I'm a tribalist. I believe in my people, my ethnic group, as I say, for thousands of years, we have culture to preserve, we have things to preserve. So it's my interest. Does it mean I hate yours? I wish you bad. I don't want yours to be protected. Of course not. So
I
I'm not a
think
bigot.
I think you
I don't go to your land to come and carry atrocity. You understand? I just
I
believe in
think your
mine. So
definitions
now,
are actually
it,
wrong.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Okay,
Mike,
okay, yeah.
Mike, thank you. I think you have already made the distinction
I
between
beg,
the
make
Yeah,
two.
I,
to
make
Nigeria,
I
we are all
Okay, so
tribalists.
to
So don't
Niger,
try to
let me
play that
give you
tribal
30 seconds
tribalism
to
agreement to blackmail
make I
people.
wait
say
now, Midwest. Yeah. Oh God, Midwest, wait now. To Niger, just 30 seconds to say what you want to say.
You see, there's a reason why a doctor is not allowed to operate on family members, and in business there's conflict of interest. This in contracts, because sometimes when you're too close to something, you are bound to be you are bound to lack objectivity. And yes, people prefer their own people. People prefer their friends. They prefer their daughter. That doesn't mean it's evil. But when we say tribalistic behavior, is when it becomes corrosive, and those type of things in the context of Nigeria should be controlled. This is what I mean by we as the people at the top side, we don't do that. That is where we are truly lacking. It doesn't mean that Nigerians are not on the ground. Nigerians are very much on the ground, like Progressive said, but we are not shepherding the Nigerians. We are just keep talking about tribe constantly, and that is the problem. When it becomes negative, when your own
The
identity
problem is not the people, the problem is the system.
I'm about to finish now. When you just because I love my own child doesn't mean I should do things to compromise every other child in the
But
school
that
or
would be
something.
bigotry.
No, no, that is tribalist, because
No,
in
that's
a kind of
bigotry.
you just said it
When you
yourself.
start going to compromise other people, that's
You're making it
bigotry.
like tribalism
You
is
can
not
love
I
yourself
think,
without
I
compromising
think,
others.
excuse me, guys, excuse me. Oh, to Niger and Mike, if the problem is about the definition, I think the two of you should go and check. Everybody will go and check. I don't think we should continue arguing over the definition of
Tonight we argue
tribalism,
all night now.
bigotry,
That's
or
the that's
it,
it.
atrocity.
this is
Tonight,
the reason
So
why
let
because
us.
it's saying that it's
tonight I
benign.
go and read your dictionary, man.
It become that's why I call it toxic tribalism.
You keep
I
mixing it.
qualify it,
Stop
Mike.
mixing it.
Not that I use the term toxic tribalism. I don't
Tonight
use
you
it.
agree with me that you're a tribalist.
Everybody
For
is a tribalist.
everyone is a
A
tribalist now.
tribalist
Okay.
from that point of no, no, I'm not.
Tonight, are
Everybody,
you
I'm not. You know
tribalist?
what? You know what?
everybody is a
See,
tribalist.
I
That is
express my
normal.
tribalism differently in a
Okay, you're a
smarter way.
tribalist. Thank you.
Okay,
Let's
Okay,
move on.
hello, hello.
wherever
I think
Okay,
the
I
next,
think
the
this
next,
is important. 30 seconds,
hello,
please. I beg
hello,
you.
guys,
I beg you
hello,
for 30
guys.
seconds. This is important
let
that I
Mid
say this.
to Niger, please. To Niger, please.
Mona say let me say
No, no,
small
wait,
thing now.
wait.
Give
To
me
Niger,
30
please,
seconds at most.
please.
I'm not going to say
do
much
that,
anymore.
The
your
next
30
person I want to
seconds is
hear, the
gone now.
next person I want to hear his voice. I think I've given you the opportunity to talk, please. The next person I want to hear his voice is Progressive.
Progressive is
Thank you
also
very much. Thank you very
progressive
much,
is also
Simba.
3 minutes. So
Hakim,
3 minutes.
I'm not
Thank
talking
you
for
very
3
much,
minutes. Oh.
Simba.
Okay, but
At,
it's all right.
at last, since how many o'clock? So
please.
first of all,
This
I
guy is
want
a
to start,
propagandist. He likes to
please,
propagandize. Go ahead,
please.
Akim.
So first of all, this Dangote selling fuel in dollar. Look, if you want to sell in pounds, if you want to sell in shillings, right now I don't give a damn about that Dangote thing. That man, for me, he is too greedy. Okay, he's just super too greedy. He built that refinery on the back of our subsidized dollar, and this is why this subsidizing of FS was was one of the worst policy Nigeria ever has. This guy basically built that refinery on money that we could have used to build roads, money that we could have used to build schools, money that we could have used to build hospitals. He took advantage of it and he used it to build the refinery. Imagine if Nigeria was not subsidizing FS and it was to build a refinery. Now, do you know how much it would have cost him? Right? But still, you have to give him, we have to give him both our arm and our leg just for him to do whatever he needs to do. Look, sell your petrol for whatever price you want to sell it. If sell it at whatever currency you want to sell it. The naira for crude swap, stop giving it to him. Let him also buy all this crude in dollars. Well, okay. So give licenses to people to go and import petrol product into the country. As long as you're not subsidizing for them, if they can find a way to bring it in cheaper, that's his own problem. Like we cannot cower to one man. We're not slaves to Dangote. Dangote is a businessman, is a private businessman who has gained so much from government policies. And we've what does he want? We've given him all we can. If he's not satisfied, fine. Me, I'm one person that I was so happy when this refinery was coming up. But also, I've seen the nonsense they did with cement. Because Nigeria do not import cement till today, when the price of every commodity in that country was crashing, price of cement kept going up. Price of cement has not dropped 1 cent since 2022. Rather, it has continuously to go up. And the question is why? We are not even, it's not only that we are self-sufficient in cement, we are even exporting cement. But yet, we're having problem even having price stability there, let alone crash, let alone coming down. So he just want a situation whereby he is a control. And I would advise the Nigerian government, do not stop issuing licenses for people to import petrol into Nigeria, because that is where Dangote want to get to. He did this with cement. When Dangote cement started, Dangote was supplying people cement, you know. He had his own truck that you order cement, Dangote will come out. The same thing, the same MO you want to use in this petrol industry as
Can
well.
I ask you a question quickly?
Just a quick one, please. I don't want a long question.
There's a question. What do you think the Nigerian state will be like without Dangote right now?
Nigeria state will be fine. Okay, it will be fine. The problem we had, I just finished. The problem we had was not because we didn't have a refinery. There are a lot of countries that don't have refineries, and they don't have issues with fuel supplies. The problem we had was because we were subsidizing importations, and when you do not, let me continue, please.
Nigerian state will be fine. Nigerian state will be fine because we
Yes,
ran over.
the Nigerian state will be the Nigerian state will be fine. The problem we had was that we were subsidizing importation, we were subsidizing petrol. So what happened is when government do not meet up to its obligation on time, the guys that are importing these things will start treating the system in a different way. So the problem, Nigeria is not the only country that does not have didn't have a refinery. It's just that if we didn't subsidize importation, then we will still be paying higher price. We will still have liquidity in the system. It will just be brought in from outside. Everybody would have run. Everybody would have run.
No, let me ask you again. Do you think that if they were importing the petroleum, it would be any cheaper than somebody that is manufacturing it locally?
I don't know bringing it at the same price Dangote is selling, or even cheaper sometimes. They're bringing it in the same price it's selling.
So that's the sorry tonight. That is the problem, because Dangote was selling to these people, and these people now took it to their farm tank outside of Nigeria, Togo and the rest, and they blend it with water or whatever they want to blend it, and then they now import it back to Nigeria and sell at a lower price than Dangote.
In other words, lower quality.
Exactly. No, hold on. So let me continue what I'm saying, please. Let me continue what I'm saying. So so that is for Dangote. For me, people say it would have effect on our FS. No, it won't have effect on the FS because we are selling crude in dollar. The problem we have is that we were subsidizing. We were using those dollars to subsidize FS rate and also using it to subsidize fuel as well. So that was a lot of the problem that we had. Then we're subsidizing everything. So as soon as you remove subsidies, everything balances itself out. We will still have enough in our reserve as we have it now. It's not because Dangote is there, that's why our reserve just magically just blow up. No, let them cancel that nonsense. They might gain too much from us.
Where do you think our value-added manufacturing increase comes from? Our foreign exchange, the reason why our currency is stronger right now. Where do you think
let me just flow, because all this, you and I will never go. We'll just keep going back and front because you ask question like somebody that they tied.
I think you have to do more than 3 minutes already.
So the issue of nationality or other tribal issue. So this is why I say, if you go to Nigeria today, Igbo people are still enlisting in the Nigerian army. Yoruba people are enlisting in the Nigerian army. Edo people are enlisting in the Nigerian army. Hausa people the whole of Nigeria, they are enlisting in the Nigerian army to go and fight for one cause, Nigeria. So you that is sitting here in your sitting room on your computer, you are being divisive. You are coming up with, oh, no, I'm not this, I'm not Nigerian. Oh, people don't believe in Nigeria. No, you don't believe in it. There are people out there who strongly believe in it. Will people individually act in a tribalistic way? Of course, yeah, people do that. It's the same everywhere. If you come to Europe, you go to a job interview, they will want to favor their own person before you. In most cases, this happens. Those are individual behavior. But it doesn't mean that on the whole, that the people don't believe in the nation. A lot of Nigerians love Nigerians. A lot of Nigerians believe in Nigeria. Like you go and tell people like Davido and all those artists that they are not Nigerian. They won't take it from you. They rock Nigeria with pride. They love. If you tell them where you from, they say, "Oh, Nigeria, man." None of them tell you I'm a Yoruba or I'm an Igbo man or I'm something. They put Nigeria forward. So those people those your fellows who have microphone and a laptop in front of them, who want views, who want to get in as much views as they want, trying to make as much money as they want online. Trying to tell you that Nigeria is a divided nation. Of course, a lot of countries have gone through reforms. Even the United Kingdom. Don't forget, devolution of powers was never a thing in the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom was governed from London. The old subnational was governed from London. But over time, they begin to see the idea of devolving power to other nations. That is how the Scottish Parliament was born. That is how the Welsh Assembly was born. That is how the Irish Assembly was born. So it's not after that they still feel like the need to devolve more power. That is how the Mayor of London was created. And recently, people don't know that recently the Mayor of London was a pilot scheme. When they saw the success of creating the Mayor of London, they now created mayor across the country, like Bristol, like Manchester, like Birmingham. They created mayor. So the country, as whole as it is, in terms of its democratic process, it still continue to reform its system. So governance is not it's not finite. There's not ending to governor. If there's an ending to governorship, everybody we just say, okay, this person is one. Take 5,000. Let everybody go home. No need for government. It doesn't work like that. You continue to progress.
Progressive.
Yeah.
Can you agree with me that the worst set of Nigerians they live in Europe? They're the one causing this problem.
Yeah, of course. They
No.
Yeah.
I'm being honest.
You are right.
Trump daddy is the one saying we are the ones.
Please don't interrupt. We let you talk.
No, it's not.
It's right.
Babati, you're correct.
They are the worst set of Nigerians I have never in my life.
Babati, you're 100% right.
Actually, the Americans are the worst ones. They go and serve in the U.S. military and they act as if they're Americans.
Don't interrupt me, sir.
What do you mean don't interrupt you? You are interjecting me all the time.
No, Tunaja, can you let Babati flow, please? It's my time.
No, he can flow now. He can flow. That's fine.
The issue I'm having is that, growing up in Nigeria, progressive, just give me 30 seconds. I valued intellect. I valued people that actually knew that came on radio, thank Odita, and people that spoke to power and spoke with facts and intelligence. But today you have professors, lawyers that come on TV in Nigeria and lie on purpose. They lie. They misinform people. So regardless of how you feel about any issue, at least speak from a position of like with facts. If you give me any proof or evidence, I will look into what you're saying. But just don't lie. That is the issue I have with the conversation, with the discussion. People just make up stuff. They edit videos, make up stories, and then they run off with it. It is destroying the country.
There usually people from Tunija's place. People from the southeast.
Yeah, Babati, you're 100% correct. So, like, you see, like I was saying, right? So, all of these nations, they had these issues. Like the United Kingdom was an example because it's made up of different nations, right? They had these issues, and they just what they did was continue to reform and continue to give powers to the subnational. Continue to say, okay, you know what, I want this.
Progressive, don't you think because they understand the issue that they have and that's how they're able to solve it?
Yeah, but okay, what have we seen recently? We've seen.
Okay, let me give you an example.
Police.
In Nigeria,
I know.
Okay,
But this is what I'm saying. We as a nation, right? We are starting to address. We are starting to drive in that direction. We're not going to get these guys. I'm talking about. Do you know how old? You know? Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello, Akim. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We can hear you, sir. Maybe you are not hearing us.
Do you want to say something?
But Akim, I want to say something. Do you think?
Go ahead.
Okay.
No. I don't want to be that.
Akim.
Yeah.
Do you think because the level of enlightenment
and exposure and modernity help UK, the people in the UK, continue to live among themselves peacefully, in contrast to what we have in Nigeria?
Yeah, but you have to understand that this is a democracy that's been there for hundreds, not even if not thousands of years. How are you going to
Yes.
compare? How are you going to compare it with a 50 or 55 years old democracy?
But
Like
Nigerian people,
like
they don't have the
yeah,
patience to.
yeah, but
Wait now, wait.
yeah, but they don't have to have the patience.
Progressive.
Okay, they don't have to have
Are
the
you
patience. But
saying
we
that no? Do we have to wait for 500 years? Then is that what you're saying?
no, look, we don't have to. Okay, you see, when these people were going through their
Singapore
50,
didn't have to
60,
wait for 500
oh,
years. I don't know why we
oh,
say
so
that.
when they were going through their 50,
Nobody
60,
asked
I'm
you.
not talking about development or road this thing. I'm talking about how people came together in terms of when they come to dialoguing. Okay, this is about dialoguing. So dialoguing in Nigeria terms means that you devolve power, and we are starting to devolve power now. Okay, power is starting to go
Yes.
down to the subnational. So over time, all of these things will come together. Everybody will have their own government. So it will come to a time now whereby your electricity will be 100% from your governor. Your 90% of the road that you're driving will be from your state. Your security will be your governor will be in charge of security. Healthcare will be your governor. Education will be governor. So then you will see nobody will be thinking about what is going on in Abuja. Everybody will have their own peace of mind in wherever they live. And if
So,
your subnational is not doing what they're supposed to do, then you
Akim,
hold them responsible.
Akim, sorry, are you trying to say that the state will develop their own educational curriculum?
No, not
It's-
develop. Not the state will not develop education curriculum, but do you understand what the federal system of government is more like a regulator? The governor, the
So
president.
if that is the case, like we have the Almighty WAEC and JAM, I think every state can develop their own educational curriculum. Just a little
No,
bit towards.
Remy, hold on
The
now.
reason why I'm saying this,
Remy, hold
let
on.
me put this. Let me
Oh
say
no,
it, and then you continue.
hold on, so that you don't go and just hold on. So you see the way education work, right? You cannot create different standard within a country. Do you understand?
No, I'm not talking about the standard. I'm talking about.
Are you?
I want to use an example for
No,
you.
you're
I want
talking
to.
about some state can create their own WAEC, some state can
No,
create
no,
their
no,
own.
no, no, no,
No,
no, no, no,
I
no,
think what he's saying
no. I'm not
is
saying that. I'm not
education
saying that.
based on their, we all come from different historical backgrounds.
Yeah, yeah.
So let's
What
say
I'm trying
you
to
want to
say
design
that.
history knowledge a curriculum in Yoruba land and in
Yeah.
Edo land.
For
The
example,
curriculum has to be different now because Edo history is different from Yoruba history.
yeah, but Edo history is history. Whether you want to write Yoruba history or you want to write
No,
Edo,
no.
history will be
What this
history.
I'm just
country,
giving you an example. So
what
that
this
means the
country
who's
do?
going to define that? Who's going to design that curriculum then?
Historians will they would design the curriculum for history knowledge.
Oh, no, no.
Okay,
What Remy is asking you is should governors and be in control of
eight.
the
Oh.
curriculum, education?
No,
And you
the
disagree.
government.
So now,
Yeah,
now
the
No,
government.
no,
give
let
you an
me say what
example.
I
Hold on.
have in mind,
I'm not
though.
give you an example.
You
Like,
can't
okay,
speak on my behalf now. Let me
sorry,
say what I
Remy,
think.
I can actually backing you. Just give me a second.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Remy, now, I'm not asking you that if curriculum has to be designed, but it should be designed by governor. You say no. Remy say it should be designed by governor. I'm not asking you that. You're saying there should be a different standard. I'm like, but if these people have different knowledge from other part of Nigeria, then who should design their curriculum? Why should we have one curriculum? Why can't they design
So
their curriculum according to their own historical and knowledge of where they come from?
okay, so basically, if a child finish secondary school in say Ondo State or Lagos State, they still have the choice to study in university in Kaduna or in Edo or in Enugu, right? So whether just because you're subnational doesn't mean that you're going to create a different education platform, because the education of the country education system is to serve the country in general, not to serve one region or one state. No, You're designing an education
No, no.
system whereby when the hold on,
What I have
please
in mind
let me
is
finish.
different.
Let me finish. You're designing an education system whereby if any child graduate or finish school in that country, the aim is for them to be productive for Nigerian as a whole, not for Yoruba or for Igbo. No, right?
Why
Do you
not? Why
understand that point?
not?
Okay, let me come in now. What I have in mind about developing their own curriculum does not mean that they will change the national curriculum. There will still be some subject that is everybody have the same curriculum. Like if you are talking about national history, it's going to be the same curriculum for, but maybe some state can introduce some subject that they think will, for example, let's say now, like a state like Osun State now, they want to produce more people in administration or more, they want to tailor their state to have some kind of skills, maybe to vocational school. Because what I learned that in some climb, what they did was that the university, the university have a right to pick their candidate if they get their cutoff mark. Not the way that in Nigeria everybody sat for the same jam as result, and then because of quota system, somebody that gets 280 will now even struggle to go to that university, while someone that get like 200 points can get to that university. So they eradicate that kind of thing. So why the university have, and of course the universities are 100% autonomous, where they can have a right to also choose their own preferred candidate. So this way there will be more competitiveness and people will study hard. But the
Remy,
way it is now,
you don't even understand what you're saying, let alone me
no,
understanding
I
what you're
understand
saying.
what I'm trying to say, but maybe the way I'm putting across, you might not
No,
really
because
get.
you know what you're because what
Akim,
you're saying is
let me ask
not
you one other
functional.
question. When you're ready, let me know. One
So
other question.
basically, Remy, let me go ahead. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that we are beginning to devolve power, right? So once
Which
power
is
goes
good,
down,
which is good.
yeah,
Yeah, which
of
is
course,
good.
which is good. So the problem is that this mindset that the federal government is all and everything is the one that we have to look up to. Once the time comes, you have to think about once this power has been devolved, and you look 50 years from now where the country will be. A lot of the roads that are building today, a lot of the road that you are seeing that they are building today, that many of you are praising today, they will all be rebuilt to a different standard. Like nation goes through this. Okay, there were time China was coming. There were some road.
We all understand what you are trying to talk about, but what we are trying to tell you is that as we continue to devolve power from the central to the state or to the region, there will be more modification. And when you are trying to talk about devolution of power, some region will see it differently. They can amend. It does not mean that they
Exactly.
don't align
No,
with the
no.
federal.
Listen, Remy, you still don't understand your point,
Oh
right?
my,
What
I
I'm
understood. Oh
no,
my,
you
what are
hold
you
on
trying
now,
to say?
hold on. Let
You
me explain
can't
something to
force
you.
your idea on me. The way I,
Let me explain something to you. So, if you want to study now in Nigeria, they do
yes,
maths, they do English, they do
yes,
science, they
yes,
do
yes, yes.
biology, they do all of this, right? So all of these subjects that you're seeing now, including
Mhm.
physics, including science, they are there to empower those students for to a lot of different industries, right? So
Mhm.
if you're talking about history or whatever you want to do,
I have
but
a quick question.
you have to understand that if you do a subject in Oshun now, in a school in
Mhm.
Oshun, what if you want to your mind your dream is to go and study in University of Maduguri? What use
Okay,
If
of
so
what
you,
let me
if you
hold
please
on
can,
now, Remy?
let me say something real quick. Sorry,
Of
sorry.
what use is that
Progressive,
of what use is that subject that your state designed for you that is not
progressive.
accepted in Maduguri?
Thank. Who cares about progressive? Let me tell you something about Nigeria. I received two different education in Nigeria. I received one, which is a native
No,
education. Oh,
Mike,
no, wait,
Mike, before you move on, can you hear me, Mike?
I can
Yeah,
hear
we
you,
can
yes,
hear
we
sir.
you.
can hear you.
I want to shut down. So anybody that want to join,
Gi-
yes,
Give
I
us
want to
5 minutes
shut down.
now.
It's already above 6 hours. So
Okay, okay. Give us about
everybody,
3 minutes.
no,
Before you
I'm not
shut down, let me
shutting
just say
down.
this.
You can still continue,
Okay, okay.
but we want to be live. No, you can still continue to talk on at the background.
Yeah, yeah, but if I go to the background,
Do you
I think this
agree,
point
or
I'm
we
trying to
should
make it.
just want to make
I
it
think
Yeah,
this
live?
yeah.
point the point I want to make is very important. Before you
Go
go,
to the
that's what I'm
background.
saying. Just let me make this point before you go.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any difference whether
Progressive,
you go to
hold
the
on.
background or you
It
stay here
does, it
alive
does.
now.
I want some people to hear this.
Simba, please
Progressive.
go to the background if you're tired.
Simba, just let me make this
This
point.
Akim, you are real now.
Progressive.
My
I
God.
receive, I receive, I receive two kind of education in Nigeria. One is a native education, and one is a Nigerian curriculum education. And I can categorically tell you that the one I receive natively is far superior than the one I receive in Nigerian curriculum. And I learned this under the feet of my elders. I can go into the forest in Nigeria and point out about over 60 different plants and begin to give you theories about these different plants. I couldn't have learned that in Nigerian
Yeah,
schools.
that's
And
because you
unfortunately,
didn't study
where
agriculture. If you study agriculture, you
no,
would have
no,
known those plants.
are you kidding me? What? I'm talking about what is plants.
Mike,
Where if I begin to give you, if I don't want to dive into that. I don't want
Mike,
to dive
in
into
the
that.
age of quantum technology, you're talking
Listen,
about plants,
listen.
right?
No,
Oh
no,
my
but you don't
God.
have that in Nigerian schools. You have quantum physics Nigerian schools.
So,
You
so
need,
pla- Mike,
Maybe you should
Mike,
aspire now instead of
listen.
thinking about us like a kind
The,
of women.
Tunaja,
Maybe have more aspiration. Okay?
Mike,
Tunaja, calm down.
Mike, once you see those
Tunaja,
plants now, you see those plants now, right? So if you see those plants, the way you study that plant or whatever you do, it doesn't added any value to the to you
are
or
you
to the
kidding me?
society. Yeah, hold on 1 second
Okay,
now. How
yeah.
many how many people have you cured with those plants? But people who study,
Listen,
people who
we
read
traditional people, we cure more people
people
daily than your doctors, than
people
your
who did
Western doctors.
science, people who did science
But
and
anyway, I don't
biology
want to dive
became
into
they,
that.
they, they,
But
be-
that's
they became
science now.
they became they became doctors,
But anyways, but that's not
they
my
became
argument. But hold on,
scientists.
give me a second.
They are inventing medicines.
Am
They
I
are
saying?
inventing
But Akim, you're
yeah.
doing strongman arguments. You're arguing what I'm not saying. Am I saying the Nigerian education is bad? No, I'm not saying that. The wider point I'm trying to make is we Yorubas want to incorporate both the Yoruba knowledge, the Western knowledge, the Chinese knowledge, all knowledge together.
Yeah, but what I'm
And
saying is that
hold on, wait, hold
the
on.
national is still going to regulate the education system. That's how it works
Listen,
everywhere.
listen, but the national that we have today, like for
everywhere.
example, okay, Sunaja, please. For example, my own knowledge now of those plants, people like Sunaja and some Hausa people, they are Muslim, who say it's witchcraft, and I can't have my children learning that in school. That's the problem for me. My child cannot go to Nigerian school and learn that because they think it's witchcraft.
So basically, what I'm going to say is that the standard have to be set by the national government. So when the
No,
national government want to set,
if the president is a white man or Sunaja, that's a
Akim, wait, let me say this. Let me say this before we round up. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Akim, I think you had your education in Nigeria before you travel abroad. And you
Yeah.
are not trained in wherever you are, and you can still fit in. What Mike is saying, don't let us. I know your own point because you want a unity kind of thing, but what
No,
Mike is also saying is
it's
not
not
going to
about
be
unity.
detrimental to anything.
No, let me add
But
this.
it's not going to be detrimental as well. So I don't know why you are against it.
Simba, let me add this.
I'm not
And that's
against.
why I'm saying Yoruba people should
I'm
design their
saying
own education
Let me
because
just add my
people
own
like
now.
progressive and Sunaja, they don't know my culture, so they
Let
don't
me
I'm
want
just
saying
my
add.
curriculum
I'm
my own
not
knowledge
speaking on this,
to
Mike.
be
No,
herbs,
my
Mike,
curriculum for my children.
herbs is
progressive,
not your
hold on for a
culture.
second. Progressive, hold on for
Huh?
a second, so you can
Herbs
Say
is
it
summarize.
not
again.
your culture. Herbs is
Herbs,
not
Progressive,
your
hold
culture.
on for a nation.
herbs.
Come on.
Yeah,
Away I
herbs
take
is not
go.
your
It's
culture.
not my culture. Away is not my
No,
culture.
Let me
it's
go.
not your culture.
Okay,
Okay, and that's why we have problem. That's why you should leave me alone in my Yoruba land. Let me teach my children
now
what
you
they
see
should
now
learn.
he's beginning to say
You
this now. He wants to see. Let me
no
just
no
add
no
to
no 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 no. Nigeria is taking Yoruba
Mike.
people
Let me make
backward because
let
we
me
have
make
some
it
people
quick.
that are you and listen
Mike,
Yoruba people are
let me be
when it
quick.
comes
Hold
to
on.